This is Audible.
Chapter 38. Stone and Milton had to look twice as the motorcycle pulled to a stop in front of them at Union Station. Reuben lifted up his goggles and rubbed his bloodshot eyes. "Reuben, what happened to your pickup truck?" an amazed Stone asked. "Found this baby in a junkyard, if you can believe it. Spent the last year fixing it up." "What is it?" Stone asked. "It's a 1928 Indian Chief motorcycle with sidecar," Milton answered promptly. "How the hell did you know that?" Reuben said, glaring at him. "I read about it in an article 6.5 years ago in Antique Motorcycle magazine while I was waiting at the dentist. I was there for a crown prep." "A crown prep?" Reuben asked. "Yes, it involves isolation with rubber sheeting and drilling to shave off the enamel, which leaves a post of dentin approximately 2 millimeters in diameter, but without exposing the nerve. The permanent crown is made of porcelain. It's quite nice. See?" He opened his mouth and showed them. Reuben said impatiently, "Thank you for the bloody dental lesson, Dr. Farb." "Oh, there's hardly any blood, Reuben," replied Milton, who'd entirely missed the sarcasm of his friend's remark. Reuben sighed and then proudly ran his gaze over the pin-striped candy apple red motorcycle with attached sidecar. 1,000cc power plant, rebuilt transmission, and magneto. The sidecar's not authentic, it's a fiberglass replica, but it doesn't rust and it's a lot lighter. I got most of the parts off eBay, and a friend of mine had some extra cowhide leather that I used to reupholster the sidecar seat. And it's a left-mount sidecar, which is pretty damn rare. One in this condition would sell for north of 20 grand, and I've only got about 1/10 of that in it. Not that I'm thinking about selling, mind you, but you never know. He held out a black crash helmet to Stone that had goggles attached. "Where exactly do I ride?" Stone asked. "In the sidecar, of course. What the hell do you think it's for, a damn flower pot?" Stone put on the helmet and adjusted the goggles, then opened the small door, stepped into the sidecar, and sat down. It was a very cramped space for the tall man. Reuben said, "Okay, let's go." "Wait a minute," Stone exclaimed. "Is there anything I should know about the motorcycle?" "Yeah, if the wheel on the sidecar goes off the ground, you can start praying." Reuben hit the Kickstarter and the motor caught. He revved it a couple of times, waved goodbye to Milton, and they sailed away from Union Station. Reuben steered the motorcycle west on Constitution Avenue. They cut past the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, where war veteran Reuben gave a respectful salute to the wall, looped around the Lincoln Memorial, and passed over Memorial Bridge, which carried them into Virginia. From there they headed south on the George Washington Parkway, which was referred to locally as the GW Parkway. As they raced along, they drew curious stares from people in vehicles they passed. Stone found that if he angled his legs just so, he could nearly stretch them fully out. He sat back and gazed over at the Potomac River on his left, where a powerboat had just passed 2 crew teams racing each other. The sun was warming, the breeze inviting and refreshing, and for a few moments, Stone allowed his mind a respite from the many dangers that lay ahead for the Camel Club. Reuben pointed to a road sign and shouted over the whine of the engine. "Remember for years, that sign read, 'Lady Bird Johnson Memorial Park'?" "Yes, until someone informed them she wasn't dead," Stone called back, "and named it after LBJ, who is." "I love the efficiency of our government," Reuben cried. "Only took them about a decade or so to get it right. It's a good thing I don't pay taxes, or I'd be really ticked off." They both watched as a jet lifted off the runway at Reagan National Airport, heading north, and then did a long bank and eventually turned in the southerly direction they were traveling. A few minutes later, they entered the official city limits of Old Town Alexandria, one of the most historic places in the country. It boasted not one, but 2 boyhood homes of Confederate General Robert E. Lee, as well as Christ Church, where the posterior of none other than George Washington had graced the pews. The town was chock full of wealth, ancient but beautifully restored homes, rumpled cobblestone streets, wonderful shopping and eclectic restaurants, a vibrant outdoor life, and an inviting waterfront area. It was also home to the federal bankruptcy court. As they passed the court, Reuben said, "Damn place. Been through there twice." Caleb knows people who can help you with your money. And I'm sure Chastity could provide valuable services to you, too. I'm certain sweet Chastity could service my needs, but then Milton would be really mad at me. Reuben called out with a roguish wink. And I don't need help with the money I have, Oliver. I just need help with getting more of it. He turned left, and they pulled down a side street, heading toward the river, until it dead-ended at Union Street. Reuben found a parking space, and Stone extricated himself from the sidecar with some difficulty. "What the hell happened to your face?" asked Reuben, who'd obviously just noticed these injuries. "I fell." "Where?" "In the park. I was playing chess with TJ, and then I was having coffee with Adelphia. I tripped over a tree root when we were leaving." Reuben grabbed his friend by the shoulder. "Adelphia, Oliver, that woman is mental. You're lucky she didn't drop a lethal Mickey in your Java. Mark my words, one night she's going to follow you to your cottage and slit your throat." He paused and then added in a low voice, "Or worse, try and seduce you." Reuben shivered, apparently at the thought of Adelphia as a seductress. They walked past Union Street Pub and then crossed the street and headed toward a shop near the corner. The sign above the door read, "Libri Quator Sententiarum." "Where the hell did that come from?" Reuben asked, pointing at this plaque. "I know I haven't been here in a while, but didn't this place used to be called Doug's Books?" That name wasn't attracting the desired upscale clientele, so they changed it. "Libri Quator Sententiarum. That's real catchy. What does it mean?" "It's Latin for 4 books of sentences." It was a 12th century manuscript by Peter Lombard that was cut up and bound around the 1526 edition of St. Thomas Aquinas' lectures on the Epistles of Paul. Some scholars consider the Aquinas work to be the world's rarest book. An even earlier work that was bound around that one might be even more special. Hence, it's a very appropriate name for a rare bookshop. "I'm impressed, Oliver. I didn't even know you spoke Latin." "I don't. Caleb told me about it. In fact, it was his idea to rename the shop. As you know, I introduced him to the shop's owner. I thought it would be productive, given Caleb's expertise with rare books. At first, he simply advised on a few things, but now Caleb has an ownership interest in the place." They went inside the shop, accompanied by the jangle of a bell attached to the arched solid oak door. Inside, the walls were equal parts exposed brick and ancient stone with worm-eaten wooden beams overhead. Tasteful oil paintings hung on the walls, and ornate bookshelves and massive armoires were bulging with ancient tomes that were all carefully labeled and housed behind glass doors. In a separate room, a pretty young woman was standing behind a small coffee bar, making drinks for some thirsty customers. A sign on the wall asked customers not to enter the rare book area with their beverages. A small balding man came out from the back, dressed in a blue blazer, slacks, and a white turtleneck, his arms outstretched and a smile on his tanned face. "Welcome, welcome to Libri Quator Sententiarum," he announced, the words rolling adroitly off his tongue. Then he stopped and eyed Reuben and looked at Stone. "Oliver?" Stone put out his hand. "Hello, Douglas. You remember Reuben Rhodes?" "Douglas?" Reuben muttered under his breath. "What happened to Doug?" Douglas gave Stone a prolonged hug and shook Reuben's hand. "Oliver, you look very different. Nice, but different. I like the new style. No, I love it. Muy chic. Bellissimo." "Thank you. Caleb says that things are going well here." Douglas took Stone by the elbow and led them over to a quiet corner. Caleb is a jewel, a treasure, a miracle. And here I was thinking he was just a print geek, Reuben said with a smirk. Douglas continued enthusiastically. I can't thank you enough, Oliver, for introducing Caleb to me. Business is booming, booming. I started out selling porno comic books out of my car trunk, and now look at me. I have a condo in Old Town, a 30-foot sailboat, a vacation house at Dewey Beach, and even a 401k plan. All through the power of the written word, Stone said. Remarkable. Do you still sell the porn stuff? Reuben wanted to know. Douglas, I need to look at my things in the space Caleb arranged for me to use, Stone said quietly. Douglas's face paled, and he swallowed nervously. Oh, of course. Go right ahead. And if you want anything, just ask. In fact, we have some very fine cappuccino and wonderful scones today. It's on the house, as always. Thank you. Thank you very much. Douglas hugged Stone again, and then hurried off to help a woman who'd entered the shop dressed in a full-length fur coat despite the balmy weather. Reuben looked around at all the books. Most of these writers probably died penniless, and he's buying condos and boats and 401ks off their sweat. Stone didn't answer. He opened a small door set off to the side of the shop's entryway and led the way down a narrow staircase that emptied into the basement area. He headed along a short corridor and through an old wooden door marked Authorized Personnel Only. He closed the door behind them and turned left down another hall. Then Stone took an old-fashioned key from his pocket and used it to open an arched door at the end of this hall, and they entered a small room that was paneled in very old wood. He flicked on a light and went over to a large fireplace that sat against one wall. While Reuben watched, Stone knelt down, reached his hand up into the inside of the fireplace, and pulled on a small piece of metal attached to a short wire hanging there. There was an audible click, and a panel of the wall next to the fireplace swung open. Gotta love those priests' holes, Reuben said, as he gripped the exposed panel and swung it all the way open. Inside was a room about 8 feet deep and 6 feet wide, and tall enough for even Reuben to easily stand up in. Stone pulled a small penlight from his pocket and stepped in. Bookshelves lined all 3 walls. On each of these shelves were neatly stacked journals and notebooks, a few locked metal boxes, and numerous cardboard boxes taped shut. While Stone looked through the journals and notebooks, Reuben had a sudden thought. How come you don't keep all this stuff at your cottage? This place has an alarm system. All I have guarding my cottage are dead people. Well, how can you be sure that old Douglas doesn't come down here and poke through your stuff when you're not here? Stone kept examining the journals as he talked. I told him that I'd booby-trapped this room and that no one other than myself could open it safely without threat of instant death. And you think he believed you? It doesn't really matter. He has no personal courage, so he'll never find out for sure. Plus, at my suggestion, Caleb let some hints drop to Douglas that I used to be a homicidal maniac before my release from a hospital for the criminally insane, solely on a technicality. I think that's why he hugs me every time he sees me. Either he wants to stay on my good side, or he's checking for weapons. Here we are. Stone pulled out an old leather-bound journal and opened it. The book was filled with newspaper clippings, carefully glued to the pages. He read through it as Reuben waited impatiently. Finally, Stone closed the journal and then pulled out 2 other large books on a shelf. Behind these books was a leather case about 18 inches square in size. Stone put this in his knapsack along with the journal. On the way out, Reuben got 3 scones from the attractive young lady in black. I'm Reuben, he said, towering over her and holding in his belly. Good for you, she said curtly before hurrying off. I think that young babe in there was rather taken with me, Reuben said proudly as they got back to the motorcycle. Yes, I suppose she ran off like that to tell all her friends, Stone replied. Chapter 39. It took Alex Ford about an hour to decide what to wear on his night out with Kate Adams. It was a humbling and embarrassing 60 minutes as he realized how long it had been since he'd gone on a real date. He finally decided on a blue blazer, white collared shirt, and khaki pants with loafers on his big feet. He combed down his hair, shaved off his 5 o'clock shadow, dressed, chewed a couple of breath mints, and decided the big, somewhat weathered lug staring back at him in the mirror would just have to do. D.C. traffic had reached the critical stage where there was no good time or direction to be driving, and Alex was afraid he was going to be late. However, he lucked out after skirting an accident on Interstate 66 that left a clear field ahead. He took the Key Bridge exit, crossed the Potomac, hooked a right onto M Street, and soon found himself cruising up 31st Street in posh Georgetown. It was a place named after a British king, and certain elements of the area retained that regal dignity that some might equate to outright snobbery. However, on the main shopping drag of M Street and Wisconsin Avenue, the tone was decidedly funky and modern, with gaggles of underdressed kids crowding the narrow sidewalks, yakking on their cell phones, and checking each other out. Yet in the upper regions of Georgetown, where Alex was heading, lived famous families with enormous financial portfolios and nary a tattoo or body piercing in sight. As Alex passed one stately mansion after another, he started growing more nervous. He had guarded some incredibly powerful people over the years, but the service prided itself as being an elite agency with a blue-collar nature. Alex was solidly in that mold, and much preferred the lunch counter at the local IHOP to a 3-star restaurant in Paris. Well, there was no going back now, he told himself. The road he was on dead-ended at R Street, near the massive Dumbarton Oaks mansion. Alex hung a left and continued on down R until he found the place. Okay, she wasn't kidding about the mansion status, Alex said, as he stared up at the brick and slate-roofed behemoth. He pulled into the circular driveway, got out and looked around. The grounds were formal, with the bushes all cut to the same height and shape, and the late summer blooms presented in all their colorful and symmetrical glory. The moss was growing lushly around the stone slabs that led to an arched wooden door that accessed the backyard. Or with palaces such as this, it was probably referred to as the rear grounds, Alex thought. He checked his watch and found he was about 10 minutes early. Maybe Kate wasn't even here yet. He was about to drive around the block to kill some time when he heard a lilting voice calling out to him. "Yoo-hoo! Are you the Secret Service man?" He turned and spotted a small, stooped woman scurrying toward him, a basket of cut flowers hooked over one arm. She had on a wide-brimmed sun hat with white cottony hair poking out, beige canvas pants, and an untucked long-sleeved jean shirt. Large black sunglasses covered most of her face. She seemed shrunken with time, and he put her age at around mid-80s or so. "Ma'am?" "You are tall and cute. Are you armed too? With Kate, you better be." Alex glanced around, briefly wondering if Kate was playing a joke on him, and this odd woman had been hired as part of the gag. He didn't see anyone and turned back to the woman. "I'm Alex Ford." "Are you one of those Fords?" "Sorry, afraid there's no trust fund in my future." She took off her glove, stuck it in her pants pocket, and put out her hand. He shook it, but then she didn't let go. She pulled him toward the house. "Kate isn't ready yet. Come on in, have a drink, and let's talk, Alex." Alex allowed himself to be led along by the woman because, frankly, he didn't know what else to do. She smelled of strong cooking spices and even stronger hairspray. When they reached the house and went inside, she finally let go of his hand and said, "Where are my manners? I'm Lucille Whitney Houseman." "Are you one of those Whitney Housemans?" Alex said with a grin. She took off her glasses and smiled back coquettishly. "My father, Ira Whitney, didn't found the meatpacking industry. He just made a fortune off it. My dear husband, Bernie, may you rest in peace," she added, looking at the ceiling and crossing herself. Now his family made their money in whiskey, and not all of it legally. And Bernie was a prosecutor before he became a federal judge. It made for some interesting family gatherings, I can tell you. She led him into a vast living room and motioned for him to sit down on a large sofa placed against one wall. She put the flowers in a cut crystal vase and turned to him. Now, speaking of whiskey, name your poison. She went over to a small cabinet and opened it. Inside was a fairly complete bar. Well, Mrs. Do you go by both names? Just call me Lucky. Everybody does, because lucky I've been my whole life. I'll have a glass of club soda, Lucky. She turned and looked at him sternly. I know how to make lots of cocktails, young man, but club soda ain't one of them, she said in a scolding tone. Oh, rum and coke then? I'll make a Jack and Coke, honey, with the emphasis on the Jack. She brought him the drink and sat down next to him with her own glass. She held it up. A Gibson. I fell in love with them after I saw Cary Grant order one on that train in North by Northwest. Cheers. They tapped glasses and Alex took a sip of his. He coughed. It tasted like she'd let the Jack run solo. He looked around the living room. It was about the size of his entire house and with far nicer furniture. So you've known Kate long? He asked. About 7 years. Although she's only lived with me for 3. She's wonderful. Smart as a whip. Beautiful. A real pistol. But then I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. Plus, she makes the best buttery nipples I've ever tasted. Alex nearly choked on his drink. Excuse me? Don't get all excited, honey. It's a specialty drink. Bailey's and butterscotch schnapps. She is a bartender, after all. Oh, right. So are you one of the agents who guard the president? Actually, starting tomorrow, I am, Alex said. I've known every president since Harry Truman, she said wistfully. I voted Republican for 30 years and then Democratic for about 20. But now I'm old enough to know better, so I'm an independent. But I loved Ronnie Reagan. What a charmer. He and I danced at one of the balls. But of all the presidents I've known, I have to confess that I liked Jimmy Carter best. He was a good, decent man, a real gentleman, even if he did lust in his heart. And you can't say that about all of them, can you? No, I guess you can't. So you know President Brennan, then? We've met, but he wouldn't know me from Eve. I've long since passed my usefulness in the political arena, although in my prime I had some sway. Georgetown was the place to be for all that. Kate Graham, Evangeline Bruce, Pamela Harrington, Lorraine Cooper, I knew them all. The dinner parties we had. The national policy we came up with sitting around drinking and smoking, although the ladies were often separated from the gentlemen. But not always. She lowered her voice and looked at him with raised pencil-thin eyebrows that looked painted on. Because the sex we had, oh my Lord. But not any orgies or anything like that, honey. I mean, you're talking about government people, public servants, and it's hard to get up early and work those long hours after sex orgies. It takes it out of you. It really does. Alex suddenly realized his mouth had opened wider and wider as he listened to her. He quickly closed it. So, Kate lives in the carriage house? I've wanted her to move in here. The place has 8 bedrooms after all, but she won't. She likes her space. All women do. And she can come and go as she wants. She patted his leg. So this is your first date with her. That's sweet. Where are you going? I'm not sure. Kate picked the place. She gripped his hand again and looked directly into his eyes. Okay, honey, let me give you some advice. Even the modern woman likes the man to take charge every once in a while. So next time, you pick the place. Be decisive about it. Women hate men who can't make up their minds. Okay, but how do I know when else she wants me to take charge? Oh, you won't. You'll just screw it up like every other man does. Alex cleared his throat. So does she date a lot? Okay. You want the 411 on Kate, don't you, honey? Well, Kate only brings someone around every few months. Nobody's stuck yet, but don't let that discourage you. She usually brings home some fancy-pants lawyer, lobbyist, or big-shot government type. Now you're the first man with a gun she's brought here. She added in an encouraging tone. You are packing heat, aren't you? She asked hopefully. Would that be a good thing? Honey, all civilized women throw their underwear at dangerous men. We just can't help ourselves. He grinned, opened his coat, and showed her his gun. She clapped her hands together. Oh, that is so thrilling. Hey, Lucky, get away from my man. They both turned around and saw smiling Kate Adams standing in the doorway, leading into the next room. She had on a pleated black skirt that ended mid-thigh, a white blouse open at the neck, and sandals. Alex realized he'd never seen her legs before. She always wore pants at the bar. She gave Lucky a hug and a kiss on the cheek. I've been entertaining your beau while you made yourself beautiful, my dear, Lucky said. Not that it takes that much effort for you. Oh, it's just not fair, Kate. Not even the best plastic surgeon in the world could give me your cheekbones. You liar. The men were always gaga over Lucky Whitney, and they still are. Lucky smiled at Alex and said in a very coy tone, Well, I have to admit, this young man did show me his piece, Kate. I bet you haven't had that pleasure yet. Kate looked surprised. His piece? No, I haven't seen it yet. His expression one of horror. Alex jumped up so fast he spilled some of his drink on the couch. My gun. I showed her my gun. That's right. That's what he called it. His gun, Lucky said, smiling impishly. Now, where are you two going for dinner? Nathan's, Kate answered. Lucky raised her eyebrows. Nathan's? She gave Alex a thumbs up. That's where she takes the ones with real potential. Chapter 40. Reuben, Stone called out from his perch in the sidecar. We have some time yet. Can we stop in at Arlington Cemetery? Reuben looked over at the nation's most hallowed burial place for its military dead and nodded. A few minutes later, they passed through the visitor's entrance and walked past the Women in Military Service Memorial. They paused for a moment near the Kennedy graves, Arlington's biggest visitor draw, with the changing of the guard at the tombs of the unknowns a close second. Continuing on, Reuben stopped and gazed at a stretch of grass near Arlington House. It had once been Robert E. Lee's home, but had been confiscated by the federal government after Lee had chosen to lead the Confederate Army against the Union. Isn't that where you found me stoned out of my head? Stone looked at the spot. It was a long time ago, Reuben. You pulled yourself out of it. You fought off your demons. I couldn't have done it without you, Oliver. He paused and looked around at all the white tombstones. I was just so damn pissed off. I lost half my company from Nom to Agent Orange, and the Army wouldn't even admit they'd done it. And then the same thing happened with the Persian Gulf Syndrome. I just wanted to come here and scream, make somebody listen. It's probably best that you passed out when you did. The Secretary of Defense was here that day. It might have gotten ugly. Reuben gazed curiously at his friend. You know, I never asked you what you were doing at the cemetery that day. Just like everyone else, I was there to pay my respects. Stone stopped at one area and silently counted down the rows of white headstones until he came to one near the middle. He stood, his arms folded across his chest, while the setting sun burned down into the horizon. Reuben checked his watch but seemed reluctant to interrupt his friend. Stone's solitude was finally halted by a group of men passing nearby. He watched as they headed toward the newest expansion of Arlington Cemetery, and one that was not yet completed. It was the 9/11 memorial site that abutted the grounds of the cemetery. The site included a signature monument to the lives that were lost at the Pentagon and the Memorial Grove. Stone stiffened when he saw who was in the center of the wall of armed security. Reuben glanced over too. "Carter Gray," Reuben muttered. "Here to see his wife, I would assume," Stone said quietly, "before the crowds come tomorrow." Carter Gray stopped at the gravesite of his wife Barbara, knelt on the ground, and placed a small bouquet of flowers on the recessed earth. Technically, the anniversary of his wife's death was tomorrow, but the cemetery would be filled that day, and as Stone had deduced, the man had no desire to share his grief with a mass of strangers. Gray rose and stared down at where his wife's body lay, while his security detail kept a respectful distance away. Barbara Gray had retired from the Army as a brigadier general, after a distinguished career in which she set many firsts for women in the military. Barbara Gray had also been one of the most vocal advocates for members of the World War II-era WASPs, or Women's Air Force Service Pilots, to be eligible to receive burial at Arlington with full military honors, something denied to them because they were summarily disbanded after the war. In June of 2002, a new regulation allowed a number of women's military groups, including the WASPs, to at least be buried with the more limited funeral instead of full military honors. Unfortunately, Barbara Gray had not lived to see it happen. On the morning of September 11, 2001, Barbara Gray, then a civilian consultant, was meeting at the Pentagon on a project with two members of the Army when the American Airlines flight slammed into the building, obliterating the room she was in. As an appalling footnote to this tragedy, the Gray's daughter Maggie, a government lawyer, had just arrived at the Pentagon to meet her mother. Her body was virtually cremated in the initial explosion. As Carter Gray stood there looking at his wife's grave, the image of that morning cut deeply into him. And then the waves of guilt followed, for he should have been in that building too. Gray was supposed to meet his wife and daughter at the Pentagon before they all headed out on a long-planned family vacation. He'd been caught in traffic and was running about 20 minutes late. By the time he got to the Pentagon, his family was gone. As he finally pulled his gaze from the consecrated ground, Gray looked around and spotted the two men staring back at him from a distance. He didn't recognize the large man, but there was something familiar about the other. Then he watched as the two men turned and walked off. Gray lingered by his wife's grave for another 10 minutes, and then, his curiosity getting the better of him, he headed to the spot where the two men had been standing. He realized this section of graves was familiar to him. He started looking at the headstones, his gaze moving swiftly down the neat rows of markers until he stopped at one. The next moment, his security staff was hustling after Gray as he rushed down the walkway. As he drew closer to the exit, he stopped and bent over, sucking in huge amounts of air as his security team circled him, asking if he was all right. He didn't answer them. He didn't even hear them. The name on the grave marker that had caused his pell-mell rush was pinballing around his mind. There was no body in the casket under that marker, Gray well knew. It was all a sham, all part of a cover-up. Yet the name on the marker wasn't a fraud. It was a real man who, it was thought, had died in the defense of his country. John Carr, Gray said the name, one he had not uttered for decades. John Carr, the most accomplished killer Carter Gray had ever seen. Nathan's wasn't that crowded yet, and Alex Ford and Kate Adams were seated at a table in a corner near the bar area and ordered some drinks. "Lucky's a real pistol," Alex said. "How'd you hook up with her?" "Before I went to justice, I was in private practice. I handled the trusts and estates work when her husband died. We became friends, and she eventually asked me to come live with her. I said no at first, but she kept asking, and Mr. Wright had failed miserably to show up at my door in the meantime. I pay rent for the carriage house," she added quickly. Lucky's a very interesting person. She's someone who's been everywhere, knows everybody, but she's lonely too. Old age doesn't go down well with someone like her. She's so alive, and she wants to do everything she used to do, but she really can't anymore. From what I saw, she's doing a pretty damn good job of trying, he replied. So why'd you jump to the government side? Nothing too original. I got burned out on the billable hour treadmill, and you're not going to change the world doing T&E law. So what do you do at Justice to change the world? I'm into a fairly new thing, actually. After Gitmo Bay and treatment of POWs at Abu Ghraib, the Salt Pit, and other places, Justice formed a new group to enforce the civil rights of prisoners deemed to be of a highly political nature, as well as foreign combatants, and to investigate any crimes against those class of persons. Well, judging from what I read in the papers, you must keep pretty busy. The U.S. overall has an excellent record when it comes to treatment of POWs and persons listed as foreign combatants. But the longer the war against terrorism goes on, the more tempting it is for our guys to stoop to the other side's level. After all, they're only human, and they might come to view the person sitting across from them as someone not worthy of any rights at all. But that doesn't excuse them breaking the law. No, it doesn't. And that's where people like me come in. I've been to the various war zones 6 times in the last 2 years. Unfortunately, it's not getting much better. It looks like Carter Gray has started counterpunching well. Kate sat back and sipped on the glass of red wine she'd ordered. I have mixed feelings about that. I feel for him personally and his loss on 9/11. I think that's the only reason he came back into the government sector, but I'm not convinced it was a good thing. What do you mean? Alex asked. I know he's gotten extraordinary results. I wonder if he employs extraordinary means to achieve them. For example, we've had real problems with rendition. I've heard that's quite a political football. It's no wonder with the way the procedure works. Suspected terrorists are transferred from the U.S. to other countries or vice versa without any legal processing or access by the International Red Cross. When we transfer prisoners out to other countries, verbal assurances are first required from the receiving country that the transferees won't be subjected to torture. Well, the problem is there's no way to verify that torture doesn't occur, and in fact, it seems clear that the torture often does happen. On top of that, because such torture in the U.S. is illegal, some think NIC and CIA are actively involved in rendering prisoners to other countries so that torture can be used as a tool to get useful information. They'll even get the receiving country to trump up charges against a suspect so he can be jailed, interrogated, and often tortured. That's against everything that America stands for. Well, after seeing the place firsthand, I believe NIC is capable of pretty much anything. So I take it you're looking into that man's death isn't going all that well? Alex hesitated and then decided it wouldn't hurt to come clean. He told her about his uncomfortable chat with the director of the Secret Service and about being busted back to protection detail. I'm so sorry, Alex. She reached over and touched his hand. Hey, I set myself up for it. Gray plays in the big leagues, and having your own partner rat you out doesn't help. I guess I was outclassed. He took a drink of his cocktail. Your martinis are much better, he said, smiling. She clinked her glass against his. I knew I liked you. His expression grew serious. I should have stuck to my original plan. With 3 years to go to finish off my 20, put it on cruise control and don't rock the boat. You don't strike me as a cruising sort of person, Kate replied. He shrugged. Look, let's cut the shop talk. Tell me more about yourself. That's what first dates are for. She sat back and picked at a piece of bread in front of her. Well, I'm an only child. My parents live in Colorado. They'll tell you we're descended from the Massachusetts Adamses, but I'm not sure I buy that. My dream was to be a world-class gymnast, and I worked my guts out for it. Then I grew 6 inches in 1 year, and there went that dream. Right after high school, I decided I wanted to be a croupier in Vegas. Don't ask why, I just did. I enrolled in a course, passed with flying colors, and took off for Sin City, but it didn't last too long. I had a teeny problem with drunken high rollers thinking they could grab my butt whenever they wanted. After a few of them lost teeth, the casino suggested I head back east. When I started college, I decided to bartend to pay for it, and then I continued pouring drinks when I went to law school. At least with that occupation, you have solid wood between you and the resident animals. And, as you deduced earlier, I also play the piano. I earned money teaching it to help pay for school. I don't need to keep bartending, but honestly, I like to. It's an outlet for me, and you meet a lot of fascinating people at the Leap Bar. Gymnast, croupier, bartender, piano-playing defender of truth and justice. That's pretty damn impressive. Sometimes I think it's far more dysfunctional than it is impressive. So how about you? Nothing too exciting. I grew up in Ohio, youngest of 4 and the only son. My dad was an auto parts salesman by day, but by night he was the second coming of Johnny Cash. Really? Well, he wanted to be anyway. I think he had the largest collection of Cash memorabilia outside of Nashville. Always dressed in black, played a wicked acoustical guitar, pretty good pipes. I learned guitar so I could play with him. We even went out on the road together, playing some of the best hole-in-the-walls in the Ohio Valley. We weren't great, but we weren't bad either. It was a blast. Then his 4-pack-a-day habit caught up to him. The lung cancer took him in 6 months. My mom lives in a retirement village in Florida. My sisters are scattered around the country. So what made you want to play the human shield? Alex took another drink, and his look became somber. I saw the Zapruder film clip of Kennedy's assassination when I was 12 years old. I remembered thinking that something like that should never happen again. I'll never forget the image of Agent Clint Hill jumping on the limo, pushing Mrs. Kennedy back into her seat. A lot of people at the time thought she was part of the conspiracy to kill the president, or else condemned her because they thought she was just trying to get away from all the blood on her, even if it was her husband's. What she was actually doing was trying to retrieve the piece of her husband's head that had gotten blown off. He finished his drink before continuing. I met Clint Hill at a Secret Service function. He was an old guy by then. Everybody wanted to shake his hand. I told him how honored I was to meet him. He was the only guy to react when it happened. He helped Mrs. Kennedy, and he put his body between her and whoever was shooting at them. I told him, if the time came, I hoped I did as well as he'd done. You know what he said to me? He looked up to see her gaze directly on him. Kate Adams seemed to be holding her breath. What did he say? She prompted. He said, "Son, you don't want to be like me, because I lost my president." There was a long silence, and finally Alex broke it. I can't believe that I'm sitting here dishing out this depressing crap. I'm not really like that. With the day you had, I'm surprised you didn't bag tonight. Kate, the thought of going out with you tonight was the only thing that got me through today. Alex looked a little surprised at the frankness of his words and quickly looked down, studying the exterior of his remaining martini olive. Kate reached out and touched his hand. "I'm going to further embarrass you," she said, "by telling you that's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me." The conversation turned to more innocuous subjects, and time sped by. As they were leaving, Alex muttered an expletive under his breath. Coming in the door were Senator and Mrs. Roger Simpson and their daughter, Jackie. Alex tried to duck by, but Jackie spotted him. "Hello, Alex," she said. "Agent Simpson?" Alex replied curtly. "These are my parents." Roger Simpson and his wife looked like twins, very tall and fair-haired. They towered over their petite, dark-haired daughter. "Senator, Mrs. Simpson," Alex said, nodding at them both. Roger Simpson glared back at him so menacingly that Alex was convinced Jackie must have told him the whole story in her own biased way. "This is Kate Adams." "Pleasure to meet you both," Kate said. "Well, take care, Agent Simpson. I doubt I'll be seeing you around." He walked out with Adams trailing him. As soon as they were outside, Alex blurted out, "Can you believe? Of all the restaurants in this damn town." He broke off when Jackie Simpson popped out of Nathan's. "Alex, can we talk for just a minute?" She glanced anxiously at Kate. "Privately?" "I'm pretty damn certain we have nothing to say to each other," he shot back. "It'll just take a minute, please." Alex looked at Kate, who shrugged and moved down the street a bit, studying the clothing in a shop window. Simpson drew closer. "Look, I know you're upset as hell at me, and you think I ratted you out. Well, you're batting 1,000 so far. It didn't happen like that. As soon as Carter Gray left us, he must have called my dad, even before he called the president. My father called and gave it to me up one side and down the other. He said I couldn't let some maverick wreck my career before it even got started. How did the director find out about my old friend?" Simpson looked miserable. "I know, that was stupid. My father can be overwhelming. He ground it out of me." She sighed. "My dad's one of the most accomplished people you'll ever meet, and my mother was a Miss Alabama, which makes her a saint down there. So being a simple detective didn't cut it with them. They wanted me to go into business or politics. I put my foot down and said I was a cop, but they kept pushing for me to go on to a bigger pond. Just to get them off my back, I joined the service. Dad pulled strings, so I got assigned to WFO. His dream is for me to be the first female director of the service. All I ever wanted to be was a good cop, but for them that wasn't enough." "So are you going to do what your parents want your whole life?" "It's not that easy. He's a man that's used to people obeying him." She paused and looked up at him. "But that's my problem. I just wanted you to know that I'm really sorry for what happened, and I hope I get a chance to make it up to you." She turned and walked back inside before he could reply. When Kate rejoined him, he explained the gist of the conversation. After he'd finished, Alex added, "Just when you think you have somebody pegged and you're justified in hating her guts, she pulls a fast one and complicates things." He glanced across the street and his features brightened. "Please tell me you'd like to go get some ice cream." She looked over at the shop across the street. "Okay, but I have to warn you. I'm a minimum 2 scoop sort of girl, and I don't share. My kind of woman." Chapter 41. At Union Station, Stone and Rubin found Caleb and Milton in the B. Dalton bookstore. Caleb was poring over a Dickens masterpiece, while Milton was firmly entrenched in the computer magazine section. Stone and Rubin rounded up the pair, and they all boarded the metro, taking it to the Smithsonian Station, where they rode the escalator up to the mall. "Keep your eyes and ears open," Stone cautioned. They took a stroll past the major monuments as tourists flocked around taking pictures and videos of all the sights. The Camel Club eventually reached FDR Park, where the FDR Memorial, a fairly recent addition to the mall, was located. It covered a large area of ground and was made up of various statuary, depicting significant symbols from FDR's reign as America's only 4-term president. Stone led his friends over to a secluded section that was shielded from wandering tourists by a Depression-era breadline immortalized in bronze. After he'd glanced around for a few moments, Stone shook his head in dissatisfaction and led them back to the subway, which they rode to Foggy Bottom. They exited and started walking. At 27th and Q Streets, northwest, Stone stopped. Staring back at them was the entrance for Mount Zion Cemetery, where Stone was the caretaker. "Oh no, Oliver," Reuben complained. "Not another bloody cemetery." "The dead don't eavesdrop," Stone replied curtly as he opened the gates. Stone led them into his cottage, where the others looked at him expectantly. "I've done some research that I believe is critical to our investigation into Patrick Johnson's murder. Thus, I hereby call this special meeting of the Camel Club to order. I propose that we discuss the topic of the recent spate of terrorists killing each other. Do I have a second?" "I second," Caleb said automatically, though he glanced curiously at the others. "All in favor say aye." The ayes carried the motion, and Stone opened the large journal he'd brought from the rare bookshop. Over the last 18 months, there have been numerous instances where terrorists have allegedly killed each other. I found this to be so interesting that I started keeping all the articles I could find on the subject. The last such incident involved a man named Adnan al-Remi. "I read about that," Milton said. "But why do you say allegedly?" "In each instance, the dead man's face was fully or partially obliterated, either by gunshots or explosives. They had to be identified by their fingerprints, DNA, and whatever else was available." Reuben spoke up. "But that's just normal procedure, Oliver. When I was at DIA, we did that too, although we didn't have DNA tests back then." "And we know from Reuben that NIC now controls all terrorist-related information." Stone added, "The same information databases which Patrick Johnson helped oversee were used to identify all these dead terrorists." He paused. "Now, what if Mr. Johnson were rigging that database somehow?" After a long silence, Milton was the first to speak. "Do you mean he might have been manipulating data somehow?" "Let me put it more bluntly," Stone replied. "What if he substituted on the NIC database the prints of the men found dead in place of the fingerprints of the terrorists the authorities thought had been killed?" Caleb looked horrified. "Are you suggesting that someone like Adnan al-Remi isn't actually dead, but as far as American intelligence is concerned—" "He is dead," Stone finished for him. "His past has been wiped clean. He could go anywhere and do anything he wanted to do." "Like a sterilized weapon," Reuben interjected. "Precisely." "But wait a minute, Oliver," Reuben said. "There are safeguards in place. If I remember correctly, at DIA, no file alteration was allowed unless certain steps were followed." Stone looked over at Caleb. "They have a similar procedure at the Library of Congress Rare Books Division. For obvious reasons, the person buying the books can't input them into the database, and the converse is also true. That's actually what made me think of this possibility. But what if you had both people in your pocket, the gatherer of the intelligence and the one assigned to put that data in the system? And what if one of them was senior? Perhaps very senior." Reuben finally sputtered. "Are you suggesting that Carter Gray is involved in this? Come on, whatever else you say about Gray, I don't think you can reasonably question his loyalty to this country." "I'm not saying it's an easy answer, Reuben," Stone replied. "But if not Gray, then perhaps someone else who's been turned." "Now that's more likely," Reuben conceded. Milton spoke up. "Well, if this is all true, why was Johnson killed?" Stone answered, "If the two men we saw kill Patrick Johnson are with NIC, then it seems to me, given his extravagant lifestyle on a modest government paycheck, that two things might have happened. One, whoever hired him to alter the files was afraid his newfound wealth would lead to an investigation. So they killed him and planted the drugs. Or else Johnson might have gotten greedy, asked for more money, and they killed him instead." "So what do we do now?" Milton asked. "Staying alive would be my priority," Reuben answered. Because if Oliver is right, there's going to be a lot of powerful folks looking to make sure we're dead. And Milton's identity and home have no doubt already been compromised, Stone said. As for the men after us, I propose that we turn the tables on them. How? Caleb asked. Stone closed his notebook. We have the home address of Tyler Rinke. I suggest we follow up on that. You want us to go marching right into the man's crosshairs? Reuben exclaimed. No, but there's no reason why we can't put him in our crosshairs. Ice cream in hand, Alex and Kate strolled down to the Georgetown waterfront, near the spot where hundreds of years ago George Mason operated a ferry. Kate pointed out 3 boulders that were barely visible in the center of the river north of the Key Bridge and across from Georgetown University. She said, "That's Three Sisters Island. Legend has it 3 nuns drowned at that spot when their boat overturned, and then the boulders sprung up to symbolize their deaths and warn others." The Potomac's current is deceptively calm, Alex added. Not that anyone would want to swim in it these days. When it rains hard, you usually get some sewer overflow. When they built Interstate 66, they were also going to build a spur off it that included a bridge across the river at that point. They were going to call it the Three Sisters Bridge, but there were so many weird construction accidents they finally gave up. Some said it was the ghosts of the nuns. You believe in stuff like that? Alex asked. Stranger things have happened. I mean, look at some of the conspiracy theorists in this town. Most are probably crazy, but some of them turn out to be right. I know a guy who falls into the category. His name's Oliver Stone. The guy's flat-out brilliant, if a couple paces off the sidewalk of life. Oliver Stone? You're kidding. Not his real name, of course. I think it's just his little joke aimed at people who believe he's a quack. One of the most interesting things about him is he has no past, at least that I can find. Alex smiled. Maybe he's been on the run all these years. Sounds like a man Lucky would like to meet. So does she still throw her underwear at dangerous men? What? A surprised Kate asked. Never mind. Alex ate a spoonful of ice cream and looked over at Roosevelt Island. Adams followed his gaze. She finally said, So would you care to talk about it? Bartenders are great listeners. Alex motioned her to join him on a bench near the riverfront. He said, Okay, here's what's bugging me. The guy swims to the island and shoots himself. Does that sound likely? Well, it was the island where he and his fiancée went on their first date. Right. But why swim to the island? Why not just drive to it or walk? There's a footbridge that crosses over the parkway and empties right into the parking lot of the island, and so does a bike trail. Then you jump the gate, go over to the island, get stoned, and blow your brains out without schlepping through the Potomac. They found his car a good ways upriver, which means it was a long swim, in street clothes and shoes, and carrying a pistol in a plastic baggie. It's not like the guy was Mark Spitz or Michael Phelps. But his prints were on the gun. Kate retorted. Forcing someone's hand around a gun and pulling the trigger isn't that easy or smart to do. Alex conceded. The last thing you want is to put a gun in somebody's hand that you're trying to kill. But what if you got him drunk first? Alex pointed to his feet. And the bottoms of his shoes bothered me. How so? They had dirt on them, as you'd expect from walking through the brush, but there wasn't any dirt on the ground around him. You'd think that some of that red clay would have ended up on the stone pavers around him. And his clothes were too clean. If you'd hiked around that island, you'd have twigs and leaves stuck all over your clothes. There was nothing like that on him. And if he'd swum to the island, he would have had to trek through that bramble to get to the main trail. That doesn't make a lot of sense, Kate admitted. And the suicide note in his pocket? It was barely damp and the ink hadn't run. He probably carried it in the same plastic bag he used for the gun. Then why not leave it in the baggie? Why pull it out and put it in a soaking wet pocket that might cause the ink to run and the message to be lost? And while Johnson was wet when he was found, if he'd really swum all that way, I would have expected him to be soggier and grimier than we found him. I mean, the Potomac can get pretty foul around here. But he was wet. Yeah, but if you wanted it to seem like someone had swum all that way, what would you do? Kate thought for a moment. Dunk him in the water. Right, you dunk him in the water. And then there's motivation. No one I talked to knew anything about Johnson dealing drugs. Hell, his fiancée was so ticked she threatened to sue me for even suggesting it might be true. Like I always said, Secret Service doesn't miss the details. But come on, it's not like we're inherently better than the FBI with this stuff. They should have seen it too. I think there's a lot of pressure from up top to put this to rest the easy way. If someone brought him to the island and they didn't want to use a car for fear of being seen, what would they do? As they were talking, they saw a police boat slowly pass. Alex and Kate looked at each other and said together, "A boat!" "That's not something that's easy to hide," Alex said slowly. Kate looked up and down the waterfront. "I'm game if you are." They threw their ice cream containers in the trash and headed down to the water. It took them a solid hour, but they finally found it when Kate spotted a tip of the bow sticking out from the drainage ditch. "Good eyes," Alex complimented. She slipped off her sandals and Alex's shoes and socks. He rolled up his pants and they scrambled down there as a couple of passers-by watched curiously. Alex ran his gaze over the old wooden rowboat, stopping at one point and putting his face very near the hull. "That looks like a bullet hole." "And that could be blood," Kate said, pointing to a small dark patch near the gunwale. "Which doesn't make a lot of sense, unless they killed Johnson in the boat and then took him to the island. It was foggy that night, so I guess it could have been done without anyone seeing." "So what do you do with all this?" Kate asked. Alex rose and pondered this. "I'd like to see if the blood matches Patrick Johnson's or if it's someone else's. But if the director finds out I've been poking around this case again, I'm going to end up in a brand new service outpost in Siberia. That is, if he doesn't kill me with his bare hands." "I can nose around," Kate offered. "No, I don't want you anywhere near this. Some of the thoughts going through my head are downright scary. For now, we'll just have to leave it alone." Chapter 42. Captain Jack looked at the note that had just been delivered. The message was coded, but he'd memorized the key and quickly deciphered it. It was hardly good news. "Gray met with me today. He accessed some files, but I can't find out which ones because he put an override on. He mentioned the resurrection of the dead to me personally. I discovered he made the same statement to other senior people here. He's obviously fishing to see who'd jump at the bait. That's why I sent this by courier. Go ahead with plans. I will hold down this end. Communicate via Charlie 1 from now on." The problem with trying to communicate in this day and age was that it was virtually impossible to do so in secret if you used modern technology. Spy satellites were everywhere, and faxes, computers, cell and hardline phones, and emails were all potentially monitored. It was no wonder terrorists had resorted to couriers and handwritten messages. Ironic that modern surveillance technology was driving them all back to the Stone Age. Charlie 1 was simple to use. Coded messages on paper delivered by a trusted messenger with the paper destroyed after being read. The Secret Service advance team would be arriving in Brennan very soon. Shortly after that, the president would fly into Pittsburgh on Air Force One, and the most heavily guarded motorcade in history would make its way to Brennan. There they would be confronted by what some would consider a ragtag army of mostly 40-something men and one young woman. Yet Captain Jack would bet on his crew. He took his lighter and burned the letter to ash. After she'd said her final prayer of the day, Jamila stood in front of her bathroom mirror and studied her features. Today was her 24th birthday. However, she thought she looked older than that. The last few years had not been kind to her. There had never been enough food and not enough clean water, and there were far too many nights of sleeping without a roof over her head. And bullets and bombs dropping all around you aged you faster than anything else. At least she now had enough to eat. America was the land of abundance, she'd often been told. They had so much, she thought, and it was hardly fair. It was said that there were homeless people here and children who went hungry, but she didn't believe that. It couldn't be possible. That was just American propaganda to make people pity them. Jamila swore in Arabic at this thought. Pity them? She was 24 years old, alone, and halfway around the world from where she belonged. Her family was all gone, murdered. She felt the lump in her throat growing, and a moment later she was choking back the tears. She quickly wet a towel and put it over her face, letting the cool fabric dry the tears. Recovered, she grabbed her purse and van keys and shut the door to her apartment, being careful to make sure it was securely locked. She had been told that there would always be one of Captain Jack's men watching her van wherever it was parked. They could not afford to let the vehicle be stolen. There was not time to get another one like it. Captain Jack was a strange man, she thought. An American who spoke fluent Arabic was not common. He seemed to know the customs and history of the Islamic world better than some Muslims. Jamila had been instructed that whatever he told her to do, she must obey. It had not seemed right at first, taking orders from an American, yet after meeting him in person, there was an aura of authority around the man that she couldn't deny. Driving her van around the area in the evening had become a ritual for Jamila. It was as much to unwind after a long day of playing nanny to 3 energetic boys as it was to commit to memory the various roads and shortcuts necessary to her task. She drove into downtown Brennan and passed by Mercy Hospital. Adnan al-Remi was not on duty, but Jamila wouldn't have known him if she saw him. In the same vein, she had no reason to look to the right and eye the apartment where at that moment a pair of camouflaged M50 sniper rifles were trained on the hospital as part of a practice round. Her path took her by the auto repair shop. Out of habit, she drove down the alley past a set of overhead doors situated there, their windows painted black. Her route on that day would take her through the southern tip of the downtown area, and then she would head west on the main road leading out of Brennan. In 30 minutes' time, her part would be over. She prayed to God that His wisdom and courage would guide her. She continued her trek and soon passed by the ceremonial grounds. All she knew was that the president of this country would be speaking here before a very large crowd. Other than that, the grassy piece of earth meant little to her. Her travels had taken her past the home of George and Lori Franklin, her employers. It was a very pretty home, if you liked the traditional architecture of America. But what Jamila enjoyed best about the Franklins' home was the backyard. It was full of green grass to run across and trees for climbing and places to hide when she was playing games with the boys. Having grown up in a desert climate, Jamila had to admit that America was a very beautiful country, at least on the outside. Jamila's route back to her apartment took her past the Franklin's house once more. As the van glided by, Jamila instinctively looked to the upper dormer windows where the 3 boys slept in 2 rooms. She had found herself becoming more and more attached to them. They were fine children who would no doubt grow up as haters of Islam, of all that she believed in. If she could only have them for real, she would teach them the truths. She would show them the real light of her faith and her world. They might find that the differences between them were far outweighed by their similarities. Jamila pulled the van to a stop as she thought about this. For so long, she'd been told that American and Islam were not capable of being reconciled. And yes, that must be true. They are destroying my country, she reminded herself. They are a violent nation with an army second to none. They took what they wanted, whether it was oil or lives. And yet, as she gazed around the peaceful neighborhood, all that was hard to imagine. Very hard. Alex looked around the interior of Kate Adams' home and liked very much what he was seeing. Things weren't too orderly, and there was clutter here and there. Alex himself was no neatnik, and doubted he could long stand the company of someone who was. And there were books everywhere, too, which was also a good thing. Never a reader in school, Alex had made up for that with a vengeance when he joined the service. Long plane flights allowed for plenty of time spent between the pages. And she obviously wasn't a snooty, high-browed reader. While many literary classics were tucked on shelves, Alex noted a healthy dose of commercial-grade fiction there as well. Family photos dotted tables and walls, and he took his time looking at Kate Adams as she evolved from a gangling, shy young girl into a lovely, confident woman. In one corner of the room that took up most of the first floor sat a black baby grand piano. When she came back downstairs from her bedroom, Kate had changed into jeans, a sweater, and was barefoot. "Sorry," she said. "I start to implode after a day in a dress and shoes." "Don't let the $1,000 suits and impeccable grooming fool you. I'm a jeans and t-shirt kind of guy myself." She laughed. "Beer? Always a good chaser to mocha mint ice cream." She pulled 2 Coronas from the fridge, cut up limes, and they sat on the couch that looked out into the rear grounds. She curled her legs up under her. "So, what's your next move?" He shrugged. "Not sure. Officially, I'm on White House protection detail, and I should be thankful for that. I mean, it's not like I did anything wrong during the investigation, but I sat in the director's office and refused a direct order from him to reveal the name of someone. I still can't believe I did that." "So was the old friend you told me about Oliver Stone?" He shot Kate a glance that answered the question for her. "How the hell did you figure that out? You're not the only person in the room with deductive powers." "Apparently not." He took a swig of beer and sat back against the cushions. "Like I said, I think at this point my hands are tied. How can I even tell them about finding the boat without revealing that I was doing the very thing the director ordered me not to do? If he finds out I'm history, I can't risk that." "I see your dilemma." She brushed against his shoulder as she set her beer down on the coffee table. That simple touch was like an electric spark shot through Alex's body. Kate sat down in front of the piano and started playing a piece that he recognized as Rhapsody on a theme of Paganini. It was clear that the woman was a highly skilled pianist. After a couple of minutes, he joined her on the bench and started tapping out a side melody. She said, "That's Ray Charles. I thought you were a guitar player." "My old man said, if you start with piano, you can play pretty much anything." "Wasn't Clint Eastwood a piano-playing Secret Service agent in that movie In the Line of Fire?" "Yep, with Rene Russo sitting next to him." "I'm sorry I'm no Rene Russo." "I'm no Clint Eastwood. And FYI, Rene Russo has nothing on you." "Liar." "I'm not the kind of guy to take my clothes off on a first date like Eastwood. Sorry," he added with a grin. She smirked at him. "Pity." "But that rule doesn't necessarily hold for the second date." "Oh, you're that confident there'll be a second one?" "Come on. I'm packing heat. I'm a lock, according to Lucky." He ran his fingers across the keys until they touched hers. The kiss that followed made the electrical spark Alex had felt before seem like a faint tickle. She kissed him one more time and then stood. "I know this is probably unfair, but I think your first date rule is a good one." She said this only half-heartedly, but then glanced away. "You don't give it away the first night, because they might not be back the second." He put his hand on her shoulder. "I'll be back any night you want me, Kate." "How about tomorrow?" she added. "If I can wait that long." Alex fired up his old Cherokee and drove off, his spirits soaring. He pulled off down the street, turned back onto 31st, and started the long, winding descent into the main drag of Georgetown. His first hint of trouble was when he tapped the brakes and they didn't respond. His second hint of coming disaster was when he punched them again and they sank to the floor, and he was rapidly gathering speed as the descent angle steepened. On top of that, there were parked cars on both sides of the street, and the asphalt here curved like a damn serpent. He fought the wheel and also tried the downshift to slow his momentum, neither of which did much. And then the headlights of another car cut through the darkness coming toward him. Oh, shit! He cut the wheel hard to the right, and the Cherokee slid between two parked cars, where a sturdy tree did what the brakes couldn't. The impact deployed the airbag, briefly stunning him. Alex pushed the bag away, undid his seatbelt, and staggered out of the car. He could taste blood on his lips, and his face was burning, probably from the airbag's hot gas. He sat on the curb, trying to catch his breath, and also trying not to be sick as the mocha mint ice cream and Corona ratcheted up his throat. The next thing he knew, someone was kneeling beside him. Alex started to say that he was okay when he froze. The hard, cold object was flush against his neck. His arm instinctively shot out and smashed into the person's knee, buckling it. The man yelled out in pain, but as Alex tried to get up, a searing blow caught him across the head. Then he heard footsteps running away and a car squeal off. Moments later, he understood the hasty retreat as other car lights appeared and people were surrounding him. "Are you all right?" they were asking him over and over. Alex could still feel the icy touch of the gun barrel against his neck. Then a thought hit him. His brakes! Alex pushed the people away and, ignoring the pain in his head, grabbed the flashlight out of the Cherokee and shone the light under his left front wheel well. It was all covered with brake fluid. Someone had tampered with his truck. Yet the only place they could have done that was at Kate's. Kate! He reached in his pocket for his cell phone. It wasn't there. He threw open the door to the wrecked Cherokee. His cell phone was on the floorboard, broken in half from the force of the collision. He screamed in fury. By now the people who'd come to his aid were backing away, their expressions fearful in the face of his bizarre behavior. Then one of them spotted it as he wheeled around and his jacket flew open. This person yelled, "He's got a gun!" On this, they all scattered like frightened pigeons. He started running after them. "I need your phone! Your phone!" he yelled, but they were already gone. Alex turned and started sprinting back up 31st Street. The blood was dripping down his shirt from his scalp wound, and his arms and legs felt disconnected from his body, but on he raced, up the steep incline until he felt his lungs would burst. He hit R Street and turned left, redoubling his speed, finding a reserve of energy and another gear he never knew he had. As the house came into view, he pulled out his gun. He slowed and crouched low as he slipped into the yard. The main house was dark. He made his way quietly to the garden gate leading to the backyard and the carriage house. The gate was locked, so he clambered over the fence. His feet touched the grass on the other side, and Alex squatted down to reconnoiter the area and catch his breath. His head was pounding, and his ears were ringing so badly he didn't know if he could even hear. He moved, crouching through the cover of the bushes toward the carriage house. There was a light on upstairs. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to stay calm as he gripped his cig. He inched forward, his eyes scanning the grounds through the bushes. If someone is out there drawing a bead. Then a light came on the first floor of the carriage house. Alex watched through a window as Kate came into his line of sight. Her hair was pulled back in a ponytail. She was still barefoot, but now wore only a long t-shirt. He inched forward some more as his gaze veered from Kate to the outside of the carriage house, to the line of bulky Leland cypresses that surrounded the rear grounds. If Alex were sniping, that's the spot he would have chosen. He took one more calming breath and went into pure protection mode. This meant his gaze was steady and moved in and out in grids, with Kate representing the center of his protection bubble. It was rumored that when Secret Service agents went into this groove, they could actually count the beats of a hummingbird's wings. That was ridiculous, of course, but all Alex wanted to do was prevent the lady from being hurt. All he wanted to do was see the gun before it fired. He'd had all those years of training to do this very thing. Please, God, let it be enough. And that's when he spotted it. Across the yard and to the right, behind a giant rhododendron, the almost invisible glint of a rifle's optics. He didn't hesitate. He brought his gun up and fired. It was a long shot for a handgun, but he didn't care if he hit the shooter. He just wanted to drive him away. He placed the shot directly behind the optics. As soon as he fired, the rifle barrel fully appeared, jerking upward and discharging. A split second later, Alex put 6 more bullets into the same area. Next, he heard Kate scream. Then the rifle disappeared, and he heard feet running hard away. Damn, he'd missed, but accomplished his goal just the same. Still, the bastard had gotten off a shot. Alex sprinted for the carriage house. Bursting through the door, he heard Kate scream again. She stopped when she saw him. He rushed to her, grabbed her around the waist, and pushed her to the floor, his body shielding hers. "Stay down. There's a shooter out there," he said into her ear. He wriggled forward on his belly and punched the light switch, plunging the carriage house into darkness. Then he crawled back to her. "Are you all right?" he asked frantically. "You're not shot?" "No," she whispered back. Then she felt his face. "My God, are you bleeding?" "I'm not shot. Someone used my head as an anvil." "Who did it?" "Don't know." He caught his breath and leaned his back against the stove, his gaze on the door, his hand clenched around his pistol. Kate crawled forward, reached up, and pulled a roll of paper towels off the counter. "Kate," he said harshly, "stay the hell down. The guy could still be out there." "You're bleeding," she said firmly. She reached up again and ran some water over a wad of the towels. She cleaned his face off and examined the lump on his head. "I can't believe it didn't knock you out." Fear is a great antidote to unconsciousness. "I didn't even hear your truck drive up." "My Cherokee was put out of commission, brake line cut. I had quite the roller coaster ride down 31st. "Then how'd you get back here?" "I ran." She looked astonished. "You ran? All that way?" "I figured the only place they could have tampered with my brakes was at your place. I had to get back here. I had to make sure you were okay." This came out in one long, breathless purge of his emotions. She stopped cleaning the blood off him, even as her mouth started trembling. Then Kate wrapped her arms around him, her face nestled against his neck. Alex put an arm around her. What a hell of a first date. Chapter 43. The Camel Club had walked back to Foggy Bottom and ridden the metro to Union Station, where they had some late dinner at the food court in the lower level and talked things over. Afterward, they went to the train station's parking garage to pick up their vehicles. Stone elected to ride in the sidecar with Reuben. He turned to Caleb and Milton, who were getting into the Malibu. "All right, you two can go to your condo, Caleb. I believe you'll be safe there, but please keep vigilant." "Wait a minute," Caleb said sharply. "Where are you and Reuben going?" Stone hesitated. "I'll just have Reuben drop me back at my cottage." Caleb scrutinized his friend. "You're lying. You're going to Percival, where that man lives." "Tyler Rinke," Milton stated, glaring at Stone. "You're going out there," Caleb continued. "And you don't want us along because you're afraid we might get in the way." "Consider, Caleb, that you and Milton don't really have any experience at this sort of thing, whereas Reuben and—" "I don't care," Caleb snapped. "We're going." "I'm afraid I can't allow that," Stone replied evenly. "If we're discovered, he'd have all 4 of us instead of simply 2. Caleb said with dignity, "Can't allow it. We are adults, Oliver, and full members of the Camel Club. And if you don't agree to let us go, I'll follow right behind you, blowing my horn the whole way, and let me tell you, my car's horn sounds like a damn cannon going off. And I've already located his house on my computer using MapQuest, Milton said. It's very difficult to find without precise directions, which I happen to have in my pocket. Stone looked at Caleb, Milton, and finally Reuben, who shrugged. All for one and one for all, Reuben said. Stone finally nodded, albeit grudgingly. Shouldn't we just take my car then? Caleb said. No, Stone replied as he eyed the motorcycle. I've actually grown fond of riding in this contraption, and it also might come in useful tonight. They headed west, picking up Route 7 in Virginia, heading northwest, passing very close to NIC headquarters as they zipped through Leesburg. A sign at one of the intersections indicated the direction and proximity of the intelligence center. It had always amazed Stone that there were actually signs to NSA, CIA, and other highly sensitive places, yet he supposed they had visitors too. Still, it certainly put a crimp in the secret part of the business. Rinky's place was very, very rural. They wound up and down back roads for a half hour after leaving Route 7, when Milton finally saw the route sign they wanted. He motioned for Caleb to pull off to the side of the road. Reuben slid in behind them, and he and Stone climbed off the motorcycle and joined them in the car. Milton said, His house is 0.2 of a mile up that road. I did a cross-search of other addresses up there. There aren't any. His house is the only one. Bloody isolated, Reuben said, looking around nervously. Stone commented, Murderers are notorious for wanting their privacy. So, what's the plan? Caleb asked. I want you and Milton to remain in the car. Oliver, Caleb argued immediately. Just hear me out, Caleb. I want you and Milton to remain in the car, but first we're going to drive up the road and see if anyone's home. If they are, we leave. If not, you and Milton will come back here and serve as our lookout. This is the only road in or out, correct, Milton? Yes. We'll communicate by cell phone. If you see anyone coming, call us immediately, and we'll take the necessary actions. What are you going to do? Caleb asked. Break into the man's house? You know, Oliver, he's probably got an alarm system, Reuben ventured. I would be surprised if he didn't. So how do we get in then? Reuben asked. Let me worry about that. The house was indeed dark and presumably empty, since there was no car visible and the house didn't have a garage. While Milton and Caleb stood guard in a hidden location near the entrance to the road, Reuben and Stone drove up on the Indian, parking it in a clump of trees behind the house and making their way on foot. It was a 2-story old clapboard with chipping white paint. Stone led Reuben to the rear. The door here was solid, but there was a window next to it. Stone peered through the window and motioned Reuben to look too. A greenish glow emanated from a new-looking object on the wall opposite the door. He's got a security system all right, Reuben muttered. Now what? Stone didn't answer him. He peered closer at the screen. We'll have to assume he has motion detectors. That complicates things. Suddenly, something flew at them from the inside of the house, accompanied by twin slashes of emerald. It hit the window and bounced off. Both men leaped back, and Reuben was already turned to run when Stone called out to him. It's all right, Reuben, Stone said. Mr. Rinky has a cat. His chest heaving, Reuben staggered back up to the window and looked through it. Peering back up at him was a black tabby with a white chest and huge luminous green eyes. The room they were looking into was the kitchen, and the cat had apparently launched itself from the countertop when it noticed their presence. Damn cat. I bet it's a female, Reuben said, grimacing. Why do you say that? Because women have always tried to give me heart attacks, that's why. Actually, the presence of the animal simplifies things greatly, Stone said. How the hell do you figure that? Security systems with motion detectors do not cohabit very well with cats. Reuben snapped his fingers. Pet corridors where the motion doesn't hit. Exactly. Stone was pulling something from his pocket. It was the black leather case he'd taken from his secret room. He unzipped it. Inside was a first-class burglary kit. Reuben stared at these felonious instruments and then looked up at his friend and said, "I don't want to know." The window to the kitchen was opened within 10 seconds. How'd you figure the window wasn't wired to the security system? Wired windows and a motion detector is a bit of overkill, Stone replied. And a house this old has plaster walls, which are very difficult to run wire through. I doubt our Mr. Rinky could justify the price. And I checked for a wireless security pod on the window before I jimmied it. Okay, Reuben demanded. I do want to know. How the hell do you know about stuff like wireless window security pods? Stone glanced at him with an innocent expression. The library is open to the public, Reuben. They climbed inside, and the cat met them immediately, rubbing up against their legs and waiting patiently to be stroked. All right, before we enter any room, we need to find the motion detector. Then I'll send the cat across the room, and we'll follow its lead, Stone said. Be prepared to crawl on your belly. Great! I might as well be back in Nam, Reuben groused. A half hour before Stone and Reuben broke into Tyler Rinky's house, the back door of Milton's place was forced open, and Warren Peters and Tyler Rinky slipped inside and shut the door behind them. It hadn't been that easy, since Milton had 6 locks on every door and all the windows were nailed shut, something the fire marshal doubtless would have disapproved of. They had already checked the power box going into the house for any signs of a security system and had found none. Rinky was limping from where Alex Ford had punched him in the knee, and there was a bullet hole in Warren Peters' coat sleeve where one of the Secret Service agent's shots had also found its mark. They'd stumbled upon the two when they went to Georgetown for another look at the boat, only to find that Ford and Adams had beaten them to it. Both men were furious about their failure to kill the pair, and it was fortunate indeed for Milton Farb that he wasn't at home right now. The two men pulled out their flashlights and started searching. Farb's place wasn't that large, but it was filled with books and expensive computer and video equipment for his web design business. Also located there was the one thing Rinky and Peters hadn't counted on: a wireless infrared surveillance system that looked like overhead track lighting. Located in each room, it was now recording their movements, and had also sounded a silent alarm to a security firm that Milton had hired because of several previous burglaries. The system ran off a regular household outlet with a battery backup. He'd stopped using a loud alarm because in his neighborhood the police took their time coming, and the alerted thieves had always been long gone before their arrival. As the pair searched the house, their amazement grew with each new discovery. "This guy's a freaking nutcase," Peter said as they explored the kitchen. The canned goods in the pantry were all neatly labeled and placed in excruciatingly precise order. The utensils hung from a rack on the wall arranged from largest to smallest. The pots and pans were organized the same way on a large rack over the stove. Even the oven mitts were lined up with precision, as were all the dishes in the cupboards. The place was a monument to fastidiousness of the most zealous kind. When they went upstairs and poked around Milton's bedroom and closet area, it was more of the same. Rinky came out of the master bathroom shaking his head. "You're not going to believe this. This bozo has torn off each sheet of the toilet paper and stacked them in a wicker box beside the toilet with instructions on disposal. I mean, what do you do with toilet paper except flush it?" In the bedroom closet, Peter said, "Yeah, well, come in here and tell me who puts their socks on hangers." A moment later, they were both staring at the socks and the tri-folded underwear and shirts that all hung on wooden hangers in precise order, with the shirts fully buttoned, including the cuffs, and they were organized by season. The men weren't guessing at this, as Milton had helpfully posted pictures depicting winter, summer, spring, and fall. Finding nothing useful in the master bedroom, the two NIC men slipped into the other room upstairs that had been fitted out as an office. They both were immediately drawn to Milton's desk, where every item there was laid at right angles to its neighbor. And finally, in this house of perfect order, they found something that they could actually use. It was in a box marked receipts on a shelf behind Milton's desk, and the receipts, they quickly determined, were divided by both month and product. From the box, Rinky plucked out a credit card slip that had a name on it. Chastity Hayes, Rinky read. Want to bet that's his girlfriend? If a guy like that can have a girlfriend. Each probably thinking the same thing, they shone their lights on the wall of Milton's office. The pictures there were arranged in a very elaborate configuration that Peters recognized first. It's a double helix. DNA. This guy is a total freak. Rinky's light flickered across one picture and then came back to it. Love Chastity. Rinky read at the bottom of the picture, which showed Chastity in a revealing bathing suit and blowing a kiss to the photographer, presumably Milton. That's his girlfriend? A stunned Rinky said, as he eyed a picture of Milton next to the one with Chastity in her bikini. How the hell does a geek like that get a chick like that? Nurturing instinct, Peters answered promptly. Some women love to play mother. Peters pulled out an electronic device that looked like a larger version of a BlackBerry and typed in the name Chastity Hayes. A minute later, 3 possibilities came up. Restricting his search to the Washington, D.C. area, Peters found Chastity Hayes, accountant, and the owner of a house in Chevy Chase, Maryland. In addition, it revealed her educational, medical, employment, and financial history. As Peters ran his gaze down the info pouring over his tiny screen, Rinky pointed a finger at one line. She was in a psych hospital for a while. I bet you she's OCD like Farb. At least we know where she lives. And if Farb isn't here... Peters glanced once more at the photo of the lovely Chastity. Chances are he's there, because that's where I'd be sleeping if I were him. The noise in the back of the house froze them both. They were footsteps, and then they heard a groan and a thudding sound. They pulled their guns and moved in the direction of those noises. When they reached the kitchen, they saw it. The man was on the floor, unconscious. They both started when they saw the uniform. Rental cop, Rinky said finally. We must have tripped some alarm. Yeah, but who the hell knocked him out? They looked around nervously. Let's get out of here, Rinky whispered. They slipped out the back of the house and soon reached their car a block over. Do we hit the chick tonight? Peters asked. No, you don't, a voice said, causing both of them to jump. They turned and saw Tom Hemingway rising from the back seat. He did not look very happy. You've had a singularly unproductive night, he began ominously. You followed us here? Peters asked in a small voice that broke slightly. After your last report of screwing up, what exactly did you expect me to do? So you did the rental cop? Is he dead? Rinky asked. Hemingway ignored him. Let me impress upon both of you once more the seriousness of what we're trying to accomplish here. I have an army working their asses off just north of here, doing far more than either of you have been asked to do. And unlike them, you two are being paid very well. And they've made no mistakes whatsoever. He stared at them so intensely that both men held their breaths. Maybe what happened tonight was just a string of bad luck. But going forward, I will make no more allowances for bad luck. What do you want us to do now? Rinky asked nervously. Go home and get some rest. You'll need it. He held out his hand. Give me the receipt with the woman's name on it. How did you... Rinky began. However, Hemingway looked at him with such disdain that Rinky closed his mouth and passed the paper over. In a few seconds, Hemingway had disappeared. Both men sat back in their car seats and let out deep breaths. Peter said, "That guy scares the complete and total shit out of me." Rinky nodded. "He was a legend at CIA. Even the drug guys in Colombia were scared to death of him. Nobody ever saw him coming in or going out." He paused. "I've watched him working out at the gym at NIC. He looks like he's carved out of granite, and he's quick as a cat. And he's destroyed 2 75-pound body bags with just his hands. They won't even let him use his legs on the heavy bags anymore, because he was breaking them with just one kick." "So what now?" Peters asked. "You heard the man. We get some rest. After 3 close shaves tonight, we don't need a 4th. You can crash at my place." Chapter 44. After what he'd seen at Arlington Cemetery, Gray had gone directly to CIA headquarters at Langley. Inside this facility was a room that only current and former CIA directors were allowed to enter. Each director could access documents and other materials that pertained to missions he was involved in while at the agency. They were held in vaults that contained large safe deposit-style boxes. Because of the secrets housed here, it was the most heavily guarded room at Langley. Gray put his hand on a biometric reader in front of the vault door that was labeled with his name. The door slid open and Gray entered, taking out his keys. He knew exactly the box he wanted, number 10. He unlocked it and drew out the contents, sat down, and spread the materials out on a desk kept in the vault. The file he was perusing was officially marked JC. Those 2 initials could stand for many things, including Jesus Christ. However, they didn't refer to the Son of God, but were simply the initials of a remarkable flesh-and-blood man named John Carr. As Gray read through the exploits of Carr's career at the CIA, his head continued to shake in absolute amazement at what the man had accomplished and survived. Although it could be argued that the world was a more dangerous place now, it was not appreciably more perilous currently than when John Carr worked for the agency. As Gray came to the last pages of John Carr's career at Langley, it ended the way it had meant to end, with burial at Arlington Cemetery with full military honors, although John Carr had not technically worked for the Army for years and had not died in a uniform. After that, his entire past had been wiped clean from every record in the United States. Gray had seen to that personally, based on orders from the highest level at the CIA. And though John Carr wasn't buried in that grave, he was still supposed to be dead. The initial hit on him killed only his wife. But there had been another attempt deemed successful, though no body had been recovered. It was presumably in the bellies of fish in the middle of the ocean. Perhaps Gray was simply jumping to conclusions. The man he'd seen was thin and seemingly frail. Could that be the mighty John Carr? The years could take their toll, but still, with a man like Carr, Gray figured age would simply bounce off him. Yet the man had been standing directly in front of the grave marked for John Carr. And hadn't he managed to disappear, much like the legendary Carr made a career out of doing? Gray's pulse accelerated as he thought how close he'd possibly been to a man who'd been betrayed by his country. And not just any man, but a man who in his time was the perfect killing machine for the United States government. Until, that is, he became a liability, as such men often did. Carter Gray put away the box and left the room of old secrets with a curious emotion filling his chest. Carter Gray feared a dead man, who inexplicably might still be among the living. Later, back at his home, Gray lit the candles in his bedroom as he kept glancing at the photos on his mantel. In a few minutes it would be midnight, and September 11th would be with him again. He sat in the chair next to his bed and opened his Bible. Carter Gray had been baptized a Catholic, had dutifully performed his first communion at age 7 and his confirmation at age 13, and had even been an altar boy. Since reaching adulthood, however, he had never once set foot inside a church, unless it was for some political function. With his occupation, religion had never seemed to be that relevant. However, His wife had been a devout Catholic, and their daughter Maggie had been raised in that faith. Now, with both of them gone, Gray had taken up reading the Bible. It wasn't for his salvation, but as a way of picking up the banner for his fallen family, although he had to admit the words did give him some level of comfort. Tonight he read out loud some passages from Corinthians and another from Leviticus, and then ventured into the Psalms. It was now well past midnight, and he knelt down in front of the photos and performed his prayers, although they were more akin to conversations with his dead family. He almost always broke down and cried during this ritual. The tears felt deserved, and, in a sense, were healing. Yet as he sat back in his chair with his Bible, Gray's thoughts returned once more to a burial plot with an empty coffin. Is John Carr dead or alive? Tom Hemingway returned to his apartment, the receipt with the name Chastity Hayes safely in his pocket. He made his usual tea and drank it barefoot, standing by the window looking out onto the Capitol grounds. A lot had happened in the last 24 hours, and none of it positive from his perspective. His pathetic duo of Rinky and Peters had missed 2 targets tonight, and now Alex Ford and Kate Adams would no doubt go straight to their respective agencies and demand that full investigations move forward. Added to that was the fact that Carter Gray was talking about the resurrection of the dead. In Hemingway's mind, that was a clear reference to all the terrorists supposedly killed by their colleagues. That had prompted Hemingway's hurried message to Captain Jack. He turned from the window and looked at a portrait on the wall. It was a very good likeness of his father, the Honorable Franklin T. Hemingway, ambassador to some of the most difficult territories in the world of diplomacy. And his last post proved to be too violent even for him. A bullet in China ended the career of a man who had devoted his life to cobbling peace where none seemed possible. The son had not followed the father's footsteps, principally because Tom Hemingway didn't believe he possessed the necessary skills and qualities that went into a successful statesman. And back then, he was an angry young man. While that fury diminished over the years, it had never entirely gone away. Why should it? At his funeral, it was said by many distinguished voices from all over the world that Franklin Hemingway would be sorely missed as a global peacemaker. Hemingway still felt the loss of his mentor as strongly this minute as he had felt it the day an assassin's bullet ended his father's life. For him, time lessened nothing. It only intensified the sense of agony he'd carried with him, since learning that precious valiant heart had stopped beating. Chapter 45. Tyler Rinky's home was very sparsely furnished. Reuben and Stone crawled on their bellies to each room, hoping for anything that could be useful, but came away disappointed each time. They passed the front door, where another alarm code pad was mounted, and slithered up the stairs after the fat tabby. When they reached the bedroom, something caught Reuben's eye. "Our Mr. Rinky is a chopper pilot." He picked up the only picture on the nightstand. In it, Tyler Rinky was at the controls of a sleek black helicopter. "Any insignias on it?" Stone asked, as he searched other parts of the room. "Nope." Reuben put the picture back down after using a corner of the bedspread to wipe off any fingerprints. Stone had rummaged around in the closet and came out carrying a small box. "Financial records," he said in response to Reuben's questioning look. He took out a stack and started going through them, scanning each page. "Anything of interest?" Stone held up one page. "It seems this account is set up under a false name, although the address matches the house we're in. However, I'm afraid I have little experience with financial portfolios." "Let me take a look." Reuben spent some time going over the statements and some handwritten notes also contained in the batch. "It looks like Rinky, if this is his account statement, has recently bought an enormous long-put option on margin." "Long-put option on margin? What's that?" "Margin means he's borrowed money to purchase his position, and he has the option to sell the position at a certain level. According to these handwritten notes, he's essentially betting the farm that the S&P will take a dive. So it's like sell low and buy back high. That's not what you usually want, but in this case, you can make enormous amounts of money doing that very thing. And the amount at risk is far more than someone would make off a government salary. That's why it's on margin. I had no idea you knew so much about finances. Hey, a guy likes to take a plunge every now and then. And I don't plan on working on that damn loading dock until I croak, I can tell you that. But how would he know that it's going down? It's one thing to have inside info on one stock, but the whole market? Stone thought for a moment. But then again, the financial markets almost always drop in the face of an unforeseen catastrophe. What, like an earthquake? Rubin said. But also with man-made catastrophes. On 9/11, I recall they had to close the stock market and calm everyone down. Left to its own devices, the market would have plunged. It still went down when it reopened after 9/11. Unscrupulous people with advanced knowledge could have made a fortune. So maybe Rinky knows of a coming catastrophe? Rubin said nervously. Or else, he's helping create one, Stone replied. As soon as they saw the car approaching from their hiding place off the road, Milton got on his cell phone and called Rubin. Well, he attempted to call, but no ringing sound came. He looked at his cell phone and his heart sank. Caleb glanced at him as the headlights crept closer. Call them! There's no signal strength. What? There's no signal strength here. It must be a bad cell zone. I can't get through. Caleb pointed at the oncoming car. That is very likely a murderer in there. Caleb, there is nothing I can do. Damn these high-tech abominations, Caleb said angrily. They never work when you really need them to. The other car turned off the road and headed to Rinky's house. That's Tyler Rinky's car. I recognized it, Caleb said. I know. I did too, a panicked Milton added. What are we going to do? Caleb started the car. Well, I'm certainly not going to let them kill Oliver and Rubin while we just sit here with useless technology. Hold on! Milton braced himself as Caleb hit the gas and the Malibu sprang forward. They squealed back onto the road, where Caleb floored it and took the turn toward Rinky's house just barely on 4 wheels. As the Malibu flew forward, Caleb hit the horn. He hadn't been joking before to Stone. It was very loud, like a shriek and a train whistle rolled into one. Rinky glanced over his shoulder at the Malibu as it raced by honking its horn. He looked at Peters and muttered, Stupid high school kids joyriding. Happens all the time around here. Inside Rinky's house, both Stone and Rubin raced to the front bedroom window when they heard the car horn. That's when they saw the headlights turn into the drive. Oh, shit! That's Rinky, Rubin said. And his friend, Stone added, as the 2 men climbed out of the car. Then he glanced at the Malibu disappearing down the street. I told them to call us, not race around sounding like a banshee, Stone said irritably. They hurtled downstairs, and then, in the nick of time, Stone remembered and grabbed Rubin by the shirt an instant before he would have stepped into the infrared arc of the motion detector mounted by the front door. They crawled forward as they heard the front door being unlocked. They hit the kitchen as the front door opened and the beep started to sound. They were getting off the floor as they heard someone punching in the code and the beeps stopped. Okay, Stone whispered. The alarm's off, so we can open the back door. Rubin did so as quietly as possible, even as they heard a set of footsteps coming their way. They bolted out of the house, shutting the door behind them, and turned the corner of the house, and ran right into Warren Peters, who was pulling a trash can back behind the house. What the hell? Was as far as Peters got before Rubin's massive fist sent the NIC man flying head over heels backward. Stone and Rubin ran for the motorcycle. They were on it, and Reuben had kick-started the bike to life when Rinky, hearing all the commotion, came flying out of the house. He spotted Stone and Reuben, and his hand went inside his jacket as he ran forward. He had a clear line to shoot. What he didn't count on was a rusted Malibu going partially airborne, driven by a crazed rare book specialist with a terrified OCD genius counting madly in the co-pilot seat. "Holy Mother of God!" Milton screamed as Rinky went flying across the windshield, rolled off, and landed in a heap in the grass. Then Milton resumed his ritual counting. Peters had staggered to his feet by this time. However, Caleb, his mind and body seemingly possessed by the spirit of a youthful daredevil, rammed the Malibu into reverse, put the gas pedal to the floor, and sped backward, the wheels spitting gravel like machine gun bullets. Peters screamed as the car bore down on him. He got off one shot and dove out of the way. He was coming up for another attempt when the motorcycle flew past him. As Reuben drove, Stone was sitting on the lip of the sidecar, swinging his helmet by the strap. It caught Peters on the side of the head, and he went down for the count. It was a full 10 minutes before Peters and Rinky began to stir. By the time they'd regained consciousness, the Camel Club was long gone. Chapter 46. The authorities' response to what had happened to Alex Ford and Kate Adams was not exactly encouraging. According to the police, the brake line seemed to have popped all by itself. Not unusual for a vehicle that old, the police said. And there was no evidence of any shooter at Kate Adams' home other than what Alex had said he'd seen and heard. 2 of his bullets were found embedded in the fence behind where he shot. No other slugs were recovered. It was the next morning, and Alex was sitting in Jerry Sykes' office listening to the official version of last night's event. Sykes stopped pacing and looked at him. "The people who tried to help you after your accident reported you were acting in a bizarre manner and then you took off running. Alex, all this crap just isn't like you. Is there something going on in your life you want to talk about?" "Absolutely nothing, other than someone wanting me dead," Alex said stonily. Sykes dropped into his chair and picked up a mug of coffee. "Why in the hell would anyone want you dead?" "Some guy put a freaking gun to my head, Jerry. I didn't take the time to ask him why." "And nobody saw this guy except you. So again, I'm asking you, what happened between yesterday and today to make somebody want you dead?" Alex hesitated. He wanted to tell Sykes about the discovery of the boat, but figured that admitting he disobeyed another order from the director would be the end of his career. "I've got a lot of years of damn good service behind me. Why all of a sudden would I start making this sort of crap up?" "You put your finger on it. You've put in a lot of years. The director cut you a break yesterday. He could have canned your ass on the spot. Hell, I probably would have if I'd been in his shoes. Don't blow a gift from the top, Alex. You're not getting another one." "Fine. But can you at least put someone in Kate Adams' house? I didn't imagine that optics reflection." Sykes sat back. "I'll call the DC police and ask them to have a car make some extra rounds, but that's all, and consider that a gift." Sykes looked at his watch. "I've got a meeting, and I think you have a post to stand." "Right, in the White House," Alex said wearily. "No, actually, outside. You'll have to work your way back inside the place." The Camel Club held a hasty meeting at Caleb's condo early that morning. The first order of business was to congratulate the esteemed librarian and gutsy wheelman on his bravery. They had to wait a bit for that, however, as Caleb was in the bathroom, still throwing up after realizing just how close he'd come to dying. When Caleb finally emerged from the toilet, Stone said, "I would like the official record to reflect that Caleb Shaw has earned the deepest thanks of the entire Camel Club membership for his extraordinary bravery and ingenuity." A pale but smiling Caleb shook each of their hands. I'm not sure what came over me. I just knew that I had to do something. I've never been that scared since I was given the honor of handling Tocqueville's De la Démocratie en Amérique in its original paper wrappers. Reuben gave a fake tremble. Handling a Tocqueville gives me the piss shivers just thinking about it. However, we have to assume that Rinky and his partner have now made us, so to speak, Stone warned. I'm not so sure. I took my license plates off while we were watching the road, Caleb said as they all stared at him in surprise. After Milton got their license plate and ran it so easily, I was terrified they'd do the same if they saw mine, he explained. Just then, Milton's cell phone buzzed. Yes, he said. He listened for a bit and then clicked off and looked at the others. Someone broke into my house and knocked out the security guard who responded to the silent alarm. Was anything taken? Stone asked. Doesn't appear to be. However, I have surveillance devices disguised as track lighting throughout the place. The security company doesn't know about that. It would be very interesting to see who broke in, Stone remarked. I have to go there to check it. The DVD recorder is hidden behind my refrigerator. We'll have to chance it, Stone said. If it was Rinky and his colleague, it might give us the leverage we need. Reuben put a big arm around Caleb. Well, if those two show up again, they're going down for the count. Right, killer? His first day back on Presidential Protection Detail was a little awkward for Alex Ford. Everyone seemed to know that this reassignment was a demotion for the veteran agent. Still, they were cordial and professional with him. There was one good thing about being assigned to exterior White House duty. Alex could patrol Lafayette Park. However, Stone wasn't there, but Adelphia was. She was hovering in the middle of the park, shooting glances in the direction of Stone's tent. Hello, Adelphia, Alex said politely. I was just looking for Oliver. To his surprise, Adelphia's response was to burst into tears. That was something Alex had never seen the woman do before. Adelphia, what's the matter? She just covered her face with her hands. Alex moved over to her. Adelphia, what is it? Are you hurt or sick? She shook her head, then took a deep breath and uncovered her face. It is all right, she said. It is fine. Alex led her over to a bench. You're obviously not fine. Now tell me what's wrong. Maybe I can help. Adelphia took a series of replenishing breaths and then looked over at Stone's tent again. I know, lie to you. I am fine, Agent Ford. It's Ford, but if you're all right. Then he followed her gaze to Stone's tent. Has something happened to Oliver? He asked quickly. I not know that. I don't understand. Then why are you crying? She stared at him in a way she never had before. It wasn't her usual distrustful and surly expression. It was one of hopelessness. He trusts you. Oliver has said this to me. He say, Agent Ford is good man. I like and respect Oliver, too. He paused and then added, his face was bruised the last time I saw him. Does it have something to do with that? Adelphia nodded and told him of the encounter in the park. He took this finger, she said, holding up her middle finger, and he poke it in the man's side. And this giant of a man, he fall like baby. She drew a deep, troubled breath. And then Oliver, he pick up the knife and he hold it in a way. She shuddered. He hold it like he know well the knife. And I think he will cut the man's neck open like this. She made a slashing motion with her hand and then stopped. She stared at Alex with an expression of both sadness and relief. But he did not. He no cut the man. He leave when police come. Oliver no like police. And you haven't seen him since? She shook her head, and Alex sat back against the bench, letting this all sink in. "Hey, Ford!" a voice called out. Alex looked over at his supervisor. "You want to come back and join the party if it's not too much trouble?" the man said curtly. Alex jumped up. Before leaving, he turned to Adelphia. "If you see Oliver, tell him I want to talk to him." Adelphia didn't look very enthused about that. "I won't tell him you told me anything, I promise. I just need to see him." She finally nodded, and he raced off. Work in Brennan for the president's visit had accelerated, and Captain Jack was kept very busy. The vehicle being constructed in the garage was right on schedule, and the various wheelmen were ready. He hadn't visited the sniper's nest again. He didn't want to risk being seen going to the apartment too often. Captain Jack had spent time with Al-Remy and his colleague at the hospital while the two were off duty. There were no problems there. He had met once before with Jamila late last night, after she had made her nightly rounds of Brennan. He was still a bit concerned about her emotional makeup, but there was no time to substitute now. He reinforced the notion of how important her work was to the whole project, about how many men would be sacrificing their lives and how that sacrifice would be for naught if she failed. He would hold 2 more meetings before game day, one tonight, before the Secret Service advance team arrived in the morning. And as with the last group meeting, he would afterward meet with his North Korean counterpart to go over necessary details. However, Carter Gray was on the prowl. Actually, Captain Jack was a little surprised it had taken the old man this long to become suspicious. They had used every connection they had in the Muslim world to set up this operation. But Hemingway's plan was, in Captain Jack's mind, an ultimately futile exercise, although Tom Hemingway simply refused to see that. To Captain Jack's thinking, Hemingway's chief problem was he still believed in the good in people. That logic was inherently flawed, Captain Jack knew, because the people who really mattered didn't possess any goodness. With every mission he'd ever carried out, Captain Jack always allowed for contingencies, and this time was no exception. Following his old maxim had once again led him down the right path. It really was all about the money. In the rental space on the outskirts of town, the engineer and chemist were going over again the workings of the prosthetic hand with the ex-National Guardsman. He had gotten the maneuverings of the device down very well. They watched as he put his new hand through a series of grips, waves, and other exercises. Then he executed the water bag implement flawlessly. Before leaving, he thanked them both. Afterward, the men packed up a duffel bag and headed into town, where they ran errands at a half-dozen businesses along the town center. At each place, they left a little present. These presents would further help lay a place in history for Brennan, Pennsylvania, although certainly not one the townspeople would have wanted. Chapter 47. Alex found out later that day he'd been assigned to the advance team for the Brennan event. This thoroughly ticked him off, because it meant time away from Kate. However, it wasn't as if he could complain. He was barely hanging on to his service pension as it was. Indeed, Alex sensed that he'd be sent to every bump-in-the-road campaign outpost Brennan was targeting on his re-election charge across America. He'd be a zombie by the time it was over. He and Kate met at a restaurant in DuPont Circle. She'd rebounded well from the frightening events of the previous night and was now determined to get to the truth. That spunk drew both admiration and terror from Alex. "I understand how you feel, Kate, but don't get carried away. These guys have guns, and they're obviously not afraid to use them." "More reason to get them off the streets," she said determinedly. "So when do you leave for Brennan?" "Crack of dawn. It's a short flight, but there's a lot to do. Advance teams do the heavy lifting that keeps the president safe, but it's killing me that I won't be around here in case you need me." She put her hand over his. "Well, for what it's worth, I thought you were pretty damn terrific last night." Right as she said these words, their young waiter stopped by with their meals and overheard them. Obviously misinterpreting the import of her words, he gave Alex a wink and a smile. As they ate, Kate asked, "So any new developments?" "Just one." He told her about his conversation with Adelphia about Stone. "You said Stone didn't have a past that you could find, and yet based on what Adelphia saw, he definitely has a past, maybe a pretty interesting one." Alex nodded and then looked thoughtful. "What do you say after we eat, we take a little stroll over to 16th in Pennsylvania? I hear that's a really nice place. Think you can get me in?" "Right now, I'm not sure they'd let me in. But I was talking about the 16th in Pennsylvania on the other side of the street." 45 minutes later, the two arrived at Lafayette Park. "Doesn't look like he's there," Alex observed as he stared at Stone's darkened tent. This was confirmed moments later when they opened the tent and saw it was empty. "So you have another address for the man?" Kate asked. "Actually, I do." 20 minutes later, Alex pulled his car to the curb outside Mount Zion Cemetery. A light was on in the caretaker's cottage. "He lives here?" Kate asked. "At a cemetery?" "What'd you expect? A penthouse near the MCI Center?" The gate to the cemetery was locked, but Alex boosted Kate over and then scaled the fence, landing next to her. When he answered their knock, Stone couldn't hide his surprise. "Alex," he said, and then glanced curiously at Alex's companion. "Hello, Oliver. This is my friend, Kate Adams. She's a lawyer at Justice, and the best bartender anyone could want." "Miss Adams, it's very nice to meet you," Stone said, shaking her hand. He looked questioningly at Alex again. "We just thought we'd drop by to see you," Alex said. "I see. Well, please come in." Stone didn't ask how Alex knew where he lived. He let them into the cottage and then poured out some coffee he'd made while they looked around. Kate leafed through a book she pulled from the shelf. "Have you read all these, Oliver?" she asked. "Yes," he said, "though most of them not more than twice, I'm afraid. Unfortunately, there's never enough time to read as much as one would want." She eyed Alex. "Solzhenitsyn, no lightweight stuff." "I think I read the Cliff Notes on him in college," Alex said. She held out the book. "Yeah, but in Russian?" Stone came out of the kitchen carrying 2 cups of coffee. "I like your home, Oliver," she said. "It's how I'd envision a college professor's place to look." "Yes, untidy, dusty, rumpled, and full of old books." Stone glanced at Alex. "I understand you're on the advance team to Brennan, Pennsylvania." Alex gaped. "How the hell did you know that?" "White House detail can often be very tedious, and people pass the time by talking shop. And voices carry amazingly there, if one is actually listening, which I'm afraid that few people really do anymore." Kate smiled at Stone as they all sat down in chairs around the fireplace. "Alex said you were quite extraordinary, Oliver, and I've found I can thoroughly rely on his opinion of people." "Well, Miss Adams, I can assure you that Alex is truly special." "Please call me Kate." "Yeah, and if I get any more special," Alex said, "I'll be pumping gas for a living." He glanced at Stone. "Your face looks like it's healing." "It was nothing to begin with. A little ice. I've suffered worse." "Really? Care to talk about it?" Alex said. "You would find such a discussion terribly boring, I'm afraid." "Try me," Alex said pointedly. A voice reached them from the street. They all got up and went to the door. There was Adelphia standing outside the locked gates calling to Stone. "Adelphia?" Stone quickly went and let her in. After they'd settled back around the fireplace, Stone introduced Adelphia to Kate Adams. Kate put out her hand, but Adelphia simply nodded at her. The woman had obviously not planned on Stone having any company. "I didn't know you knew where I lived, Adelphia," Stone said. "You know where I live. It work both way," she snapped. Suitably rebuked, Stone sat back in his chair and stared at his hands. Oliver was just telling us that his face is much better, Alex said quickly, giving the woman what he hoped would be a clear segue into her concerns. However, Adelphia said nothing, and there was another awkward silence until Kate remarked, I actually knew one of the attorneys from the ACLU who worked on your relocation case in Lafayette Park. He said it was a tough battle. I believe the Secret Service were very aggressive in not wanting us back for security purposes. Stone agreed. Adelphia suddenly broke in. But then the rights of people, they win out. People here have good rights. That is why this country is great country. Stone nodded in agreement. Yes, Adelphia continued. My friend Oliver, he has sign. It say, I want truth. Don't we all? Kate said with a smile. But sometime truth, it must come from inside a person, Adelphia said forcefully, as she touched her chest. One who asks for truth, they too must be truthful. Is this not so? She looked around the group as she said this. Stone was clearly uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. He responded slowly. The truth comes in many different shapes, but sometimes, even when the truth is staring someone in the face, he fails to see it. He abruptly stood. Now, if you'll excuse me, I actually have someplace I have to be. It's pretty late, Oliver, Alex said. Yes, it is late, and I hadn't anticipated visitors tonight. His meaning was clear. They all stood and hurriedly walked out with mumbled goodbyes. Alex and Kate gave Adelphia a lift back to her apartment. From the back seat, she said, He is in trouble. I know that this is true. What makes you so sure? Alex asked. He come by the park today with his friend, the giant one. He on a motorcycle, riding in a sidecar. She added this last in a tone implying that doing such was a criminal act. A giant man? Oh, you mean Reuben, Alex clarified. Yes, Reuben. I not like him much. He has, how you say, the shifty pants. You mean shifty eyes? Alex corrected. No, I mean the shifty pants. It's okay, Adelphia, Kate said. I know exactly what you mean. Adelphia shot her an appreciative look. But you still haven't told us why you think he's in trouble. Alex said, It is everything. He is not same. Something troubles him much. I tried to talk to him, but he will not speak. He will not. Alex looked at her, puzzled by the intensity of her response, and his suspicions were suddenly engaged. Adelphia, is there something else you want to tell us? She looked terrified for an instant and then assumed an expression of deep offense. What do you say, that I lie? No, that's not what I meant. I am no liar. I try to do good, that is all. I'm not, she cut him off. I no talk anymore. I no tell you more lies. They were stopped at a light. She jerked open the door, got out, and stalked off. Adelphia, Alex called after her. Kate said, Better let her cool off a while. She'll come around soon enough. I don't have time for that. I leave tomorrow morning. And tomorrow is when I start my vacation. What? When did that happen? After last night, I needed some time off, so I'm taking a week. Maybe I'll come up to see you in Brennan. I hear it's a real happening place. It's probably a cow pasture where a president happened to be born. And maybe I'll have some time to check out your Mr. Stone and his friends. He looked at her in alarm. Kate, I don't think that's a great idea. Or I can start trying to find the people who wanted us dead. It's your call. He put up his hands in mock surrender. Okay. Go after Oliver Stone and Company. Damn. Talk about the lesser of two evils. Aye, sir, she said, giving him a salute. Chapter 48. The Secret Service advance team touched down in Pittsburgh at 7 a.m., and the equivalent of a small army rolled off the planes and headed directly to Brennan. The president traveled hundreds of times each year, and at least several days before he got to a particular location, the Secret Service sent a regiment of agents who would spend collectively thousands of hours checking every conceivable detail to ensure that the trip would be uneventful from a security standpoint. Since the president had numerous trips planned in his campaign and would hop from one state to another, there were multiple advance teams out in the field, which had stretched the service's manpower. Normally, an advance team would have a full week to do its work, but because of the number of events President Brennan had booked in the campaign, the service had to prioritize. Events deemed lower risk were allotted less advance time. With higher risk events, the service had its usual week to prepare. The Brennan, Pennsylvania event had been deemed low risk for a number of factors. Of course, what that meant for Alex Ford and the rest of the advance team was that they would have to cram a week's worth of work into a few days. The service set up shop at the largest hotel in Brennan, taking over an entire floor. It had been renamed the Sir James in honor of the president's first name. That had caused about 10 minutes of funny one-liners from the field agents, until their leaders came within earshot. One room became the communications center and was consequently stripped of all furniture and completely debugged. From this point until the service left, there'd be no room service or maids allowed there. That afternoon, the service met with members of the local police forces. As Alex watched, the lead advance agent faced the cadre of law enforcement officers while briefing books were handed out. "Just remember," he warned, "in another room near here, there may be a group of people planning to do the exact opposite of what we're trying to accomplish." Alex had heard this spiel many times, but as he looked around the room, he couldn't believe that many of those present were buying the line. Still, Alex, with all his experience, discounted nothing. Secret Service agents were paranoid by nature. While Brennan didn't look like a potential trouble spot, no one had expected Bobby Kennedy to be shot in the kitchen of a hotel. James Garfield bought it at a train station. William McKinley went down at a rope line after having been shot by a man who wrapped his revolver inside a bandage. Lincoln was gunned down in a theater, and JFK in his open limo. Not on my watch, Alex kept telling himself. Not on my watch. Potential motorcade routes from the airport to the ceremonial grounds were discussed, and possible trouble spots with each were considered. Then the group broke into smaller units, and Alex found himself asking the usual questions of the local law enforcement. Had gun sales peaked? Were any police uniforms missing? Were there any local threats against the president? What were the locations of the nearest hospitals and potential safe houses? After that, they drove out to the site. Alex walked the ceremonial grounds and helped establish sniper posts. He eyed the area, locating what the service referred to as the assassin's funnel. You had to think like a killer. Where, how, and when could the person be expected to strike? The stage was finished, and a work crew was putting the finishing touches on lighting and sound, and the 2 giant TV screens that would allow the crowd to see the president up close, at least digitally. To Alex's experienced eye, the place looked reasonably doable from a protection point of view. The single entry and exit for vehicular traffic was both bad and good for obvious reasons. Still, the president wouldn't be here that long, 2 hours tops. As Alex drove back into Brennan, he looked around the small town. It had long been a service myth that the best time to rob a bank was when the president was in town, because every cop within 20 miles would be watching him and not the townspeople's money. Alex had a feeling that adage would be pretty accurate here. There were no cops anywhere. Back in his hotel room, Alex decided to go for a run. He'd gone through college on a track scholarship, and, despite his neck injury, he ran whenever he could. It was one of the few things keeping him from feeling totally washed up physically. He hit the main street and headed east, past the hospital, and then turned left and picked up his pace as he headed north. A van passed him. He had no reason to look over and didn't. He wouldn't have recognized the woman anyway. Nor did Jamila look in his direction as she drove by with the 3 boys in the back. Next, Alex passed an auto repair facility with its blacked-out windows. Hidden behind them was a lot of work going on as a new vehicle was fashioned. If Alex had been aware of the plot, he would have charged into the garage and arrested everyone there. But he wasn't aware, so he just kept jogging. Indeed, the downtown area of Brennan held little interest for Alex because the president would never be coming here. The ceremony at the dedication grounds would constitute the entire program. After he'd showered back at his hotel room, Alex went to volunteer for another chunk of work that night. Might as well do all he could to get back into the service's good graces. While Alex was working away up in Brennan, Kate was busy too. She'd risen very early that day and eaten breakfast with Lucky. She asked the older woman a favor, which Lucky quickly granted. After that, Kate had gone to the carriage house, sat down at her small desk, and planned out her attack on Oliver Stone. Alex had said that he'd run Stone's prints through all the usual databases and come up with zilch. To Kate, that could only mean one of 2 things. Either the man had never held a position requiring a fingerprint check, or else his identity had been erased from those databases so completely that whoever Oliver Stone really was had ceased to exist. She wrote down some possible lines of inquiries and then mapped out her strategy in the same manner she would a legal case. Satisfied, she quickly showered and headed out. A little later, she parked as close to Mount Zion Cemetery as she could and then waited. It was only 7:30 in the morning, but as she watched, Stone emerged from his cottage and headed off down the street. Kate ducked down in her car so he couldn't see her. When he was almost out of sight, a surprising thing happened. Adelphia came out from behind some parked cars on Q Street and started following Stone. Kate thought for a moment and then put the car in gear. She quickly caught up to Adelphia and rolled down her window. At first, Adelphia pretended not to know who she was, but Kate persisted, and Adelphia finally said self-consciously, "Oh, yes, it is you, I know now." Then she cast an anxious glance in Stone's direction. He was almost out of sight. "Do you have somewhere to go?" Kate asked, following her gaze. "It is nowhere I have to go," Adelphia said curtly. "I am free to do nothing." "Then how about I buy you a cup of coffee? Alex told me that you like coffee." "It is my own cafe I can buy. I earn living. I no need charity." "I was just being friendly. Friends do that, you know. Like when Oliver helped you in the park when that man attacked you." Adelphia looked at her suspiciously. "How is all this you know?" "Adelphia, you're not the only one worried about Oliver. Alex is too, and I'm trying to help him while he's out of town. Now please, come and have a cup of coffee with me. Please?" "Why you help Agent Fort?" she asked suspiciously. "Woman to woman? Because I care about him, just like I know you care about Oliver." At these words, Adelphia looked once more in the direction of Stone, started to sniffle a little, got in the car, and allowed Kate to buy her coffee at a nearby Starbucks. "So, what is it that you do?" Adelphia said. "I work for the Department of Justice." "So that is what you do? Make the justice?" "I'd like to think so. At least I try." "In my country for years, no, for decades, we have no justice. We have Soviets telling us what to do. Whether we can breathe air or not, they tell us. It is hell." "I'm sure it was awful." "Then I come to this country, get job, have good life." Kate hesitated, but then couldn't help herself. "So how'd you end up in Lafayette Park?" At first, Adelphia got an obstinate look on her face, but that dissolved quickly. Her voice trembling, she said, "No one asked me that before. Just you now. All these years, and just you now ask me this. I realize you don't know me very well, and you don't have to answer. It is good thing I no want to talk about it. I no want to. They both sipped their coffees for a bit longer. Finally, Adelphia said, "You're right. I worry sick about Oliver. He a troubled man. I know this." "And how do you know?" Adelphia reached in her sleeve and drew out a handkerchief to wipe her eyes. "I watched the TV the other night. I never watch the TV. I never read the newspapers. Do you know why I never do these things?" Kate shook her head. "Because they are lies. Filled with lies they are." "But you said you did see the TV." "Yes, the news, it is on, and then I see it." "What did you see?" Adelphia suddenly looked frightened, as though she had said far too much. "No, it is not thing I can say. It is not right for me to say. You are lawyer, you work for government. I no want to get Oliver in trouble." "Adelphia, do you think Oliver did something wrong?" No, it's not this I think. I tell you, he is good man." "Okay, then he has nothing to worry about from the government. Or me." Still, Adelphia didn't say anything. "Adelphia, if you're really concerned about Oliver, let me help. You can't follow him everywhere to make sure he's okay." Finally, Adelphia sighed and patted Kate's hand. "It is right what you say. I will tell." Marshalling herself, she said, "On TV, I see that there is body of a man found on that island in river." "Roosevelt Island," Kate said quickly. "That is one. But what does that have to do with Oliver?" "Well, you see, I want to take the cafe with Oliver, but he has meeting to go to." "Meeting? What sort of meeting?" "Ah, that is what I say. What sort of meeting in middle of night? But off he go. Now me, I am angry with this meeting and no cafe. So I pretend to go away, but I see him get in cab, and I get in cab too. I have money. I too can take cab." Of course, Kate said. "What happened next?" "I follow him to Georgetown. He get out, so I get out. He walk to river. I walk to river. And then I see his friends he meet with. I see what they do." "What?" Kate said it so loudly that she startled Adelphia. "They get in old boat and they row out to island. That is what they do." "And then what did you do?" "I take cab and go back. I not wait for them. And I not swim to island. I go back in cab, I get my cafe, and I see Agent Fort when he come by for Oliver." Adelphia started to tear up. "And then I see a TV, and dead man." "And you're sure it was the same night?" "They say on TV, it is same night." "Adelphia, you say you don't believe that Oliver did anything wrong, and yet you saw them row out to that island, and then a man was killed there." "They say he killed by gun. Oliver no has gun." "You can't be sure of that. And what about the others, his friends?" Adelphia laughed. "I know these men. Except for the big one, they are little frightened mice. One, he work at library. He love books. He has brought me some. The other one, he checks things." "Checks things?" "You know, he counts and hums and whistles and grunts. I know not what it was, but Oliver say it to me. He call it OD, something like that." "OCD?" "That is it." "Do you know their names, the friends?" "Oh, yes, this I know. The bookman, his name is Caleb Shaw. Sometime he dress in old clothes. Oliver say it is hobby. I say little bookman, he is crazy." "And the others?" "The counting one, he is Milton Farb. He is smart, that one. He tell me things about the world I not know." "And you mentioned the big one." "Yes, Shifty Pants. His name is Reuben Rhodes. Rhodes, like in Greece, is how I remember. So what do you think happened on that island if none of them killed the man? Do you not know? Adelphia said breathlessly. She lowered her voice and said, It is they see who did it. They see killer. Kate sat back against the bench. Her first thought was she had to tell Alex about all this. But then she wondered if that would be wise. Doubtless, his first reaction would be to come back. That would get him in even more trouble with the service, and she didn't know if anything Adelphia was telling her was true. She had a sudden thought. Adelphia, would you mind coming with me to look at something? Where? Adelphia asked suspiciously. It's nearby. I promise it won't take long. Adelphia reluctantly agreed, and they drove to a parking lot near the Georgetown waterfront. Kate said, Can you describe this boat you saw them in? It was long, about 12 feet maybe, and old, it all rotted. They take it from old junkyard down that way, she added, pointing south. Kate led her over to the river wall. I want you to stay here. She slipped down some rocks located to the side of the seawall and reached the drainage port. If you lean over a little, I think you can see it all right. She pulled some brush out of the way, exposing the bow as Adelphia leaned over. Is this the boat you saw them in? Yes, that is boat. Oh my God. Chapter 49. Oliver Stone waited outside the high-rise condo building, watching well-dressed people emerge from the building and head off, probably to work, given the number of briefcases he saw. And then she came out. Jackie Simpson carried only a small purse over her shoulder. She didn't look at Stone as she passed by. He waited a suitable time and followed her. His strides were long and hers short, so he had to constantly slow down. A couple of times he thought about approaching her, but both times something happened which had never happened to him before. He lost his nerve. However, when she stopped to buy a newspaper from a box, she spilled her change. He rushed to help her, laying the coins in her outstretched palm. His breath quickened when he saw it, but he merely smiled when she thanked him and walked off. When she arrived at WFO, he stopped and watched her go in the building. Petite, olive complexion, and an attitude. He'd known a woman just like that once. He turned and headed to a metro station. He had a very important meeting to go to. Emerging from the subway at an agreed-upon spot, he found the other members of the club waiting for him. They had decided that the safest way for Milton to retrieve his record of the break-in was to be escorted to his house by the security firm that had responded to the silent alarm. Arrangements were made, and Milton, followed at a discreet distance by the rest of the Camel Club in Caleb's Malibu, met 2 guards near his home, and the 3 men went in together. About 30 minutes later, Milton joined up with his friends, and they sat in Caleb's car. Stone said, "Did you get it?" Milton nodded and slipped a DVD out of his knapsack. "It was activated, so presumably there's something on it." He popped it in his laptop, and a minute later, they were looking at the darkened interior of Milton's house. "There," Stone said, pointing at a man coming around the corner. "That's Rinky," Caleb exclaimed. "And there's his confederate," Reuben added. "The one you nailed with the helmet, Oliver." They continued to watch, seeing the pair move stealthily from room to room. "My God, Milton," Reuben said sarcastically. "You're quite the messy Marvin at home, aren't you?" "What's he pulling out of that bin?" Caleb asked. Milton ran that part again. "That looks like my receipt box, but I can't see what the paper is." "Look, there's the security guard," Stone said. They watched as the man advanced, and then something flew out of the darkness at him, and he crumpled. "What the hell was that?" Reuben asked. "A man in a mask," Stone said. At least one of them had the good sense to burglarize the place without showing his face. But it wasn't Rinky and the other guy, Milton said. Which clearly means there's someone else, Stone said slowly. But this tape gives us the leverage that we... He was cut off by the buzzing of Milton's cell phone. Milton answered, "Oh, hi, Chastity." Then his expression changed in a hurry. "What? Oh my God! What are you talking about?" Stone ripped the phone from his friend. "Chastity!" However, it was a man's voice on the line. "I think under the circumstances that we can call it even right now. So long as you don't act, neither will we." The phone went dead. Stone looked at the panicked Milton, who had tears welling into his eyes. "I'm sorry, Milton." Kate had spent the next morning and afternoon researching Milton Farb, Reuben Rhodes, and Caleb Shaw. She'd also gone on Google and found some material on Milton and his Jeopardy stint. However, Oliver Stone remained an enigma. Kate was certain of one thing. She believed the men had seen who killed Patrick Johnson. The bullet hole and blood on the boat seemed to indicate that they'd almost lost their lives as well. Armed with her newfound knowledge, she went back to Mount Zion Cemetery that afternoon and was fortunate to find Stone working in the grounds. "Hello, Oliver. Kate Adams. We met briefly the other night." "I remember," he said curtly. "Are you okay? You look worried." "Nothing too important." "Well, as you know, Alex is out of town, and I hope you don't think it's too forward of me, but I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight." "To dinner?" Stone looked at her as though she were speaking a language he was not familiar with. "At my house. Well, not exactly my house. I live in the carriage house. It's actually Lucille Whitney Houseman's home in Georgetown. Do you know her?" "I'm afraid I haven't had the pleasure," he said distractedly. "And I wanted to invite Adelphia and your other friends." Stone threw some weeds in a garbage bag. "That's very nice, but I'm afraid..." He stopped and looked at her sharply. "What other friends?" "You know, Reuben Rhodes, Caleb Shaw, and Milton Farb. I'm starting to collect rare books, and I think Caleb will be fascinating to talk to. And I'm a huge fan of Jeopardy, though I don't think I saw Milton when he was on. And Reuben's work at DIA all those years ago? How could that not be enthralling? And then, of course, there's you." She let that comment hang for a long moment. "I'm sure it'll be a wonderfully interesting dinner. They used to have them in Georgetown all the time, or so Lucky, that's Mrs. Whitney Houseman, tells me." Kate said this all in one long surge, hoping to overwhelm Stone into accepting, if only because his curiosity had to be piqued by now. He said nothing for about a minute as he knelt on the ground, apparently dissecting all she had said. "I've found that when one takes the time to learn that much about someone, there's usually a reason for the interest that's not readily apparent to everyone." "I wouldn't disagree with that," she answered. "However, I'm not sure tonight is good for us. We've had some bad news very recently." "I'm sorry to hear that. Alex and I had some bad things happen too. Some people tried to kill us. Funny, it was right after we discovered an old boat hidden in a storm drain in Georgetown that looked like it had a bullet hole in it and also some blood." "I see." Stone's calm response to what must have been a stunning revelation only increased her esteem for the man, along with her curiosity. "Well, then perhaps we should have dinner. I can contact my friends." "Around 7 will be great. Do you need the address?" "Yes. Mrs. Whitney Houseman no doubt resides in circles where the common masses do not often tread." She told him the address. "Now I'll just pop over to invite Adelphia. I'm sure she can catch a ride with you and your friends." "Kate, I really don't think that's a good idea." "Oh, I think it's a great idea," she said firmly. "And why is that?" he asked. "Because, Oliver, You strike me as someone who needs all the friends he can get right now. Caleb, Milton, and Adelphia arrived at Lucky's manse in the Malibu, its tailpipe smoking and its springs creaking from the strenuous activities at Rinky's place. Reuben and Stone pulled up behind them on the Indian motorcycle. Kate had been watching for them and opened the ornately carved front door. "Nice bike," she said to Reuben, who wore a frayed leather jacket, wrinkled khaki pants, collared shirt, and his usual moccasins. However, for the dinner, he'd wrapped a blue kerchief around his neck as a cravat. Reuben ran his gaze appreciatively over the young woman's figure. She was dressed in black slacks and matching pumps, with a white blouse and a small string of pearls around her neck. Her blonde hair was done up in a bun that showed off her long, slender neck. "I'll take you for a spin sometime," he said. "That sidecar has seen some action, let me tell you." Adelphia nodded stiffly at her hostess as she passed into the house. Milton followed her. He was dressed in an immaculate green blazer and striped tie, his slacks perfectly creased. He held out a small bouquet of flowers he'd brought. "It's Milton, right? Well, thank you very much. They're beautiful." Even as she said this, Adam saw tears forming in the man's eyes. Next came Caleb, who decided not to wear his Abe Lincoln outfit after Stone had spoken with him. Something to the effect of not wanting their hostesses to think he was dangerously insane. However, in an act of subtle defiance, he had worn his fat pocket watch and chain. "Nice to meet you, Caleb," Kate said pleasantly. "Go right in." Oliver Stone brought up the rear. He was dressed in some of his new clothes and was holding his motorcycle helmet in one hand. "Would you care to give me a preview of the agenda?" She looked at him with a twinkle. "But that would take all the fun away." "This isn't a fun business we find ourselves in." "I agree, but I think you'll find the evening informative." Lucky met them with a pitcher of sangria. As she scuttled around talking and pouring, it was clear that the old woman was in her element. Sufficiently refreshed, they passed a pleasant hour before dinner was served. Reuben and Caleb ate heartily. Stone, Milton, and Adelphia merely picked at their meals. Coffee was served in the library. Cigars were offered by Lucky, but only Reuben lit up. "I like to see a man smoke," she said as she sat next to Reuben and patted his big shoulder. "Now, you look to me to be a man who packs heat." As Reuben stared at her quizzically, the conversation, craftily guided by Kate, turned to intelligence circles. "I tell you what," Reuben said, "the best security in the world can be defeated by a rumbling stomach." "How's that?" Kate asked. "Just this. I knew before anyone else the exact time the bombings of Afghanistan and Iraq were going to start." "Were you with DIA back then?" "Hell no, they'd long since kicked my butt out. I knew because I was the dispatcher for Domino's. Each time, the pizza order for the Pentagon spiked right before the bombs started falling. So yours truly knew before the likes of Dan Rather or Tom Brokaw, or probably even the president." While Reuben had been talking, Caleb was making the rounds of the books on the massive shelves, with Lucky as his guide. Caleb's face brightened with each new discovery. "Oh, that's quite a good copy of Moby Dick, and a Hound of the Baskervilles first English edition. Very nice. And over there, is that Jefferson's Notes on the State of Virginia from 1785? Yes, it is. We have one in our collection. Lucky, you really should let me get you acid-free boxes for these. Computer cut to the book's exact dimensions." Lucky was hanging on Caleb's every word. "Oh, acid-free boxes cut by computer. How terribly exciting. Would you, Caleb?" "It would be my honor." Reuben helped himself to more coffee, spiked with a little something from a flask he pulled from his coat pocket. Yeah, you'll find Brother Caleb a real dynamo in the excitement department. Lucky, Kate said finally, we're going to head out to the carriage house. I need to talk over some things with my friends. All right, dear, she said, patting Caleb's arm. But first they have to promise to come back. Reuben immediately raised his glass. Lucky, you couldn't keep me away with a squad of special forces. Kate led them outside and over to the carriage house, where they settled down around a table on the large sofa and 2 wing chairs. I'm assuming you've told them of our discussion and the discovery of the boat, Kate said in a businesslike tone to Stone. I have, he answered, casting a glance in Adelphia's direction. And for some reason you believe that we were in that boat and on the island. I don't believe. I know. Now I want to know how much you saw. There's no evidence that we saw anything, he replied evenly. Even if Adelphia has told you that she followed us to the river and watched us head to the island, that doesn't mean we were witness to that man's death. But I believe you saw everything, and I think whoever killed Patrick Johnson discovered your presence, and you had to make a run for it. That would explain the bullet hole in the boat and the blood. What I can't understand is why you didn't simply go to the police and tell them what you saw. Easy enough for you to say, Reuben interjected. They'd believe you, but look at us. We're a scruffy bunch with questionable pedigrees. So you're admitting you did witness the murder? Caleb started to speak, but Stone broke in. We're not admitting anything. Kate said, Oliver, I'm just trying to help you. And don't forget, someone tried to kill Alex and me after we found the boat. Reuben shot Stone a puzzled look. Oliver, you didn't tell us that. Milton blurted out, But what about Chastity? They've kidnapped Chastity. They all stared at him as tears fell down his twitching cheeks. If someone's been kidnapped, Kate said, the police should be notified immediately. It's not quite that simple, Caleb said, glancing at Stone, whose gaze was on the floor. We really can't go to the police. Kate looked at Stone. Oliver, she said quietly, as a team, we might be able to do something. Hell yes, we could, Reuben said. She's official, being with DOJ, and our sorry asses can only get things second and third hand. It is time to work together, Caleb chimed in. Stone still said nothing. Reuben put down his cigar. Okay, since our exalted leader is uncharacteristically mute, I hereby call a special meeting of the Camel Club to order. And I move that we tell Kate here everything. Do I have a second? Second, Caleb said immediately. All in favor? Reuben said, his gaze on Stone. The eyes carried. Reuben said, The Camel Club has spoken. What is the Camel Club? A puzzled Kate asked. Let me do the honors, Stone finally said. Chapter 50. You did what? Alex yelled into his cell phone. He'd been sitting in his hotel room the next morning, just strapping on his gun, when Kate called. See, that's why I waited until this morning to call you, she said, because I knew you'd be upset. What the hell did you expect me to do? Say, good job, Kate, and I'm really glad you're not a corpse. I told you I was going to check into Oliver Stone and his friends, and you said it was okay. But I didn't know they were eyewitnesses to Johnson's murder, which was the very thing I told you to stay away from in the first place. Well, I didn't know they were connected either, so just hear me out. I've got a lot to tell you. She spoke for several minutes, relaying what Stone had told her last night. When she finished, Alex shook his head incredulously. Okay. Let me get this straight. They saw the murder and didn't go to the police because they were afraid the police would think they were involved? I don't believe Oliver likes the police very much. Maybe it's to do with his past. And on top of that, they traced one of the murderers, went to his house, and were almost killed? Yes. And while they were burglarizing the killer's house, Milton Farb's home was broken into by these same guys, and they got them on film doing it. But Milton's girlfriend's been kidnapped by these people, and so they can't go to the police about that either. But they didn't tell you the names of the murderers. I think they only know one of their names. But they have them on film. Did you recognize them? They haven't shown me the film. Why the hell not? They want to show it to you first. Great. But I'm a 4-hour drive away with work out the gazoo, and the president will be here tomorrow. They won't budge on that, Alex. I tried. They'll only show it to you. I mean, come on. I work for the Justice Department, and they don't know me. It was a real effort for them to tell me as much as they have. Oliver trusts you, not me. Alex rubbed his hair, cupped the phone under his chin, and finished putting on his holster. Okay, so do you have a plan? Well, I was thinking we could come up to see you tomorrow. Tomorrow? Tomorrow POTUS is here, and he takes precedence over everything, Kate. You know that. I know, but I wanted you to meet with the Camel Club. The what? Oh, I'm sorry. That's what Oliver and his friends refer to themselves as, the Camel Club. It's sort of a conspiracy watchdog organization they've been running for years. Do you know, they were the ones who first got onto the scandal with the defense secretary years ago. You remember, right? He was taking kickbacks for directing government contracts to certain vendors. The Camel Club discovered that through a scrap of information they got from an assistant chef at the White House. It's really amazing stuff, Alex. Alex lay back on his bed and closed his eyes. An assistant White House chef is spying on the Secretary of Defense for something called the Camel Club? This is a joke, right? Please tell me this is a joke, Kate. Forget that. It's not important. Alex jumped up. Not important? Alex, will you please listen to me? They've done some incredible investigative work on this case. They really have. Alex managed to calm down. Okay. You all come up here, and then what? We attend the ceremony, and after that we all sit down, and they can show you the film and tell you the man's name. Then we can go from there. Meaning I take all this to the Secret Service? Right. With a name and these guys on film, we have solid stuff. And we have to get Chastity back. Milton is heartbroken. Who the hell is Chastity? Oh, I'm sorry. That's Milton's girlfriend. She's the one who was kidnapped. The FBI handles kidnappings. And every second that goes by, the odds are she won't be found alive. These aren't ordinary kidnappers. They have a lot more at stake. They've called and let Milton talk to her for a few seconds every couple of hours to show she's alive. I don't think they'll harm Chastity, for now, anyway. Things are at a stalemate. And how exactly does Patrick Johnson tie into all this? Well, they were sort of vague on that. I'm sure they'll explain it more fully to you. From the little they've told me, I think they actually have it figured out. Alex let out a long breath. He had a day crammed with final preparations ahead of him. He should be totally focused on his work as a Secret Service agent, and yet now he knew the main thing occupying his mind would be the Camel Club. God help me. Alex, are you there? I'm here, he snapped. So what do you think? Can we come up? Alex actually glanced at his gun, wondering for a fleeting second if it wouldn't just be easier to end it right now. Alex! Yeah, okay. Come on up. And can we bring Adelphia? She's been really worried about Oliver. Alex finally exploded. Oh, sure, Kate, bring Adelphia. And bring the freaking Monkey and Giraffe Club, too. And while you're at it, why the hell don't you pop over to the White House and snatch the president? I'd bet he'd get a real kick out of all this. And he'll probably give you a ride up here in Air Force One. And be sure and give him my name so he knows exactly whose ass he'll be reaming out when he gets here. Kate's voice was irritatingly calm. "Okay, I'm hanging up now. We'll see you tomorrow." The phone went dead, and Alex plopped back on the bed just as someone knocked on his door. "Ford, time to hit it. Let's go." It was his squad leader. "Alex, you ready?" he said again more loudly. Alex jumped up and opened the door. His squad leader stared back at him. "You okay?" "Never better," Alex said. Darkness was gathering as Tom Hemingway walked through the streets of a small town an hour outside of Frankfurt, Germany. He passed through the charming shopping district, alongside a Gothic-style cathedral, ducked down a side street, and entered an apartment building. He took the lift 3 flights up, rapped on the door of the 4th flat down the hall, and was told to enter. There were no lights on, and yet Hemingway almost instantly focused on one corner of the room that was almost completely dark. "I see your sixth sense has not failed you, Tom," the man said, as he stepped forward with a smile. An Arab, he was not dressed in a jalaba, but in a 2-piece business suit, although he wore a turban around his head. He motioned for Hemingway to sit in a chair next to a small table. The man sat across from him. Hemingway sensed the presence of others, but said nothing about this. The Arab sat back and rested his hands on the arms of his chair. "Your father was an excellent man and a great friend of mine for nearly 30 years. He knew us. He took the time to learn our language, religion, and cultures. No one does that today, unfortunately." He was special. Hemingway agreed. Very special. The man took a small cup of water off the table between them and drank from it. He offered one to Hemingway, but he declined. The Arab handed a piece of paper over to Hemingway. "As agreed," the Arab said. Hemingway put the document away in his pocket without looking at it. "I'm sure you put a great deal of thought into it," Hemingway said. "I have been thinking about these things my whole life. You will ensure that no one claims responsibility?" The Arab nodded. "It is done. I take it that my people have been satisfactory to work with. It is a testament to their loyalty to you that they have done everything asked of them without question. What happened was not solely for your benefit. Al-Zawahiri and others like him, they'd been seduced by your country. They had lost their ties to Islam." He paused. "You are confident about tomorrow?" "Yes. Attacking a superpower, that is something never to be done lightly. Superpowers are still made up of people." The Arab shook his head. "We are very different people, different in ways your country refuses to recognize. The more we're different, perhaps the more we're the same. We all want peace." "Excuse me for saying so, but that is your Buddhist bullshit talking." The man took another sip of water. "America spends more on its military than all other countries in the world combined. No country does this for protection, for peace. Only aggression. Your president can push one button, and the Arab world disappears in a mushroom cloud. We have no reason to do that. Great strides have been made in the Middle East. Democracies are replacing dictatorships." "Yes, replacing dictatorships that America helped foster and support. And yet, in most cases, the democracies coming to power hate America more than the dictators they replaced. You went into Iraq, not understanding its history or its culture. America seemed amazed that Great Britain took a land called Mesopotamia and artificially created a country it called Iraq, and that its population is composed of Shiites and Sunnis and Kurds and dozens of other groups that are not known to get along with one another. Did you really think you would waltz in and save the Iraqis and everything would be peaceful?" He held up his hand. "And one cannot bomb people into a democracy. That comes from the ground up, not the sky down. Muslims going to the voting booths past the bomb craters that took their families. Do you think the possibility of having an American-style democracy will ever make them forget who killed their husbands, wives, and children? My country needs to recognize that there are many ways to be free. I fear that we still see the only way to resolve things is our way. The Arab took another sip of water. It is a nice sentiment, Tom, but not one I think that is shared by your leaders. Mighty God could vanquish your army with one sweep of his hand. Yet we mortal Arabs simply cannot beat you militarily with all your money and weapons. And we see American businesses and American pipelines marching behind the great American armies. You say your goal is a free world. Well, Africa has more dictators than the Middle East, and the genocide there is far worse. Yet I see no American tanks blasting their way through that land. But, of course, the Middle East has far more oil. Do not think we poor desert savages aren't aware that America's goals are less than altruistic, Tom. At least allow us that courtesy. Freedom is a good thing, my friend, and America is the world's most free country. Really? A country that had slaves for 250 years and kept the black man de facto enslaved for 100 more? But I have also seen your style of freedom personally. Over 50 years ago, Iran had a democratically elected prime minister who had the effrontery to nationalize the petroleum industry. American oil companies were hardly pleased, so your CIA helped overthrow the government and reinstall the puppet Shah. His pathetic love of Western ways led to the Iranian Revolution, and all hope for real democracy ended there. America has played these games all over the globe, from Chile to Pakistan. The Western world's policies have led directly to the slaughter of countless millions across the world. He paused and studied Hemingway closely. So if the new government in Iraq is not to America's liking, and yet I know that you believe in freedom. Hemingway said quietly, as a young boy, I sat and listened to you and my father discuss such things. It is true that I have fought my whole life for certain freedoms that are in keeping with the Word of God. I see clearly the benefits of people having a strong voice in their lives. I do not agree with how Muslim women are treated in some Arab countries, and it sickens me to see grand palaces rising next to mud huts. The Muslim world has many problems, and we need to address them. Yet, is it really freedom when someone else tells you what you should be seeking? And why doesn't it work both ways, Tom? America represents less than 5% of the Earth's population, yet consumes 1/4 of its energy. Poor nations cannot get the energy they need, and their citizens suffer and die because America takes so much. So should these countries invade the great energy dictator America and make it use less oil and gas? Would the U.S. like that? If you feel that way, can I ask why you're helping me? The man shrugged. It is simple. For every American killed, hundreds of Arabs die. Arab suicide bombers are now slaughtering their brethren by the thousands. We are weakening ourselves with every new explosion and playing right into the hands of the United States. He paused and took another sip of water. The Western press is fixated on suicide bombers killing themselves so that they can enter paradise. But God says that to save lives is a great thing. To save one life is to save many. Do we have to be slaughtered to enter paradise? Why can't Muslims enjoy a peaceful life on earth, believe in God and serve Him, and enter paradise that way? In the Western world, the young ones grow up in peace. Do our children not deserve that right? Of course they do, Hemingway said. Your country is asking the impossible, you know this. Before the 1970s energy crisis, America did not care about the Middle East, other than the Arab versus Israeli issue. Then 9/11 happened, and you attacked the Taliban. I have no issue with that. In your place, I would have done the same thing. Yet the goal you seek now, turning the entire Middle East into a democracy overnight is madness. You ask us to do in years what it took you centuries to accomplish." He paused. "And it is not simply a question of Islam against the West. For thousands of years, Arab nations developed customs and cultures inextricably tied to a desert climate with few natural resources, often with the law of the tribe as their base and the men as their leaders. For a very long time, America had no problem with that. And now they do, of course. And thus, according to you, we must change. Immediately. So far, 100,000 Iraqis have died and the country is in chaos. I cannot applaud the progress, Tom. I really can't. I can only do my best. If it doesn't work, what will have been lost? Many good lives. That is what will be lost, Tom," the Arab said sternly. "And that is no different than what's happening right now," Hemingway replied. "You have an answer for everything, just like your father." "It was in Beijing that he was killed?" Hemingway nodded. "Surely not the Chinese, though. They're vicious, but hardly stupid." Hemingway shrugged. "I have my suspicions. Officially, it was never solved." "It is interesting about the Chinese, Tom. They will one day replace America as the world's largest economy. They have an army 10 times the size of yours, and it is growing stronger and more technologically advanced every day. They have the capability to hit the United States with nuclear weapons. They kill and enslave millions of their own people, and yet you call them friends, while America crushes the Arab world under the pretense of freeing us. Do you know what we Arabs say? We say, 'Go and free your friends the Chinese.' But America does not do this. Why? Because the Chinese will not fight back with rifles and car bombs as we Muslims are forced to. Thus, you leave them alone, and you call them friends." My father didn't think of them as all that friendly, actually. A wise man. He has gone on to a better world now. I'm an atheist, so I'm not sure where he's gone on to. The Arab stared at him in sadness. "It is an insult to yourself not to believe in God, Tom." "I believe in myself. But when your physical being ceases to exist, where does that leave you?" The Arab paused and said, "With nothing." "It is my freedom to make that choice," Hemingway said firmly. The Arab rose from his chair. "Goodbye, Tom, and good luck. We will not see each other again." A few minutes later, Hemingway was walking along the sidewalk back to his rental car. He looked at the sheet of paper his friend had given him, translating the Arabic in his head. The man had thought things out very carefully. Hemingway was on a flight out of Frankfurt that night and would be in New York 8 hours later. He looked at the clear sky and wondered if there were as many gods as there were stars. According to some religions, there might be. The answers really didn't matter to him. No god had ever answered his prayers. To Hemingway, that was more than adequate proof that there was no such being. Several thousand miles away across the Atlantic, Captain Jack gazed up at the same sky and also pondered the events of the next day. Everything was done and only awaited the arrival of James Brennan and Company. As a last measure, all laptops used by the members of his operation had been destroyed. There would be no more movie chat room discussions. He would actually miss them. Later that evening, Captain Jack drove into the parking lot of Pittsburgh International Airport. He dropped off his car and headed for the terminal. His official itinerary was fairly straightforward. Pittsburgh to Chicago O'Hare, O'Hare to Honolulu, and Honolulu to American Samoa, where a puddle jumper would take him to his precious island. His work in Brennan was done. He wouldn't stay for the actual mission. That would be a little too tight even for him. And yet while his work here was finished, in other respects, it was just beginning. And now it was time to activate his contingency plan. His partnership with Tom Hemingway was officially over, though the latter didn't know it. It was fun while it lasted, Tom. He now worked for the North Koreans. Captain Jack checked in for his flight but kept his bag, which was small enough to carry on. He went to a bar to have a drink. Afterwards, he hit the restroom. From there, he wandered the airport and then headed to the security lines. Yet instead of going through security, he exited the airport, went to a different parking lot, and picked up a car waiting for him there. He headed south. Jamila sat at the kitchen table in her apartment and wrote the date and time of her death in her journal. She wondered how accurate she would be. If she did die tomorrow, her journal would be found. Perhaps they would publish it in the paper, along with her full name, which she wrote next to her time of death. Then, for some reason, she erased it. Would there be a possibility that she would survive tomorrow? She stood by the open window and looked out, letting the gentle breeze wash over her, and smelled air that held the fragrance of cut grass, a relatively new sensation for her. It was quiet, peaceful here. No bombs or gunfire. She could see people walking together, talking. An old man sat on the front steps of the building, smoking a cigarette and drinking a beer. She could hear the peals of laughter of children from the small playground nearby. Jamila was young, with her whole life ahead of her. Yet she slowly closed the window and drew herself back into the dark shadows of her apartment. "Do not let me fail you," she quietly asked God. "Do not let me fail you." Barely 20 minutes from Jamila's apartment, Adnan al-Remi had just completed his last prayer of the day. As Jamila had, he'd lingered over his words with God too. He rolled up his prayer rug and put it away. Adnan only performed his prayers twice a day, at dawn and in the evening. He was a reluctant follower of Ramadan. His belly had been empty for too many years to starve it. Over the years, he'd had the occasional cigarette and alcoholic drink. He had never made the pilgrimage to Mecca because he couldn't afford the trip, and yet he considered himself a faithful Muslim because he worked hard, helped others in need, never cheated, never lied. But he had killed. He had killed in the name of God to defend Islam, to protect his way of life. Sometimes it seemed his entire existence consisted of 3 elements: working, praying, and fighting. He'd worked hard to ensure that his children would not have to fight, would not have to blow themselves and others up to prove a point. But his children were all dead. The violence had reached them despite their father's attempt to keep them safe. Now Adnan had only one more task ahead of him. With his eyes shut, Adnan paced off the dimensions of the hospital corridor in his apartment. He went down the hall, turned right, went 14 paces down and moved right, opened the door and simulated going down 8 steps, hitting a landing, turning and going down 8 more, down the hall and reaching the exit door. Then he did it again and again. Afterward, Adnan removed his shirt and looked at his body in the bathroom mirror. Though his physique was still impressive, there was a frailty beneath the muscle that more resembled an old man than someone in the prime of life. The numerous external injuries he'd suffered over the years had healed. Inside, though, the scars were permanent. He sat on his bed and withdrew from his wallet 10 photos that he arranged in front of him. They were crumpled, faded reminders of his family. He lingered over each, recalling moments of peace and love and horror, as when his father had been beheaded by the Saudis for what amounted to a misdemeanor. It usually took 2 whacks with the sword to behead someone. Yet Adnan's father had a very thick neck, and it had taken 3 strokes to sever it, an event 8-year-old Adnan had been forced to watch. Few people could have gone through these memories without shedding at least a few tears. However, Adnan's eyes remained dry, and yet his fingers trembled as he kissed the fading images of his dead children. A few minutes later, Adnan put on his coat and left his apartment. The bike ride into downtown Brennan went quickly. He chained his bicycle to a rack and started walking. His path took him in front of Mercy Hospital, where he briefly glanced at his place of employment, at least until tomorrow. Then his gaze darted to the apartment building across the street, where he knew the two Afghans were checking and rechecking their weapons, because they were methodical and obsessive men, as all good snipers had to be. Adnan continued walking, turned down one street and then another, and finally slipped into an alley. He rapped twice on the door. He heard nothing. Then he called out in Farsi. Footsteps approached, and he heard Ahmed's voice answer in Farsi. "What is it you want, Adnan?" "To talk." "I'm busy." "Everything should be done, Ahmed. Is there a problem?" The door opened and Ahmed scowled at him. "I have no problems," Ahmed said, but he stepped back for Adnan to enter the garage. "I thought it wise to go over things one more time," Adnan said as he sat on a stool next to the workbench. His gaze took in the vehicle that would play such an important role the next day. He nodded at it. "It looks good, Ahmed. You have done well." "Tomorrow we'll see whether we have done well or not," Ahmed answered. He and Adnan spent 20 minutes going over their assigned tasks. "I am not worried about us," Ahmed said sullenly. "It is this woman who troubles me." "Who is she? What is her training?" "That is not your concern," Adnan answered. "If she was picked for this, she will do her job well." "Women are only good for having babies and to cook and clean." "You are living in the past, my friend," Adnan said. "The Muslim past was glorious. We had the best of everything." "The world has moved past us, Ahmed. For Muslims to be truly great again, we must move with it. Show the world what we can do, and we can do much." Ahmed spat on the floor. "That is what I think of the world. They can just leave us alone." "We will see after tomorrow who is right." Ahmed slowly shook his head. "You trust in things too much. You trust the American who leads us too much." "He may be an American, but he is brave and knows what he is doing." He gazed sternly at the Iranian. "I will do my job," Ahmed finally said. "Yes, you will," Adnan answered as he rose to leave. "Because I will be right there to ensure that you do." "You think I need an Iraqi babysitting me?" Ahmed said fiercely. "Tomorrow we are not Iraqi or Iranian or Afghani," Adnan replied. "We are all Muslims, following God." "Do not question my faith, Adnan," Ahmed said in a dangerous tone. "I question nothing. Only God has the right to question the souls of his people." Adnan went to the door, but then turned back. "I will see you tomorrow, Ahmed." "I will see you in paradise," Ahmed answered. Chapter 51. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Air Force One touched down at Pittsburgh International Airport. All other air traffic had been diverted from the area, as it would be when Air Force One took off again later. The long line of cars was ready to go. In a presidential motorcade, there was a basic rule that one risked ignoring at his peril. When the president's behind touched his seat in the beast, the motorcade left. And if you didn't have your ride yet in one of the other vehicles when this occurred, you weren't going to the party. The road the presidential motorcade took had long since been closed off by the Secret Service, and motorists sat in foul mood staring at the beast and the other 26 cars sailing by. In the presidential limo with Brennan was his wife, his chief of staff, the governor of Pennsylvania, and Carter Gray. When the motorcade pulled into the dedication grounds, they were already filled with more than 10,000 people, waving banners and signs to show their support for the town and its namesake. National media trucks were parked outside the fence, and perfectly coiffed anchormen and women stood next to far younger and hipper but equally well-coiffed news candy types from the cooler cable networks. Collectively, they would broadcast the event to the nation and the world, although with various spins of their own. The younger voices were predictably far more cynical about the entire proceedings. Alex Ford was positioned near the stage, but then moved behind a roped-off area and toward the motorcade as it pulled into the fenced grounds. He stiffened for an instant as he saw Kate, Adelphia, and the Camel Club in the crowd, about midway back but working their way forward. Kate waved to show she'd seen him. He didn't wave back, but did nod his head a bare inch at her, and then he returned to trying to spot potential trouble. In a crowd this large and boisterous, that was nearly impossible. However, the magnetometers had been set up at all pedestrian entrance points, which had given the service some comfort. Alex took a moment to gaze at the tree line where he knew the snipers were positioned, although he couldn't see them. "If it comes to it, don't miss, guys," he said under his breath. When the president appeared, he was boxed in on all sides by the A-Team protection detail that formed a wall of Kevlar and flesh around him. Alex knew these agents. They were a rock-solid crew. The president stepped onto the stage and shook some important hands, while his wife, the governor, the chief of staff, and Gray took their seats behind the podium. Brennan joined them a minute later. The event started off right on schedule. The mayor and some local dignitaries spoke and attempted to outdo one another when it came to extolling their president and their town. Then the governor rambled on a bit longer than the schedule had dictated, which caused the chief of staff to start frowning and tapping her high heel. Air Force One's next stop was a fundraiser in Los Angeles that was far more important, at least in her mind, than the renaming of this small, if ambitious, Pennsylvania town in her boss's honor. Alex continued scanning the crowds. He noted a number of military personnel in the front row, near the rope line. He could see from their uniforms that most were regular Army. A number of them were missing arms and legs, probably from their tours of duty in the Middle East. There were a couple of National Guardsmen, including one with a hook for a left hand. Alex shook his head in commiseration for their sacrifice. Brennan would certainly go down and see these soldiers after he'd spoken. He'd always been good about that. As Alex's gaze swept across the thousands of faces, he noted quite a few Middle Easterners. They were dressed much like everyone else around them. They carried signs and sported "Re-elect Brennan" buttons and appeared to be just like the rest of the happy, proud, and patriotic crowd. However, Alex had no way of knowing that some of these people were not happy or proud or patriotic. Captain Jack's men were organized in various pockets throughout the crowd so that their fire would cover maximum ground in front of the podium area. They'd all already keyed on the hook-handed National Guardsman. It had been easy after that, since the man stayed planted at the rope line, waiting his turn with the president. Indeed, they were all waiting for James Brennan. At about the time Air Force One had been making its final approach into Pittsburgh, a sleek black chopper was taking off from a helipad in downtown New York City and heading south. Next to the pilot sat another man dressed in a flight suit. In one of the seats in back was Tom Hemingway. In his hand, he held a portable television set that he was watching intently. The crowds in Brennan were very large, and the crowds were already packed. That was what worried Hemingway most of all, the crowd. He checked his watch and told the pilot to hit it. The chopper shot across the Manhattan cityscape. For the past 2 hours, Jamila had been on an outing with the children. As she pulled the van into the Franklins' driveway, her plan was to make them all a quick lunch, and then it would be time to go. As she opened the door, carrying the baby on her hip with the 2 toddlers in her wake, she received a shock so paralyzing that she almost dropped the baby. Lori Franklin was talking on the phone in the foyer, still dressed in her tennis outfit, although she was barefoot. She smiled at Jamila and motioned that she would be done with the call in a minute. When she clicked off, Jamila immediately said, "Miss, I not expect you home. You say you at club for tennis and then lunch there." Franklin dropped to her knees and gave her sons big hugs as they rushed to her. Then she took the baby from Jamila.
I know, Jamila, but I changed my mind. I was talking with some of my friends from the club, and they're going to the dedication today, so I decided to go too. She bent down and said to her two oldest boys, "And you're going too." Jamila drew in a sharp breath. "You take them?" Franklin stood and waved the baby's dimpled fist with her hand. "And this little guy," she cooed to the baby, "you want to see the president? You wanna?" She looked at Jamila. "It'll be fun, and it's not like the president comes to town every day." "You go to dedication?" Jamila said in a soft, disbelieving voice. "Well, I voted for him, even if George thinks he's an idiot. That's between you and me," she added. "But, miss, there will be a large crowd there. I read in papers. Do you think it good to take the boys? They are so small and—" "I know, I thought that too. But then I realized it would be such a wonderful experience for them, even if they don't remember it. When they grow up, the boys can say they were there. Now I'm going to grab a quick shower. I thought we could get lunch beforehand." "We?" Jamila said. "You want me to come?" "Well, of course, I'll need help with the strollers and the rest of their stuff. And you're right about the crowd, so I'll need an extra pair of eyes and hands to make sure the boys don't get lost." "But I have much to do here," Jamila said dully, as if this moment she cared about housework. "Don't be silly. This will be a wonderful experience for you too, Jamila. You'll see firsthand what really makes this country so great. You know, we might even get to meet the president. George will eat his heart out, even if he says he doesn't like Brennan." Franklin went upstairs to shower and change. Jamila sat down in a chair to steady herself. The oldest boy tugged on her shirt, asking her to come to the playroom with them. At first, Jamila resisted, but finally she went. As she heard the shower start in Franklin's bathroom, she knew that she needed some time to think. She put the baby in the playpen and spent some time with the older boys. Then she went to the bathroom and ran some cold water over her face. The shower was still running upstairs. Jamila knew that Franklin didn't take quick showers. Finally, Jamila knew there was no way around it. She went to get her purse. "A storm is coming," she said to herself, practicing it before she had to say it for real on her cell phone. It was 4 simple words, and then her problem would be over, and still her skin tingled. It would perhaps not be such a good resolution for Laurie Franklin, who had picked today of all days to do something with her sons. When she saw it, her heart nearly stopped. Her purse was turned upside down on the floor. She'd stupidly left it on the chair and forgotten to move it to higher ground. She dropped to her knees and searched through the objects strewn there. Her cell phone. Where was her cell phone? She raced to the playroom and found the oldest boy, Timmy, the one who had made a habit of taking things from her purse until she started putting it out of reach. She grabbed up the boy and tried to say in as calm a voice as she could manage, "Where is Nana's phone, Timmy, you naughty boy? You take Nana's phone again?" The boy nodded and smiled, obviously pleased with himself. "Okay, you naughty boy, you take Nana to her phone. Nana needs her phone. You show me, okay?" Only he clearly didn't remember where he'd put it. They searched for 10 minutes as the boy led her to one spot and then another. With each failure, Jamila's spirits dropped lower and lower. And then she heard it. The shower stopped. She looked at her watch. She had to leave very soon or she would be off schedule. Her mind raced. Then she had the solution. She could use the Franklin's phone to call her cell phone, and the ringing sound would tell her where it was. She punched in the number as she walked around the house. However, she heard nothing. Timmy must have hit the silent button on her phone when he'd taken it. She had another thought. She would simply make the calls using the Franklin's telephone. She started to dial and then realized that wouldn't work. The man on the other end of the phone wouldn't answer. This person, she had been told, would only take the call if Jamila's name and number came up on the caller ID screen. She ran to the front window and looked out. Could she see him? Could she signal to him? But she saw no one. No one. She was all alone. She heard feet moving around upstairs. She ran back into the kitchen and opened one of the drawers. Jamila slid out a steak knife and quietly made her way upstairs, where she knocked softly on Franklin's door. "Yes, miss? You can come in." She opened the door, closed, and locked it behind her. Then she saw that Franklin was wrapped in a towel and was putting an assortment of clothes on her bed. She glanced up at Jamila. "I should have given myself more time to pick out something. Are the boys ready?" "Miss?" "Yes?" "Miss, I really think it better that you go alone. The boys, they stay with me." "Nonsense, Jamila," Franklin replied. "We'll all go. Now, do you think the green or the blue?" She held up each outfit. "The blue," Jamila said distractedly. "I thought so too. Now for the shoes." Franklin stepped into her closet and looked through her shoes. "Miss, I really think it better you go alone." Franklin stepped out of the closet, a look of mild annoyance on her face. "Jamila, I can't force you to go, but the boys and I are going." She crossed her arms and eyed her nanny harshly. "Tell me, do you have a problem seeing our president? Is that it?" "No, that is not. I know there's a lot of tension between America and your part of the world, but that doesn't mean you can't show respect for our leader. After all, you came here. You have a lot of opportunity here. And what really gets me upset are people coming to this country, making money, and then complaining and whining about how bad we are. If people hate us so much, they can go back where they came from." "Miss, I no hate this country, even with all it has done to my people. I do not hate." Jamila instantly knew she had made a mistake. "What the hell have we done to Saudi Arabia? My country has spent a lot of time and money on the Middle East trying to make it free, and what do we have to show for it? Just more pain, misery, and tax increases." Franklin took a deep, calming breath. "Listen, I don't like to argue like this, Jamila. I really don't. I just thought it would be fun to have a nice lunch and go to this event. When we get there, if the crowd's too big and it feels too uncomfortable, then we'll just leave, okay? Now, would you please make sure the boys are ready? I'll be down in about 20 minutes. Franklin turned and went back into her closet. Jamila withdrew the steak knife from her pocket, summoning the courage to do what she had to. She took a step forward and then froze. Franklin had abruptly come back out of the closet and was staring at Jamila open-mouthed. "Jamila," she said fearfully, as she glanced from the knife to her nanny. The expression on the other woman's face revealed to Franklin all she needed to know. "Oh, my God!" Franklin tried to close the closet doors so Jamila could not reach her, but Jamila was too quick. She grabbed Franklin's hair and pressed the knife against her neck. Laurie Franklin started sobbing hysterically. "Why are you doing this?" she shrieked. "You're going to hurt my babies. I'll kill you if you touch them." "I no hurt your sons. I swear this." "Then why are you doing this?" "You're not going to see President," Jamila snarled back. "Get on the floor. Now, or you will not live to see your sons grow up." She pushed the blade edge against Franklin's neck. Trembling, Franklin lay on the floor on her stomach. "Don't you touch my babies!" Jamila reached over and ripped the phone line out of the wall and used it to tie up Franklin, binding her hands to her feet such that she couldn't even move. Then she tore a piece of the sheet from the bed and gagged her with it. Just as she completed this, there was a tapping on the bedroom door, and she heard Timmy's voice asking quietly, "Mama? Nana?" As Franklin tried to call out through her gag, Jamila said as calmly as she could, "It is all right, Timmy. I'll be right there. You go back with your brothers." She waited until she heard the patter of his retreating feet and then looked down at Franklin. Jamila pulled a small vial from her pocket, poured some of the liquid from the vial onto a corner of the towel, and pressed it flush against Franklin's nose and mouth. The American thrashed and gagged and then slipped into unconsciousness. Jamila dragged the sedated woman into the closet and shut the door behind her. She went downstairs, readied the boys, and loaded them into her van. Now that events had started, Jamila didn't think. She simply did exactly as she had practiced. A minute after she'd driven away, the Franklins' downstairs phone rang, and rang. George Franklin hung up the phone in his office. He tried his wife's cell phone. When there was no answer there, he tried Jamila's number. Inside one of the pot drawers in the kitchen, Jamila's phone flashed but made no noise. Timmy had accidentally hit the silent key when he'd hidden it in there. George Franklin put his phone back down. He wasn't worried, he was just annoyed. This wasn't the first time he'd been unable to track down his wife, although Jamila usually answered her phone. He'd wanted his wife to bring him something he needed and that he'd left at the house. If he didn't get a hold of someone soon, he'd just have to go get it himself. He turned his attention back to some papers on his desk. Chapter 52. Brennan finished his speech and accepted a symbolic town key from the mayor while the crowd cheered. A couple of minutes later, waving and smiling, the president made his way down the steps, where he was enclosed immediately by a wall of agents. About 20 yards away, Alex stood near the beast and scanned the crowd, which was certainly the largest this area had ever seen. Before the president hit the first members of the rope line, the senior agent posted there said, "All right, folks, just like we talked about earlier, all hands out where we can see them." Brennan headed to the soldiers first. Some disabled regular Army men, a couple of Marines, a young woman in dress blues, and some National Guardsmen. He shook hands, said thank you to the soldiers, smiled, and kept walking while photos were taken. He bent down to shake the hand of a soldier in a wheelchair, even as his Secret Service agents held onto his jacket, their gazes moving at whipsaw speed to each person within touching or shooting distance of the man. And then the president stepped in front of the disabled National Guardsman. Brennan put out his hand, and the man shook it firmly with his prosthetic. The feel of the artificial hand caused Brennan, who had obviously not noted it wasn't a real hand, to look slightly puzzled, but only for a second. He felt the moisture on his hand and subtly rubbed it against his other to wipe it off. He thanked the man for his service to his country, and the guardsman saluted his commander-in-chief with his other hand, or hook, rather. The president looked mildly surprised at this, too, but then moved on, saying his sound bites to the fans on the rope line and shaking hands with another National Guardsman, 2 older men, a young woman, and then an elderly lady who gave him a kiss. While this was going on, the First Lady, accompanied by the governor and the chief of staff, was making her way slowly down the steps of the stage, stopping to wave and chat along the way. Gray had also risen from his seat and was absently scanning the crowd. He looked like a man who'd rather have been anywhere except here. And then he abruptly stopped his random gazing as his eyes locked on Oliver Stone in the crowd, although Stone wasn't aware of this. Gray started to say something, but the words never got out of his mouth. The agent to the left of the president noted it first. Brennan was not looking well. Sweat had appeared on his forehead. Then he clutched his head, and next he ominously pressed the palm of his hand to his chest. "Sir?" the agent said. Brennan said, and then stopped, his breath coming quickly. He looked panicked. The agent immediately spoke into his wrist mic, and using Brennan's code name, said, "Ravensclaw's ill. Repeat, Raven—" The agent didn't get any further because he was suddenly on the ground. 6 other agents and 5 policemen around the president were also falling as the first wave of shots started. "Guns!" screamed a dozen different agents, and the Secret Service switched directly to emergency response mode. The crowd panicked and started to run in all directions, trying to get away from the violence exploding all around them. 4 of the Arab shooters were killed seconds after they'd fired by the counter-snipers at the tree lines. They were miraculous shots, considering the pandemonium that had flashed in front of their long-range scopes. Next, 3 Fedayeen rushed forward with the crowd toward the motorcade, each lighting a match and pressing it against a small pack concealed under their coats. An instant later, the trio was fully ablaze. One threw himself under the ambulance, and it became engulfed in flames. People raced away, fearing an imminent explosion as the fire neared the gas tank. A dozen agents sprinted forward and hurled themselves against the wall of the crowd, forming a protective perimeter around the president, who'd slumped to the ground, looking very pale. 5 more of these agents went down with the second wave of fire. The remaining agents grabbed the president and carried him to the beast, moving so fast and in synchronization that it appeared they were bound together as some elaborate mechanical insect. Yet 2 more agents were hit as the second firing sequence continued. They fell next to the prostrate form of Edward Bellamy, the president's personal physician, who'd been hit in the first volley of fire. By the time the agents reached the beast with the president, there were only 2 left standing. A cadre of police went to reinforce them, but a third wave of fire dropped almost all of them. The rest of the police were trying to control the crowd, which was climbing fences, rushing out of all the exits, and screaming in terror, as husbands grabbed wives and parents carried children as fast as they could from the nightmare scene. 3 more shooters dropped, their heads punctured by the federal countersnipers, who were now moving toward the president. But their progress was greatly impeded by the turbulent mob of citizens who only wanted to get away. The second wave of Fedayeen had commenced their attack, and more of the vehicles in the motorcade were now ablaze. Carter Gray stood transfixed on the stage. Gone was his momentary astonishment at seeing Oliver Stone in the crowd, replaced by the horror he was witnessing right now. The president's wife was screaming to her husband, but her cries were lost in the noise of the crowd. Surrounding her, Gray, and the chief of staff were 3 Secret Service agents, guns out. The unfortunate governor had stepped off the stage and gotten swept away by a crowd that was now almost as dangerous as the shooters or men on fire. Thousands of people were pushing against the stage in their panic to escape, and the supports holding it up were starting to groan under their collective pressure. During the course of the speech, Kate, Adelphia, and the Camel Club had kept edging forward so that at the conclusion of Brennan's remarks, they were only 2 rows back from the rope line. It was here that Reuben Rhodes was standing next to one of the first shooters. Yet he hadn't noted anything until the shot went off, because his attention was on the giant TV screens showing the president shaking hands. When he did see what was happening, Reuben instinctively yelled, "Gun!" And then he grabbed the man's arm and wrestled the weapon away. A moment later, the man was killed as a supersonic round smashed into his head. Reuben dropped the gun and grabbed Adelphia's and Kate's hands and pulled them away. They and the rest of the Camel Club started to frantically push their way to the fence. "Come on," Stone cried. "Just a little farther." Kate looked behind her, up near the beast. She was trying to spot Alex to make sure he was all right. And then she was being shoved forward and had to turn back around. Alex had reacted with the first wave of shots, his body operating on muscle memory. Pistol out, he pushed through to the small knot of agents now carrying the limp form of the president to the beast. Alex instantly took the place of one agent who was hit. They reached the beast and thrust the president inside. 2 agents followed. The agent assigned to drive the beast opened the driver's door and was about to jump in when he took a round and slumped to the grass. Alex instinctively raced to the driver's side, grabbed the keys from the front seat, started the car, and hit the gas and horn simultaneously. Fortunately, much of the crowd had fled away from the motorcade and toward the other side of the grounds, where there were more exits. Yet there were still people running everywhere. For an instant, Alex had a sliver of an opening and he darted through it. Through the exit, the enormous engine of the beast responded when Alex smashed his size 13 shoe to the floor and the limo hit the parking lot and tore across it toward the road. Alex weaved in and out of streams of people running for their cars. He clipped the front end of a truck but kept going. Back at the dedication grounds, other cars in the motorcade started up and began to race after the beast. An instant before the first car in the line, a state trooper vehicle, reached the exit, the last Fedayeen set himself ablaze and threw himself onto the windshield. The troopers jumped from their cruiser before it totally ignited in flames. Wedged right against the narrow entry and exit point to the dedication grounds, the fireball effectively blocked the rest of the motorcade from getting out. Normally, the remaining cars would have smashed through the fenced-in area, but they were stopped from doing so by the thousands of fleeing people. At least the beast had gotten away. At least the president was safe, thought one struck agent before he lapsed into unconsciousness. The two agents in the back of the limo were examining Brennan. "Get the hell to the hospital! I think he's having a damn heart attack!" one cried out. Brennan was writhing in pain, clutching his chest and his arm. "Dr. Bellamy?" Alex asked. "Shot!" "And the ambulance has been blown up." Alex eyed the rearview mirror. There was no one back there. The 27-car motorcade had been reduced to one. He concentrated on the road ahead. Mercy Hospital was only 10 minutes from here. Alex planned to make it in 5. He prayed the president could hang on. Chapter 53. The black chopper soared over the Pennsylvania landscape. Tom Hemingway gave precise landing coordinates to the pilot, even as he watched what was happening at the dedication on his satellite TV. Even though everything was going just as he had planned it, Hemingway still felt an immense pressure in his chest as the events unfolded in real time. Even with all the thought he had given this, all the planning, all the thousands of times he had visualized these very same events happening in his mind, the reality was far more powerful, far more overwhelming. He finally turned off the TV. He simply couldn't watch anymore. Jamila raced through the streets of downtown Brennan, turned left, and then hung an immediate right. She then eased into the narrow alley as the kids chortled and laughed in the back seat. She eyed them quickly, then stopped and hit her brakes. She'd almost missed it. The overhead doors flew up, and the man motioned her in. Jamila swung the van into the garage, and the doors were pulled back down. A half block up the street from Mercy Hospital, a tractor-trailer pulled out from an alleyway, tried to make a turn heading west, and the engine mysteriously died. The driver got out and opened the hood. The truck was effectively blocking the street in both directions. A few blocks away, on the same street in the other direction, the beast made the turn onto the road on 2 wheels, and then Alex floored it. He could have used at least one damn police cruiser to clear his way, but apparently there weren't any left. However, Alex presumed roadblocks were being set up on all streets leading in and out of Brennan, as no doubt an entire army of law enforcement descended on the area. The beast flashed by a street corner, behind which rose the antique Brennan Water Tower, emblazoned with the stars and stripes. At this section of the street, a work zone had been set up only a half hour before by a pair of men dressed in the brown uniforms worn by town workers. The orange cones and tape effectively cordoned off the sidewalks and directed pedestrians to a detour down another side street. No one knew what work was to be performed, but the few people left in town followed the directive. As soon as the beast cleared the area, 2 explosive charges set into the water tower's front supporting legs detonated. The tower buckled and then fell directly across the street and burst open, disgorging about 12,000 gallons of filthy water that still remained in it. Now this end of the street was as effectively walled off as the other. 10 seconds later, up and down the avenue, smoke started pouring out of businesses, causing people to flee and fire alarms to be pulled. This was the result of the smoke bombs hidden in these establishments earlier by the Arab chemist and engineer. The few souls who had chosen not to attend the dedication were soon out in the streets wandering around in a panic. Alex skidded the beast to a stop directly in front of Mercy Hospital. The rear passenger doors flew open, and the 2 agents burst out carrying the president. They had barely reached the first step leading to the hospital when they were both hit and went down. The president collapsed to the sidewalk and lay there next to the beast. "Son of a bitch!" Alex screamed into his mic as he scrambled out of the car on the passenger side. "Snipers at the hospital! Snipers at the hospital! We've been set up! Repeat, we have been set up! Agents down! Agents down! Raven's Claw! He paused. Raven's Claws! He began again, but didn't finish because he didn't know what the hell to say about Raven's Claw. He was frantically trying to spot the muzzle flashes. Alex knew he had to get Brennan inside the hospital. His gaze surveyed the street level and then darted upward. That's when he saw it. 6 flights up, apartment building directly across the street. No optic signature, but twin muzzle flashes. A deuce of snipers. Alex pulled his gun, even as he felt slugs slam into the tires of the beast. As soon as the holes were formed, however, the punctures closed up again, as the self-healing tires did their thing. Rounds hit the limo front, back and on the side. One hit the glass, but didn't damage it. The beast could survive a lot more than they were throwing at it. But the President of the United States was lying on the sidewalk, apparently dying. Protect the man, the symbol, the office. And Alex Ford was the only agent still standing who could uphold that mantra of the Secret Service. Yet as soon as Alex started up the hospital steps with the President, they'd be an easy target for the snipers who'd taken the high ground. Yet Brennan was breathing. His heart was still beating. That's all Alex cared about right now. Not on my watch, sir. Not on my watch. He gripped the man under the shoulders, braced himself, and then pulled. The President was now fully protected behind the steel and polycarbonate wall of the beast. "You're going to be okay, sir," he said as calmly as he could. "I'm dying," the President managed to mutter back between moans. Even with the beast shielding them, Alex instinctively put his body between Brennan and the snipers. Millimeter by millimeter, he edged his head over the rear of the beast. He ducked back down when a shot sailed his way. He immediately sent back a few rounds with his SIG, but he wasn't going to waste ammo. It'd take a miracle shot to even nick one of the bastards at this distance and trajectory. When he glanced toward the hospital, he saw a security guard and shouted, "Get down! Get down! Snipers across the street!" The man immediately ducked back inside. Then 2 seconds later, he burst out firing at the upper floors of the apartment building, hurtled down the steps, and rolled to a landing next to Alex as gunfire hit all around them. "Damn," Alex said. "You got some kind of death wish?" "Is this the President?" Adnan al-Remi asked breathlessly, nodding at the prostrate Brennan. "Yeah, and we need to get him in there fast," Alex said, pointing with his gun at the hospital. "Because the next closest hospital's in Pittsburgh, and he needs help now." "Are you the only security?" Adnan asked in an incredulous tone. Alex nodded grimly. "Looks that way." "We saw on TV what happened." Alex glanced at the man. "You the only security here?" Adnan nodded. "What kind of gun you have?" "Piece of shit 38. "Great." The President moaned loudly, and Alex quickly said, "What's your name?" Adnan answered, "Farid Shah." "Okay, Farid. I'm hereby deputizing you." Alex opened the rear door of the beast, pressed a button on the panel on the back of the passenger chair, and it came down. Behind it was a cache of weapons, including a shotgun, an MP5 machine gun, and a sniper rifle. Alex pulled out the MP5 and grabbed an extra mag for it. He turned back to his newly deputized colleague. "Farid, you look like a pretty strong guy." "I am very strong." "Good. You think you can lift the President and carry him up those steps and into the hospital?" Adnan nodded. "Easily." "Okay. When I count to 3, you're going to do just that. I'm going to put this gun here on 2-shot bursts. That'll give you maybe 10 seconds to get up those steps. And Farid." "Yes?" "You got to do one thing for me, man." "What?" "I'm going to be between you and the President and the snipers. To get to you, they got to kill me first." Alex paused and swallowed hard. "But if I go down, and I probably will, they're going to have to go through you to get him. That means you got to carry him in front of you so that at all times there's a body between the President and the snipers. You got that?" Adnan said nothing. "You got it?" Alex snapped. "Yes." "Good luck." Alex waited for him to pick the president up. Then he turned and said, "Okay, 1, 2, 3." Alex jumped up and opened fire, sweeping the 2 windows where he'd seen the muzzle flashes with his MP5. He wanted desperately to glance back and see the rental cop's progress, but that wasn't an option. Finally, his mag empty, he pulled his pistol and emptied that too. As shots rained at him, he dropped back down, reloaded, and turned. He expected to see that the pair was safely in the hospital, but they weren't. In fact, the rental cop seemed to be taking his time getting up the steps, as though he were in no need of. "Shit!" Alex screamed. He lined up the man's broad back in his gun sight. "Hold it!" The man instantly turned, and Brennan was now between him and Alex. Adnan backed slowly toward the hospital, as Alex tried desperately to find an opening for a kill shot that had absolutely no chance of hitting the president. Unfortunately, there was no such opening, and the pair disappeared into the hospital. Alex screamed into his wrist mic. "They've got the president. Repeat, they have abducted Ravensclaw at the hospital. We need to shut the whole damn town down." Alex was just about to sprint up the steps, fully expecting to be gunned down, when good luck finally landed on his side. Police reinforcements appeared on the scene. Alex waited another minute as the lawmen engaged the snipers and then raced up the steps to Mercy Hospital. With gunshots splattering all around him, he launched himself through the glass doors, shattering them in the process. A split second later, he heard a bomb go off inside the hospital. Chapter 54. Reuben lifted Kate and Adelphia over the fence and then joined the other Camel Club members there. As terrified people ran screaming past them, they took a moment to catch their breaths and collect their wits. "My God," a very pale Kate said, looking around frantically for Alex Ford. "It is horrible," Adelphia moaned. "It is like Poland and Soviets." Stone was surveying the dedication grounds where the bodies of the fallen lay. The grass was red with the blood of the gunmen. The federal counter-snipers had control of the situation and were now securing the area, moving from body to body, ensuring that the Arab terrorists were actually dead. However, even from the perimeter, Stone could see that there was no life left in the lumps of flesh on the ground. Every one of Captain Jack's men lay dead. Many of the Fedayeen were burned beyond recognition. They could all hear sirens in the distance. A few minutes later, a fire engine appeared on the scene, followed by several others. They quickly attacked the blazing cars with their hoses, and black smoke billowed into the air. Stone continued to watch as the wreckage of the police cruiser was cleared so that the presidential motorcade, at least what was left of it, could start streaming out. Mrs. Brennan and the chief of staff were swept into the second beast and whisked away. The bruised and battered governor of Pennsylvania had been recovered and driven off in a van. Stone felt a big hand on his shoulder and turned to find Reuben staring at him. "We should probably get the hell out of here," he said. "Damn cops might start shooting stragglers and ask questions later." Stone looked puzzled. "Reuben, you grabbed one of the gunmen's weapons. Did you notice anything unusual about it?" Reuben thought for a moment. "Well, I didn't want to hold on to it too long, or else my head would have probably been exploding too. But now that you mention it, it did feel kind of funny, lighter than I would have thought." He looked at Stone. "Why'd you ask that?" Stone didn't answer. He looked again at all the dead Arabs. Seconds after Adnan had entered the hospital, he placed Brennan, who was still moaning continuously, on a gurney that he'd left just inside the front door. The gunfight outside had driven everyone inside the hospital away from the front entrance. Adnan saw a group of nurses, doctors, and aides staring fearfully at him from farther down the hallway. "What's going on?" one of the doctors shouted as he edged forward. Adnan didn't respond to this query, but he did nod at the man who just appeared next to him. It was the hospital's newest staff physician who'd earlier expressed concern about the need for security guards at Mercy Hospital. "A wounded man?" the doctor called out. "I'll take care of him." "Stay away from the front doors," Adnan warned. "People are shooting." The doctor pulled a syringe from his pocket, uncapped it, and injected the president in his arm. Brennan slipped into unconsciousness. Then the doctor placed a sheet over the president and strapped him to the gurney and pushed it down the side hallway. He got on the elevator there and took it down one floor to the basement. Adnan waited until this had happened and then turned back to the group of hospital personnel. "Hey!" another doctor yelled at Adnan. "Who was that man on the gurney?" They now all started moving toward him. Adnan reached inside his jacket, pulled out a gas mask, put it on, and started walking toward the oncoming group. Then he pulled from his pocket what looked to be a grenade and held it up. "Look out!" one of the nurses screamed as the group turned and ran in the other direction. "Call the police!" another doctor yelled as she scrambled away. An instant later, Adnan reached the fourth tile across from the center of the nurse's station and threw the cylinder against the wall. It exploded, and the hall was immediately filled with thick smoke that was driven in all directions by the hospital's air circulation system. A split second before the smoke bomb went off, Adnan heard glass shattering, but he couldn't see the source. He couldn't know this was Alex Ford throwing himself through the glass doors, but the Arab knew he had to hurry. He turned back toward the front of the hospital and counted off his steps, navigating in the dark solely through memory from his constant practice. As he neared the front entrance, Adnan felt something bump his leg, but he kept going. An instant later, the timed explosive device he'd placed in the hospital's electrical room went off. All power to the hospital was now gone. Everything went dark. Adnan made his turn, walked down the passageway, stopped at the exit door, opened it, and went through. He grabbed a long metal bar that he'd earlier hidden behind a steam pipe and wedged it through the closed door's push bar. Then he began to run. As soon as the bomb went off and smoke filled the halls, Alex dropped to the floor and slithered forward on his belly. It was like being far underwater, and the fumes were making him gag. Then he bumped into something, and that something was flesh and bone. He made a grab for it, but then it was gone. He swiveled around and started heading the other way, following the sounds of the footsteps. They were measured, steady. How the hell could anyone be walking so calmly through this crap? And then it suddenly dawned on him, because that person had a mask. And the steady tread? The person was leading himself through the smoke by counting steps. Alex had practiced that very same tactic in the dark at the Secret Service's Beltsville training facility. Alex crawled forward as fast as he could. The footsteps suddenly grew fainter, and he redoubled his efforts, whipping his body back and forth like a serpent closing in on its prey. Thankfully, the footfalls picked up again. He hit another hallway, turned and belly crawled down it. He heard a door open and then close. He slithered faster, pushing himself to the right and feeling for the wall. When his hand hit metal, he reached up and grabbed the handle, but the door refused to open. He pulled his gun and shot at the door at waist level. One of the slugs hit the push bar, collapsing it, and the metal pole bar Adnan had wedged there fell free. He wrenched open the door and flung himself through. The smoke wasn't as bad in here, but the power to the hospital had obviously gone out because there was no light. Alex rose, found the handrail, and made his way down the steps, slipping and sliding along the way. He missed an entire step and ended up in a heap at the bottom of the first flight of stairs. Bruised and bleeding, he picked himself up and kept going by using the rail the rest of the way down. His panic increasing, Alex started taking the steps 2 at a time before reaching the bottom and hustling down the hall. He burst out of the exit door right as Adnan was getting in the ambulance that was parked there. Alex suspected the president was in the back. He didn't even cry out a warning. Alex just opened fire, hitting Adnan in the arm. Adnan fired back, and Alex had to throw himself to the side, where he lost his footing and tumbled down a set of concrete stairs. He rose, got off another shot, and took a round in return right in his ribs, fired by Ahmed, who'd emerged from the driver's side of the ambulance. Luckily, Ahmed's small-caliber ordnance had zero chance of penetrating the latest stage Kevlar that all Secret Service agents wore on protective detail. Still, it felt like Muhammad Ali had nailed him with his best punch, and Alex slumped down in pain, just as another shot fired by Adnan burned through the skin of his left arm. The ambulance sped off, its siren screaming, as Alex faltered after it on legs that were nearly dead, his chest killing him, his arm bleeding profusely and his lungs full of smoke. Alex finally dropped to his knees and fired at the ambulance, emptying his mag, but failing to stop it. Then he tried his wrist mic, but it didn't work. He realized the bullet that hit his arm must have also severed the wiring to his compact. The last thing he remembered before passing out was one final sight of the ambulance, and then it was gone. And so was the president, on his watch. Chapter 55. George Franklin pulled his car into the driveway. He'd come from the other side of Brennan, opposite where the ceremonial grounds were located, and he hadn't had his radio on. "Laurie?" he called out. "Jamila?" He plunked his keys on the kitchen island and went through the house calling out again. He opened the door to the garage and was puzzled to see his wife's convertible and the big Navigator SUV parked there. Had they all gone out in Jamila's van? "Laurie? Boys?" He went upstairs, starting to become a little uneasy. When he opened the door to his bedroom, that unease turned to panic as he saw the phone lying on the floor along with a torn-up sheet. "Laurie, honey?" He heard a sound from the closet. He rushed over and ripped the doors open and saw his bound wife. Laurie's eyes were not focusing well, but she did seem to be looking at him. He raced to her side and pulled her gag off. "My God, Laurie, what happened? Who did this?" he said frantically. She mouthed the name, but he couldn't hear it. "Who?" she said softly. "Jamila. She has the boys." And then Laurie Franklin started sobbing as her husband held her. The ambulance raced into the garage and the doors shut behind it. Adnan and Ahmed jumped out of the ambulance, opened the back door, and unloaded the president. Jamila had already opened the back of the van and was standing next to the rear passenger door, where she was trying to keep the boys calm. They were all upset, but fortunately, they were also too young to free themselves from their car seats. Now Jamila raced to the rear of the van and pushed the button that was hidden in a crevice inside the interior there. The floor lifted up, revealing a compartment. It was lead and copper-lined and cut into two shapes, one of a man in a fetal position and the other of a small cylindrical object. The shape of the man conformed to the measurements of President James Brennan, with an inch all around to spare. Jamila stared at the young man who had stepped back to let the doctor, Adnan, and the other man present lift Brennan from the gurney. "Ahmed?" she said unbelievingly. He looked at her. "Ahmed, it is me, Jamila." It was Ahmed, her Iranian poet, the one who had written down the exact date and time of his death, the young man who'd given her so much good advice, and also the young man she hoped to share paradise with. However, there was now a look in his eyes that Jamila could not remember ever having seen, even when he was in his full oratorical fury. It frightened her. "I do not know you," he said bitterly. "Do not talk to me, woman." Jamila took a step back from him, her heart crushed at this response. As Brennan was being transferred from the gurney to the van, Ahmed took a step toward the ambulance. Jamila saw him slip his hand inside the back of the ambulance, but could not see what he was doing. When he walked over to the others, Jamila came forward again. "Ahmed, we were at the camps together in Pakistan. You must remember me." This time, Ahmed didn't bother to answer. Jamila screamed as she saw a knife appear in Ahmed's hand, its point aimed right at the president's neck. Adnan was faster, and he slammed into Ahmed, knocking him down. "You fool!" Ahmed screamed, getting to his feet as Adnan pointed his gun at him. "Do you realize who we have here?" He gestured to Brennan. "This is the American president, the king of evil. He has destroyed everything we have." "You will not kill him," Adnan said. "Listen to me," Ahmed shouted. "We will never have this chance again. Can you not see that? The Americans will keep killing. They will kill us all with their tanks and planes. But we can kill him. That will destroy America." "No," Adnan said fiercely. "Why?" Ahmed cried. "Because of the plan?" he said derisively. "A plan devised by who? An American. We take orders from Americans, Adnan. Do you not see that? This is all a plot to kill us. I knew that. I have always known that. But now we take our revenge." He held his knife up in the air. "We do it now." "I do not wish to kill you, Ahmed, but I will." "Then kill me!" Ahmed rushed forward and Adnan fired. Jamila screamed as Ahmed slumped to the floor of the garage with a single shot to the center of his chest. Adnan put the gun back in his holster and pushed Ahmed's body out of the way. The tears slipped down Jamila's cheek as she stared at her dead poet. The other men now worked away calmly, as though a cockroach had been killed in front of them, instead of a man. Brennan was placed in the compartment, an oxygen tank in the other cutout space. The doctor fitted a mask over Brennan's face and turned on the feed line. Adnan closed the compartment and turned to the sobbing Jamila. "He did know me," she said haltingly between sobs. "That was my Ahmed." Adnan's response was a hard slap to her face. This startled Jamila so badly that she stopped crying. "Now get in your van," Adnan said firmly, "and do your job." Without another word, Jamila did exactly as he said. The garage door flew back up, and the van raced out. Adnan looked at the other two men and nodded at Ahmed's body. They picked it up and placed it in the oil pit, while Adnan wrapped up his bleeding arm where Alex had shot him. Adnan had suspected that Ahmed would try something. He'd been keeping a close watch on him, ever since they loaded the president into the ambulance. Still, it had been a close call. Seconds later, the three climbed into the ambulance, where Adnan became the patient, with the doctor presiding over him and the third man driving. This was the original plan of escape and would have also included Ahmed. Despite this cover, however, Adnan knew they'd been seen at the hospital, and now he had a gunshot wound. They would not make it through the roadblocks, yet they would make a fine decoy. And then, very soon after that, it would be over. Adnan gazed at the doctor, a man of 50, and understood from his look that he knew this to be the case too. Adnan closed his eyes and held his wounded arm. The pain wasn't bad. He'd had far worse. It was just one more scar to add to what he already had. However, this time, Adnan sensed it would be the last scar for him. He had no plans to rot in an American jail or let the Americans electrocute him like some animal. After the apartment building had been cleared except for the snipers, the lawmen had launched multiple RPGs into the 6th-floor apartment. Only then were the two gunmen finally silenced, after the most intensive gun battle Pennsylvania had seen since Gettysburg. When the apartment was stormed, the shooters were both found dead, but only after having fired all of their M50 ammo and thousands of rounds from their overheated machine guns, which were now both sizzling to the touch. The hospital was evacuated, and Alex Ford was discovered lying bleeding on the asphalt. When he was revived, he told them what he'd seen, and an APB went out on the ambulance. Jamila ran into a roadblock barely 5 minutes outside of Brennan. There were 3 cars in front of her, and the police were making people get out of their vehicles. She glanced back at the boys. The baby had fallen asleep, but the other 2 boys were still crying hard, and Jamila too felt tears sliding down her cheeks again. Ahmed said he did not know her. He had told her not to talk to him. Ahmed had been killed right in front of her. He had tried to stab the man. He'd gone against the plan and been killed for that. And yet what hurt her most of all were his words, "I do not know you." His hatred had consumed him, crushing the poet's heart in its grip. That was the only way Jamila could make herself understand what had happened. She was brought back from these thoughts by a tapping on her window. It was the police. She rolled down her window, and the howls of the children reached the ears of the officers. "Damn, lady, are those kids okay?" "They are scared," Jamila said, launching into her prepared speech. "I am scared too. There are sirens and police and people running and screaming. I have just come from downtown, and people there are screaming everywhere. It is mad. The world has gone mad. I take children to their home. I am nanny," she added, probably unnecessarily. She started to sob, which made the kids cry even harder. This woke the baby up, and he added his powerful lungs to the crisis. Okay, the officer said. "We'll make this real fast." He nodded to his men. They looked through the van and underneath it. They were searching inches from where the president lay unconscious. However, he might as well have been invisible, and the police were quite anxious to move on to another car. From the putrid smells coming from the back seat, all three boys had gone to the bathroom. The officers slammed the doors shut. "Good luck," one of them said to Jamila, and waved her on. A minute later, after repeated attempts, George Franklin finally got through on the flooded 911 line and reported what had happened, giving a description of Jamila, the boys, and the van. However, Jamila was on the way to her rendezvous spot long before this message was relayed to the field. 10 minutes later, the black chopper soared over the devastated dedication grounds and landed in the parking lot. One of the doors opened, and Tom Hemingway stepped out and hustled over to Carter Gray, who stood talking to some federal agents. Hemingway said, "My God, sir, we were on our way back from New York when we heard. Is the president still alive?" Gray's eyes had regained their focus, and his mind its priorities. "The president, we have just learned, has been kidnapped," Gray said. "I need to get back to Washington as soon as possible." A minute later, the chopper lifted into the air and headed south. Chapter 56. Jamila slowly drove back from the rendezvous point toward the Franklins' house. The transfer of the president from her van to his final transportation out of the area had gone very smoothly, taking barely a minute. She had the radio on to drown out the sounds of the boys from the back, and also to find out what the news stations were reporting. The airwaves were filled with the breaking events, although the commentators weren't making much sense. There were reports of many dead, but right now it seemed that the country, which had been watching the event on TV, was focusing on the fact that the president had been rushed to the hospital. They would soon find the truth far different. So engrossed was Jamila in her thoughts that she failed to notice the police cruiser closing in on her from behind. She finally looked in the rearview mirror when the flashing roof lights caught her attention. She could hear a loud voice coming from one of the cars as the police talked to her through their PA system. "Pull the van over and get out immediately." She didn't pull the van over, and she had no intention of getting out immediately. Instead, she accelerated slightly. In the lead cruiser, the officers eyed each other. "Looks like she's still got the kids in there with her." The other cop nodded. "We can box her in and try to talk her out." "Yeah, but if she doesn't come out, call in a sniper unit, pronto." "I don't think there's any left. Hell, we haven't had a single murder here in over 4 years, and in one day we have an attack on the president and some crazy nanny kidnapping their employer's kids." A half-mile farther up the road, another police cruiser blocked the way. Jamila saw this and pulled off the asphalt and drove across the grass. The cruisers were about to follow, but then stopped as Jamila turned the van around so it was facing back toward the road. She unfastened her seatbelt and climbed into the back seat. "What the hell's she doing?" one of the cops said. "You think she's going to hurt those kids?" "Who knows? What's the status of the sniper?" I took it as a really bad sign when the dispatcher laughed when I asked for one. "There's no way we can chance a shot with those kids in there. So what do we do?" "Look, the side door of the van's opening." They watched as an arm appeared and the baby was set on the ground, still in its car seat. Next, the two older boys were likewise deposited on the ground. "I don't get this," the cop in the passenger seat said. "If she makes one move to run them over, you take out her tires and I'll try for a headshot through the windshield," the other replied. The men climbed out of their cruiser. One had his pistol out, the other held a pump shotgun. However, Jamila had no intention of hurting the children. She glanced at them each in turn as she settled back in the driver's seat. She even waved to the oldest boy. "Bye-bye, Timmy," she said through the window. "Bye-bye, you naughty little boy." "Na-na," was all the tearful boy said back as he waved his hand at her. As much as Jamila had disliked Laurie Franklin, she was relieved she hadn't had to kill the woman. Children needed their mothers. Yes, children needed their mothers. She took a moment to write something down on a piece of paper that she pulled from her purse. She folded it carefully and then gripped it in her hand. She put the van in gear, started rolling forward, and pulled back onto the road. Another police cruiser had joined the hunt now. Jamila headed toward the two policemen who were standing outside their cruiser. "Stop the car," one of them said over his portable PA. Jamila didn't stop. She accelerated. "Stop the car now or we'll open fire!" Both officers aimed their weapons. One cruiser closed in on the rear of the van, while the other cruiser broke off and got the boys safely in their car. "Shoot the tires out," one of the cops said as Jamila bore down on them. They both fired and took out the front tires. Still, Jamila kept coming. She gunned the motor, and the van hobbled along at a fair clip on the shredded wheels. "Stop the van!" the cop yelled again through his PA. The cops behind the van shot out Jamila's rear tires, and still she rolled on. The van was weaving and lurching, but was still headed directly for the two policemen. "She's crazy!" one of the cops cried out. "She's going to run us down!" "Stop the car now!" the cop shouted again, "or we will open fire on you!" Inside the van, Jamila didn't even hear him. She was chanting over and over in Arabic, "I bear witness that there is no God but God." For an instant, as she hurtled forward, her thoughts careened to a young man named Ahmed, who didn't know her, despite having captured her heart. Ahmed, her poet, who was dead, and surely now in paradise. Jamila thought of the Prophet Muhammad climbing the Miraj, or ladder, that fateful night, until he reached the farthest mosque, the hallowed seventh heaven. It was the promised paradise, and it would be so beautiful, far better than anything here on earth. She pushed the gas pedal to the floor, and the crippled van shot forward. The shotgun and pistol roared together. The van's windshield exploded inward. The vehicle immediately weaved off the road onto the grass and hit a tree. The van's horn started blaring. The cops rushed over to it and cautiously opened the driver's door. Jamila's bloodied head was resting against the steering wheel, her eyes open but no longer seeing. As the officer stepped back, a piece of paper floated out of the van. One of them stooped and picked it up. "What's it say?" the other asked. "Suicide note?" He looked at it, shrugged, and handed it to his colleague. "I don't read Chinese." It was actually Arabic. Jamila had written something down. It was the date and exact time of her death. Chapter 57. Carter Gray said nothing in the chopper ride back to Washington. Hemingway didn't attempt to break into the man's thoughts. He had quite enough of his own. They landed at NIC, and Gray climbed out of the chopper. "Do you want to go home, sir?" Hemingway asked. Gray looked at him incredulously. "The president is missing. I have work to do." He walked into NIC headquarters as the chopper lifted off again. Hemingway spoke into his headset to the pilot. Tyler Rinke confirmed this command, and they headed west. Hemingway glanced down at the floor of the chopper. In the cargo hold, a foot under him, President James Brennan was sleeping peacefully. Within a few hours, even the most remote parts of the world knew at least some of the details of what had happened in the small town of Brennan, Pennsylvania. The Secret Service had immediately implemented its continuity of the government plan, securing all persons in the chain of command down to the Secretary of State. The Vice President, Ben Hamilton, had assumed the duties of the Chief Executive in accordance with the 25th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, the first time it had been invoked in response to a kidnapped president. And the newly installed acting president was not a happy man. Hamilton had verbally eviscerated the director of the Secret Service. Next, he'd summoned the heads of every intelligence agency to the White House and took them to task for having been so totally oblivious to an operation that had clearly taken enormous planning and manpower. It was well known that the VP had presidential aspirations. He obviously thought that aside from the damage the kidnapping had caused the country, it was probably not beneficial to him to assume the top spot in this way. Then he ordered Carter Gray to come to the Oval Office that night. By all accounts, Gray handled the tirade thrown his way in stride. When Hamilton finished, Gray calmly asked him if he could now go about the business of finding the president and returning him safely. His new boss's response, according to the sources who'd heard it through the very thick walls, was not printable in any newspaper. At Kate's invitation, Adelphia and the Camel Club reconvened back at her carriage house on their return from Brennan. Adelphia still carried a horrified look. Kate gave her some water and a cold cloth, but the woman just sat there, staring down at her hands and slowly shaking her head. Kate said, "Alex is okay, but I haven't been able to see him, only talk to him on the phone for a few minutes."
"I'm sure he's being debriefed," Reuben replied. "He was right in the middle of it all. He might have seen something that could help." "What did we all see that might be useful?" Stone asked. "A lot of shooting, people dying, and cars on fire," Caleb listed. "And the president being carried away," Milton added. "But there was something wrong with him before that," Caleb said. "I saw it on the big TV. He was clutching his chest." "Heart attack?" Reuben suggested. "Possibly," Stone said. "Well, it was Arab shooting," Reuben added. "I grabbed one of their guns before the man got shot." "It was definitely a coordinated attack," Stone commented. "Even with all the chaos, that was clear to see. Shooters, and then men setting themselves on fire, and then more shooters, in structured bursts of directed fire." "At least the presidential limo was able to get away," Kate added, "even if the president ended up being kidnapped." "Yes, but the perpetrators probably intended that the limo escape," Stone said, "after cutting it off from the rest of the motorcade." He looked over at Milton, who was frantically typing away on his laptop. "Anything new, Milton?" "Only that the president is confirmed missing, and there was a tremendous gun battle outside of Mercy Hospital in Brennan." "Mercy Hospital," Stone said thoughtfully. "If the president was ill, they must have taken him to the hospital. That would have been standard procedure." "And they set fire to the ambulance," Kate said. "Also part of the plan," Stone replied. Caleb looked at all of them. "So what now?" "We really need to talk to Alex. He needs to look at that film," Kate said. "I'm sure he's pretty busy right now," Reuben commented. "I'll go and see him as soon as he's home," Kate said. "I know he'll want to help." Stone, however, didn't look nearly as confident as she did.
At Secret Service headquarters, the crisis room was abuzz. Although the FBI was officially handling the investigation, the service wasn't about to back down on this case. Alex Ford, his arm bandaged, his bruised ribs wrapped with tape, and his lungs still feeling like they'd been charcoaled, had been debriefed for the 10th time and was in turn being caught up on recent developments. "We've got the hospital security guard," said the Secret Service's director, Wayne Martin. "The 2 other men in the ambulance were killed after a gun battle, but we got the bastard." "And the president?" Alex asked anxiously. Martin said, "No sign of him. We think he was transferred to another vehicle. A woman named Jamila Salem may have been involved. She worked as a nanny for a couple named Franklin. She tied up Mrs. Franklin and took the kids. Later she released the kids, but was killed by the responding officers when she tried to run them down." "What's the connection to the president?" another agent asked. "We think she used the kids to get through the roadblocks. A nanny with 3 screaming babies is not really high on the suspect list." "I'm still not getting it," the same agent commented. When the officers inspected the van she was driving, a secret compartment was found in the rear. It was copper and lead-lined with an outline of a man's body, roughly the size of the president's, cut into it, plus space for an oxygen tank that was later recovered. Mrs. Franklin said the nanny was highly upset when she was told that Mrs. Franklin had changed her plans and was going to the dedication event with her sons. That would have thrown a big monkey wrench in their plan, so Franklin had to be taken out. "Has he talked?" Alex asked. "The security guard, I mean." "The FBI has taken over that line of inquiry," Martin said bitterly. "But his prints were run through the system and came back with zip." "Sir, that guy is no rookie. I can't believe this is his first op," Alex said. Martin said, "Agreed, but I guess he never got caught before." Alex then asked the question he'd been dreading. "How many are dead, sir?" Martin looked at him strangely. "Counting the dedication grounds and what happened in town, 21 terrorists were killed." "I mean, what about our guys?" Martin glanced around the room at the other men and women there. "This is not public knowledge, and it won't be until we can figure out what the hell's going on." He paused. "We had no casualties." Alex jumped up and looked at the man. "What the hell are you talking about? Guys were dropping all over the place. I was there. I saw them, damn it! Is this some kind of bullshit political spin?" "Because if it is, it stinks." "Just hold on, Ford," Martin said. "I know you're on heavy meds for the pain, but you don't talk to me that way, son." Alex took a deep breath and sat back down. "Sir, we had casualties. Our guys were shot, over 25 of them, plus about 15 uniforms, and Dr. Bellamy." Martin paused. "But they were shot with tranquilizer darts. They've all recovered. That's why the shooters were able to get their weapons through the magnetometers. The guns and darts were made of composite materials with no metal." He paused and then said, "None of what I'm telling you leaves this room." All the agents in the room looked at one another. Alex said slowly, "Tranquilizer guns. They weren't firing tranquilizer darts at the hospital. Those were real bullets." "The snipers fired darts into the 2 other agents we found there. Then they held off the reinforcements with real ammo. However, despite having the high ground and one of the best sniper rifles on the market, they didn't hit one damn person with live ammo. Eyewitnesses said the snipers only shot in the vicinity of our guys. They put up walls of fire in front of the hospital to keep our people away. That seems clear now. They apparently never took a kill shot, although our guys said there were plenty of opportunities for them to do so. I don't claim to understand it, but those are the facts right now." Alex touched his wounded arm. "They used live ammo on me." "Congratulations. You were the only one. I guess they didn't anticipate you being able to get into the hospital and mess up their plans." I obviously didn't mess them up enough. Martin eyed him closely. You did as much as any agent could have. Alex didn't acknowledge this compliment. Martin continued. The plan, obviously, was to funnel the president to the hospital without his normal security contingent. They knew our procedures and methodology well and used them against us. We think the fact they didn't harm any of the security forces may bode well for the president. They could have killed him easily. So they'll hold him for ransom and not just money, another agent said. That's the probable scenario, Martin conceded. God only knows what they're going to ask for. But why go to all the trouble of not killing us, sir? Alex asked in exasperation. I mean, that's what these guys do. They kill. Look at 9/11, the USS Cole, Grand Central, and they were slaughtered in the process. It makes no sense. Agreed, it makes no sense. We seem to be in new territory here. Martin picked up a remote and pointed it at a large-screen plasma TV hanging from the wall. We've just got this video feed in. I want everyone to sit here and watch this thing. Anybody sees something that strikes them funny, sound off. The TV came to life, and Alex watched as the horrific events at Brennan unfolded. They viewed it 3 times, and while a few agents had some comments, nothing jumped out at them. It was clear that the terrorists had been very organized and very disciplined. They took the ambulance out and Dr. Bellamy too, so we'd have to take the president directly to the hospital for treatment, Martin said. Then they used a tractor trailer and a downed water tower to block off reinforcements. Pretty damn clever. Lucky we weren't facing these guys when Reagan got shot. He got to the hospital with a handful of guys. Somebody waiting there would have had a pretty easy target. Which means we're going to have to change how we do things from now on. But the president was looking ill, Alex said. I remember seeing him grab at his chest. When we got to the hospital, he told me he was dying. I checked his pulse. It seemed okay, but I'm no doctor. The hospital staff said a doctor at the hospital injected him with something and he went unconscious. Martin added. They couldn't just count on him becoming ill and going to Mercy Hospital, Alex said. They had to make that happen at the ceremony. Right, but we don't know how they did it. Another agent spoke up. Maybe he was hit with a dart that made him sick. That's possible. And the dart guns don't make a lot of noise, but no one saw a gun until the first volley of fire took place. We've gone over that film 100 times. At no time does the president flinch or otherwise show that he's been shot with anything. Even with a dart gun, you're going to have a physical reaction upon impact. At that moment, Jerry Sykes came in holding a paper. This just in, sir. Martin read it and then looked up at his crew. The hospital in Brennan has reported 5 people who came to the hospital complaining of respiratory problems and heart attack symptoms. They sent us a rundown of the people's descriptions and other details. They're all being treated, but tests show there's nothing wrong with them. Some sort of biological agent might have been released in the air, Sykes suggested. And only hit the president and a few others? That's a mighty ineffective agent, Martin said skeptically. Alex's gaze was on the TV screen. Were the 5 people who went to the hospital a National Guardsman, 2 older men, a young woman, and an elderly woman? Martin looked up from the file. How in the hell did you know that? In response, Alex pointed to the screen. Back up and run that sequence in slow motion. They all watched as Brennan started shaking hands along the rope line. Okay, stop right there, Alex cried out. Martin froze the playback. Look at the man's hand, Alex said, pointing to the National Guardsman's prosthetic device. It's a fake hand, Ford, Sykes said. A couple of the agents on the line noticed it. Right, I saw him too, Alex said. He shakes with his right hand, which is artificial, and you'll see Brennan shaking 5 more hands before he went down. Now roll the tape. The National Guardsman saluted the president. Stop it right there, Alex said. See, he saluted with his left hand, or left hook. 1 hand and 1 hook? So maybe he's waiting to get the other one done, Martin said impatiently. But why shake with your right and salute with your left? Sykes said, I'm left-handed, but most people are right-handed, so I always shake with my right, but I sometimes salute with my left. So what? Martin said, Okay, anybody else see anything? Alex kept studying the hand. Can you zoom in on the guy's hand? Martin and Sykes looked at him crossly. Just humor me, guys, Alex said. It's not like anybody else here is spotting anything. Martin hit the zoom button until the prosthetic hand nearly filled the screen. Check that out, Alex said, pointing. Check what out? Martin exclaimed. The moisture on the guy's palm. Sykes looked at Alex quizzically. That's sweat. It was a warm day, Alex. Right, it was a warm day, but artificial hands don't sweat. Holy shit, Martin yelled as he stared at the screen. As the men were leaving a little later, Martin stopped Alex. Ford, you have nothing to be ashamed of. You're a damn hero, actually. You don't really believe that, Alex said, and neither do I. Chapter 58. 24 hours had passed, and a panicked America continued to wait for word on its missing president. The National Guardsman's address had been tracked down, but he was long gone by the time they got there. The other sickened people at the hospital were found to be suffering from a powerful synthetic hallucinogen that was absorbed through the skin. Tests showed that it caused heart attack-like symptoms, partial paralysis, and feelings of imminent doom. The hospital had to call in CIA scientists and technicians to help identify the substance. The CIA quickly informed everyone that it had never used the drug on anyone, but the enemies of America certainly had, the bastards. The good news, however, was that the drug was not fatal, and its effects could be counteracted quite easily by existing medications. It appeared the substance had been transferred when the infected president shook hands with 5 more people standing in the rope line. Another body had been found in a garage in downtown Brennan. Alex identified the man as the one driving the ambulance at the hospital. The garage was owned by an American businessman. However, no trace of him could be found. The ballistic report showed that the bullet removed from the dead man was fired from the same gun that had wounded Alex. The bullet had glanced off the Secret Service agent's arm and embedded itself in a wooden railing. That, coupled with the proximity of the garage to the hospital, indicated strongly that the switch from the ambulance to Jamila Saelem's van had taken place at the garage. The president had obviously been transferred from the van to something else, perhaps another vehicle, and then slipped out of the area. Acting President Hamilton had spoken several times to the American people to reassure them that the country was stable and its leadership running smoothly, and that whoever had done this terrible thing would be severely punished. He demanded that whatever terrorist group had kidnapped James Brennan return him at once unharmed, or the United States' retaliation for the brutal act would be nothing short of annihilation for both the perpetrators and any countries aiding them. However, the kidnapping had clearly stunned the United States. The financial markets had plummeted. People were afraid to leave their homes. The country had come to a standstill. It didn't help matters that some Muslim extremists were calling upon the kidnappers to kill Brennan, if he wasn't already dead, and show his body to the world. The Armed Forces and the Strategic Air Command, SAC, were at DEFCON Level 2, only the second time SAC had been placed on that level, the other being the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. Even the events of 9/11 had only pushed the DEFCON level to 3. Military experts warned that depending on how things developed, the DEFCON level might very well go to 1, the highest. Then all bets were off. The intelligence sector was doing all it could to identify the kidnappers. Diplomatic inquiries were also put out to all quarters, and the Pentagon was itching for a target on which to use its high-tech weaponry. In a conversation with a senator on the Armed Services Committee, a 3-star general said, "We're through dicking around with these people. No more boots on the ground for them to shoot at. Just missiles through the air. They can kiss their asses goodbye this time." The senator did not disagree with him. Already, heightened tensions between the Islamic world and America were ratcheted ever higher. Although no terrorist organization had claimed responsibility, every slain terrorist in Brennan was an Arab. Astonishingly, their prints and other information had been run through NIC's vast comprehensive system, and nothing had come back. It was unthinkable that the U.S. intelligence community hadn't a single bite of information about any of these perpetrators, but that indeed seemed to be the case. Right now, most people weren't concentrating on that anomaly. They simply wanted their president back, and they wanted answers as to how this could have occurred in the first place. Late in the evening, on the day following the kidnapping, Kate Adams knocked on the front door of Alex Ford's home in Manassas after having called him repeated times without success. Kate heard the soulful tunes of a guitar coming from somewhere inside. Those sounds stopped, and she listened as footsteps grew closer to the door. "Yeah? Alex, it's Kate." Alex opened the door. He was unshaven and his hair a mess. He was wearing torn jeans, a dirty t-shirt, and no shoes. His eyes were bloodshot, and Kate smelled alcohol on his breath. He was holding a black acoustic guitar in his right hand. "You never returned my calls. I was really worried," she said. "Sorry, I've been busy," he said curtly. She stared at the instrument in his hand, and then at the bandage on his arm. "How can you be playing guitar with a gunshot wound in your arm?" "Who needs a sling when you have Jack Daniels?" "Can I come in?" He shrugged, stepped back, and closed the door behind her. "I'm surprised your house isn't surrounded by media trucks." "They haven't released my name. I'm just the unidentified Secret Service agent who screwed up and let someone kidnap the president." He led her into a small family room, and they sat down. The room had very little furniture. In fact, Kate thought it was so barren that it almost looked like someone was either moving in or moving out. The only thing out of the ordinary was hundreds of shot glasses on one shelf. "I have a shot glass from every place I visited while on protection detail." She turned to find his gaze on her. "Not much to show after all those years, is it?" he said. There was an awkward silence until he said, "You want something to drink?" "Nothing as strong as what you're having." He rose and came back a minute later with a glass of Coke on ice. "No Jack, right?" she said warily. "Nope. I'm actually fresh out. Funny, I had a whole bottle yesterday." "So that's the plan? Stay here and drink yourself to death while you play Johnny Cash ballads?" "It's a plan," he said dully. "Not a very good one." "You have a better idea?" "You promised to meet with Oliver and the others." "Oh, right, the Camera Club," he said absently. "No, the Camel Club." "Whatever," he said, and started strumming on his guitar. Kate glanced around the room, and her gaze came to rest on a photo. She picked it up. The man in the picture was very tall and lean, with a weathered face and a huge black pompadour slicked back to an exaggerated degree. A cigarette dangled from his lips, and he was holding a guitar. She glanced at Alex, who was watching her closely. "Your father?" "The one and only Freddie Hot Rod Ford," he said. "He doesn't really look like Johnny Cash." "I know. More like Hank Williams Sr." She put the photo back down and looked around. "Not much of a life, is it?" he said. Kate turned and saw Alex watching her. "Being a Secret Service agent doesn't mix really well with a home life," he said. She smiled. "Don't worry. I'm not after you for your money." "Good thing." She sat back down, sipped her Coke, and said, "You need to meet with Oliver, Alex. Remember, a woman has been kidnapped." "Then call in the FBI. Although I think they're tied up on another kidnapping right now." "They want you." He pointed to himself. "Look at me, Kate. If your sister were missing, would you really want me handling the case?" "Yes, Bullshit. Please, Alex, will you meet with them? No, I won't. Why not? I don't owe you or anyone else a damn explanation. She set down her glass and stood. I'm sorry you feel that way. She turned to leave, but he put a hand on her shoulder and turned her back toward him. I screwed up, Kate, he said simply. I didn't do my job. It wasn't your fault. They almost killed you. No, they suckered me like I was a rookie. This Middle Eastern security guard just happens to stroll out of the hospital, and he just offers to risk his life to help me, and I let the son of a bitch walk away with the President of the United States? You didn't let him walk away. You figured out what they were up to. Yeah, about 60 seconds too late, and in my job, that doesn't cut it. He leaned against the wall. You remember what Clint Hill, Kennedy's Secret Service guy, told me? That you didn't want to be like him because he'd lost his president. That's right, Alex said. And now I know exactly what the man meant. Chapter 59. Carter Gray had barely slept since Brennan disappeared, yet the NIC chief had little to show for his efforts. 36 hours after the president had been kidnapped, he was sitting at a conference table at NIC. Across from him, shackled to a chair with two burly guards hovering nearby, was a man answering only to the name Farid Shah, which matched his official documents. Gray knew that it was all phony, and had managed to wrest control of Shah from the FBI, based mainly on the fact that he had considerable dirt on the FBI director. Farid Shah from India, Gray said. But you're not Indian. My father was Indian. My mother was Saudi. I took after her, the prisoner said quietly. His wounded arm was taped to his side. They weren't going to allow him to wear a sling, since it would also make a very effective suicide tool. A Hindu marries a Muslim? Out of 1 billion people, you'd be surprised how much it happens. And how exactly did you get from India to America? America, it's the land of opportunity, he answered vaguely. Are Muslims now recruiting Hindus as terrorists? I am a practicing Muslim. I'm sure you've watched me perform my salat in my cell, haven't you? You know, Mr. Shah, you look familiar to me. I've found that to most Americans, all of us look alike. I'm not most Americans. And how exactly did you get your job as a security guard at the hospital? The prisoner looked down at his hands and said nothing. And who are these people? Gray asked as he spread out the photos on the table. Are these your family? No reply. They were found in your apartment, so presumably you know who they are. It's interesting. On the backs of each photo are dates written in Arabic. They appear to be the dates of birth and death and also some other information. Gray held up one photo of a teenage boy. This says he was 16 when he died. It also says he was killed during the Iran-Iraq War. Was he your brother? Which side of the war was he on? Which side were you on? Gray didn't wait for an answer that he knew wasn't coming. He picked up another photo, this one of a woman. It says she was killed in what is written as the first American invasion of Iraq. I'm assuming you're referring to Persian Gulf I, when Iraq invaded Kuwait and the United States came to Kuwait's aid. Was she your wife? Did you fight for Saddam Hussein? Again, nothing. Gray picked up one more picture, that of a teenage girl. He turned it around and read, Killed in second American invasion of Iraq. Was this your daughter? The prisoner was still studying his hands. You've lost all these people, your family and friends in war and insurrection, Muslim against Muslim, and then Muslim against American. Is that what this is all about? Gray leaned in closer. Is this all about revenge? Gray slowly collected the photos and nodded to the guards. As he rose to leave, Gray said to the prisoner, I'll be back very soon, and then you will tell me everything. The following morning, responding to news rumors, the the nation was finally told that during the kidnapping of President Brennan, the terrorists had used tranquilizer guns. These resulted in no deaths to any American, although numerous people suffered injuries when the crowd stampeded at the dedication ceremony. The confirmed killing of 21 Arabs had the world shaking its collective head. The New York Times headline put the issue succinctly: "Suicide killers who kill only themselves?" A commentary in the Washington Post wondered if it was due to the fact that real guns would have been detected by the magnetometers. Yet no one could explain why the snipers at the hospital also used tranquilizer guns. The New York Post put it most bluntly with its headline, "What in the hell is going on?" Violence was spreading into the streets across America and the world. Clearly, it was only a matter of time before something major happened. On that very same morning, the White House absorbed more stunning news. Each of the major American television networks had received a heads-up from Al Jazeera that it was about to release a ransom note from the kidnappers that had just been delivered to the Arab News Network. There were stunning revelations contained in the note, representatives of Al Jazeera claimed. No one, not even the acting president, would be given an advance copy of the ransom demand. Apparently, the kidnappers wanted the government to find out at the same time as the rest of its citizenry. Acting President Hamilton's response to this, if it had been on live TV, would have required a number of bleep-overs and an official FCC rebuke for on-air profanity. Yet what could he do? Hamilton assembled his cabinet, advisors, and military commanders to watch the announcement. "How the hell do we even know if these people have Brennan? This could all be a load of crap," the National Security Advisor warned. "Exactly," the Secretary of Defense Joe Decker echoed. He was well respected as a cabinet member who did his homework and played the political games to the fullest. He also had the reputation of a man unafraid to pull the trigger when it came to unleashing America's military juggernaut. Decker had been an Iron Man in Brennan's administration, and Hamilton was relying heavily on him during this crisis. Hamilton withdrew a slip of paper from his pocket. "This was forwarded to the White House a few minutes ago from the networks. It accompanied the demand letter." "What is it, sir?" Decker asked. "They say it's the nuclear codes that President Brennan was carrying with him. We'll need to confirm that they're accurate. Obviously, the codes are no longer valid." 2 minutes later, after a quick consultation and a confirming phone call, Defense Secretary Decker glumly looked around the room. "They're the ones." The other men and women in the room stared downward, avoiding eye contact with each other. They were all thinking the same thing. Whatever the kidnappers were asking for would almost undoubtedly be something the U.S. could not agree to. And that, unfortunately, would seal the fate of James Brennan. A grizzled news anchor appeared on the plasma screen mounted on the wall. Hamilton, putting words to the unspoken thoughts of those gathered around him, said, "I swear to God, if those bastards filmed the beheading of Jim Brennan, there won't be one building left standing over there." The veteran news anchor appeared upset, but quickly started reading. First, America and the rest of the world had to recognize Islam as a great religion and give it the respect it deserved. Second, for every dollar given by the U.S. to either Israel or Egypt, a dollar had to be given to Palestine for economic development. Third, there must be a complete withdrawal of all Allied troops from Iraq and Afghanistan, although UN troops could remain. Fourth, all Allied military bases in Afghanistan must be removed. Fifth, all private foreign oil interests in the Middle East must be turned over to the country where such oil interests were located, including the oil pipeline running through Afghanistan. Sixth, any foreign businesses operating in the Middle East must be majority owned by Arabs and must reinvest all their profits in the region for the next 2 decades to help build infrastructure and create jobs. Seventh, there must be agreement by the United States and its allies that they would not invade another sovereign nation unless specifically attacked by that nation's military or unless there was credible evidence of such nation's support of a terrorist attack against the U.S. or its allies. Eighth, the United States must refrain from using its powerful military to reshape the world in its image and must respect the diverse cultures in the Middle East. Ninth, there must be an acknowledgement that many problems in the Middle East were the result of the West's misguided foreign policies and colonial exploitation, and that a widespread dialogue must be initiated on how best to move forward. As this list was read off, the mood in the room at the White House darkened even more. A general exclaimed, "Same old crap. I'm a little disappointed they weren't more creative." "We can't bow to blackmail," Hamilton said. He looked around the room for confirmation. "Absolutely not," the NSA agreed. "Clearly, we can't," Secretary Decker added forcefully. Around the table, people started scribbling notes on the appropriate spin for this chain of events. Meanwhile, the generals and admirals huddled in a corner, sketching out a military response. The Secretary of State, Andrea Mays, spoke up. "Wait a minute, people! Damn it! Let's not just write Jim Brennan off." She was a close friend of the kidnapped president. The Pentagon group looked at her in utter disbelief. One of them snapped, "Do you really believe that they're just going to hand him back to us?" There were eruptions around the table. Then a very loud voice boomed out. Everyone's attention was directed to Carter Gray, who sat at one end of the table. Though his aura of invincibility had been substantially damaged, he could still command respect. "Perhaps," Gray said, motioning to the TV, "we should listen to the rest." The room grew silent. "This is a new section," the TV anchor said, holding the paper tightly. He cleared his throat and began reading. "Civilized countries that unilaterally spread their will with bullets and bombs are terrorists and have no right to deny other countries the same privilege. When you lead with the sword, you often die by it." The anchor paused again. "Now we come to the most bizarre part of this message, although, quite frankly, what has happened thus far is the most incredible series of events that I have seen in my 32 years of covering the news." He paused a third time, as though to give the moment the substantial gravitas it deserved. "Damn it!" Secretary Decker roared. "Just tell us, for God's sake!" The anchor started reading again. "Whether or not these demands are met, 1 week from today, President James Brennan will be released unharmed, left at a safe location, and the appropriate authorities will be contacted immediately to retrieve him. However, we ask the world to take these demands with the utmost seriousness if we are ever to truly have salam." The anchor added hastily, "That means peace in Arabic." The White House group simply stared at the TV, shock and awe all over their faces. "What the hell did he just say?" Hamilton asked. Gray answered in a clear voice. He said that even if the demands are not met, President Brennan will be released unharmed. "Bullshit!" Decker yelled. "Do they think we're all idiots?" Gray thought, "No, I don't believe they think you're all idiots." "This is preposterous," Decker said angrily. "What I want to know is where they recruited the people to pull this off." Gray looked at him disdainfully. "There are over 1 billion Muslims on this earth. Muslims follow their faith fervently and do what is asked of them without question. So do you really think that it would be that difficult to find fewer than 24 of them willing to sacrifice their lives under these circumstances? Do you?" he asked again. "We're fighting a war against these people, Joe. If you don't even know your enemy, I respectfully suggest that the Defense Department is not the best fit for your capabilities." "Where the hell do you get off?" Decker began, but Gray snapped. "The question we should be asking ourselves is who planned the scheme. Because I seriously doubt it was any terrorist organization of which I'm aware. That means there's someone else out there. Someone else we have to find if we're to have any chance of getting the president back alive." Chapter 60. After the stunning demand, Carter Gray had gone back to work with renewed purpose. The files at NIC contained no record of Farid Shah, so Gray had mulled where next to search. The FBI had its APHIS criminal files, yet Gray was almost certain the name Farid Shah would not be found there. One did not assume a false name with a criminal record attached to it. And as Gray had predicted, a search in the APHIS database also turned up negative. Next, Gray hopped a chopper to Brennan, Pennsylvania. A temporary morgue had been set up there, and Gray examined all of the bodies. The corpse of the doctor from Mercy Hospital looked familiar, but that was all. The problem was many of the photos NIC had in its terrorist files were anywhere from 5 to 15 years old. People could change a lot in that amount of time. Gray then traveled to the dedication grounds, the garage, the hospital, and finally, the apartment building where the snipers had kept the police at bay. Nothing occurred to the NIC chief except his ability to marvel at the terrorists' intricate planning. Who had set this in motion? Who? On the chopper ride home, he pulled out the photos he'd taken from Shah's apartment. A sudden thought occurred to him. The chopper was redirected to Langley. When he arrived, Gray gave the photos and also a mugshot of Farid Shah to the DCI and asked him to make immediate inquiries to try to identify any of them. Late that evening, back at his office, Gray received a phone call from Langley. They had turned up an Arab informant who thought he recognized one of the people in the photos. It was the young girl. She was the daughter of someone the informant had fought with in Iraq. First, as part of an underground movement against Saddam Hussein, and then against the American occupation. When the informant saw Shah's mugshot, he identified it immediately, although the man's appearance had changed drastically. He was the young girl's father. "What was the father's name?" Gray asked impatiently. "Adnan al-Remi," the CIA director said. "But that can't be right. He's dead." Gray acknowledged this, thanked the man, and hung up. He immediately accessed the database, pulled up al-Remi's file photo, and compared that picture with the current mugshot of the man calling himself Farid Shah. Though there was some likeness, even allowing for shaved hair and beard and weight changes, it was not the same man. Gray sat back in his chair and dropped the photo on his desk. NIC's database had been corrupted, and photos and fingerprints altered. Patrick Johnson had been paid to do it and then killed. That all made sense now. Yet where did it leave Carter Gray? He'd been fighting this whole damn war with flawed intelligence. It was far more than a disaster. It was the greatest professional setback Gray had ever experienced. He walked outside and sat on the bench by the fountain. While Gray listened to the soothing water, he stared up at the NIC facility, the greatest intelligence agency in the world, and right now he knew it was absolutely useless to him. This had been an inside job. His earlier suspicions about terrorists killing terrorists and then being resurrected had been confirmed. But who was the traitor? And how deep did the treachery go? Despite the vast resources at his disposal, Carter Gray was now very much alone. Tom Hemingway sat on the concrete floor, his long legs folded under him. His eyes were closed and his pulse and breathing so slowed that it was not apparent at first glance that he was actually alive. When he rose, he moved fast down the hallway and entered another room. He unlocked a heavy door, passed through it, unlocked another one, and went inside. In a small enclosure, lying on a cot, her arms and legs chained to the wall, was Chastity Hayes. Her even breathing showed her to be asleep. Hemingway left Hayes and went to another room, where his other far more important prisoner was also sleeping comfortably. Hemingway stood in the doorway and watched President Brennan for a while, and reflected on what had happened. When everyone expected murderous violence, Hemingway had given the world restraint. When everyone anticipated that the stereotype of the fanatical Muslim would be repeated once more, he had thrown the world a curve of historic proportion. Yet, it was not without precedent. Gandhi had changed an entire continent with nonviolence. Brutal segregationists in the American South had finally been beaten by sit-ins and peace marches. Turning the other cheek was Hemingway's new way. He had no idea if it would work, but it was clearly worth a chance, because without it, all he saw was the inevitable destruction of two worlds that he cared so much about. He was apparently ignoring the fact that what happened in Pennsylvania had terrorized thousands and injured hundreds, some critically. Hemingway had agonized over how much to tell the Arabs about the mission. Would they follow orders if they knew not one of their enemy would perish? Yet finally, Hemingway had decided that if he was asking them to die for this cause, they should die fully informed. It was the right thing to do. So the men in Brennan, Pennsylvania, sacrificed their lives with the knowledge that their foes were safe. It was one of the most courageous acts Hemingway had ever witnessed. Hemingway checked his watch. There would be another message delivered to the world shortly. It involved where the president would be returned, and this would be just as stunning as the last message. Kate met with the Camel Club at Oliver Stone's cottage and reported her failure with Alex Ford. She said, "He blames himself for what happened to the president. Having come to know him well over the years, I can't say I'm surprised," Stone replied. "He's a proud man who takes his work very seriously." "Too much pride is sometimes a bad thing," Kate said. "Well, we're running out of time," Milton said. He had his computer on and pointed to the screen. "It's getting very ugly out there." They all crowded around him, staring at the news flashing across the computer. Milton said, "Even with the demand note saying they'll let Brennan go, the violence is getting out of control. Muslims are being beaten and killed by mobs all over the world, and the Muslims are retaliating. 5 Americans were ambushed in Kuwait and beheaded, and Iraq has become totally destabilized again." Stone added, "And now even the more moderate Islamic elements are calling for the kidnappers holding Brennan to extract a heavy price for him from America. One group is calling for the kidnappers to demand nuclear weapons in exchange for his return," Caleb said. "My God, the whole world is collapsing. Why can't people just sit and read books and be nice to each other?" Reuben raised a thick eyebrow at that naive comment. "The U.S. military is cocked and locked, just waiting for the word to go." "This might cause an all-out war with the Islamic world," Caleb said. "Some people might want war," Stone said. "Carter Gray might want that." "What if the president is released?" Kate said. "It might not matter," Stone replied. "With the world so divided, all it could take is one single catalyst to set the final battle in place." "But if we can find out who did it," Kate said. "Us?" exclaimed Reuben. "We haven't got a bloody chance in hell of doing that." "You're wrong, Reuben," Stone interjected sternly. They all looked at him. "Alex Ford once paid me a visit here. Perhaps it's time the Camel Club reciprocated." Carter Gray walked down the hallway of an isolated cell area at NIC. He nodded to the guards, and the cell door slid open. "Mr. Al-Remy," Gray said triumphantly. "Shall we talk?" There was no response from the burly prisoner who was lying on his bed, the covers over his head. Gray motioned to the guards. The 2 men grabbed Al-Remy by the shoulders and attempted to haul him up. "Oh, shit!" one of the guards exclaimed. They let go of Al-Remy and he fell to the concrete floor. Gray rushed in and stared at the body. Loose strands of medical tape were sticking out of his mouth. He had taken it from his wounded arm, balled it up, and crammed it into his mouth, suffocating himself under the cover of his blanket. His body was already cold. Gray looked up at the video camera hanging in the corner and screamed, "A man chokes himself to death on medical tape and you saw nothing? You idiots!" He threw the file into Adnan Al-Remy's cell. The photos cascaded over the body. As he stalked off, The glazed eyes of the corpse seemed to follow each furious stride of the intelligence czar. If a dead man could have managed it, Adnan al-Remi would certainly have been smiling. A half-hour later, Gray's chopper landed at the White House. He wasn't looking forward to this meeting with acting President Hamilton. He decided to get the worst of it out of the way up front. Gray and Hamilton had never been close. Hamilton was an old political sidekick of Brennan, and he'd been openly cool to the close relationship Brennan had with his intelligence chief. And it was still a sore point with Hamilton that the president asked Gray and not him to attend the event in Brennan. And yet that event had radically altered the professional relationship, giving Hamilton the upper hand. Gray assumed his new boss would look for any opening to sack him, and the NIC chief didn't intend to give him such an opportunity. He told Hamilton about a prisoner's suicide, but without informing him of al-Remi's true identity. Gray intended to take that secret to his grave. "However, I think we're making progress, sir," he added. Hamilton snapped. "How the hell do you figure that, Gray?" He held up an Islamic newspaper. "You read Arabic, don't you?" Gray translated the headline out loud. "They are finally paying for their sins." Hamilton picked up another paper. "This one says, 'Maybe Islam can turn the other cheek.' That ran in a major Italian daily. And now, while our president is God knows where, the international press is intimating that this is somehow our fault." He held up a long slip of paper. "In the last 20 minutes, I've been informed that a Muslim cab driver was pulled out of his vehicle in broad daylight in New York City and beaten to death. And you know what? He'd served 6 years in the Army. Our Army. And 2 Halliburton executives were snatched out of their hotel in Riyadh. Their gutted bodies were found in an alley a half-mile away with 'Death to America' written across their naked bodies. And that's just the latest in about a dozen such incidents I've gotten today. The Pentagon's waiting for me to tell them to nuke somebody, and my intelligence folks are anything but intelligent, it seems. We don't have one damn lead as to where Jim Brennan is." He stared at Gray, obviously itching to hear the man's feeble response so he could pounce. Ben Hamilton had seemingly aged 4 years in the brief time since the kidnapping. Gray had never known a president to come into the White House with dark hair and leave with anything less than gray. This was the most impossible occupation in history, and, in the strange way the world worked, the most coveted. Gray said, "Regardless of how this happened, and what the international media is saying about it, dogs don't change their spots. When the inevitable happens, we'll have the opening we need." Hamilton slammed his fist down on his desk. "I want Jim Brennan back alive. Your previous work for this country means squat to me. This happened on your watch, and I hold you fully accountable for it. The United States has been humiliated by a bunch of damn Arabs. Unless the president is returned safe and sound, you will no longer head this country's intelligence community. Are we perfectly clear on that?" "Absolutely," Gray replied impassively. He knew this to be baseless rhetoric. There was no possible way the acting president could afford to fire his intelligence chief during such a crisis. But let me point out that there is not one demand of the kidnappers that this country can seriously consider, given our current foreign policies, and we can't wait 1 week for his release. Not that I believe they'll release him. The American people will not tolerate that, and the violence is only going to become worse in the meantime. Hamilton snapped, "Well, then I guess you'll just have to find him on your own." Gray studied the man keenly. He sensed exactly what his adversary was thinking. Politicians were all too transparent. Ben Hamilton had wanted this job more than anything. He had patiently paid his dues, waiting for Brennan to serve his 2 terms before it was his turn to wear the American crown. Now he had the throne, yet could he do the job? In Gray's mind, it wasn't even a close call. Ben Hamilton didn't make even a worthy vice president. The chief of staff suddenly burst into the room with a Secret Service agent hard on her heels. "Sir," she exclaimed, "this is just in from Al Jazeera. The kidnappers have disclosed the location where the president will be released." "Where?" Gray snapped. "Medina." Hamilton exclaimed, "Medina? How the hell did they get Brennan out of the country and to Saudi Arabia?" "Private plane and private airport," Gray answered. "Not that difficult." Hamilton's face flushed. "We spend billions on airport and border security, and they managed to sneak the damn President of the United States to the Middle East?" He stared at Gray as though he meant to fire him right that instant. Gray spoke quickly. "It makes sense. Medina is the second holiest city in the Muslim world behind Mecca." Hamilton looked at his chief of staff. "Get in touch with the Saudis and tell them that Medina is going to be annexed by this country until we get Brennan back." He eyed Gray. "I want every military and intelligence resource we have in the area focused there." "I'm on it, sir," Gray said, rising from his chair. He wanted to get out of the room as fast as he could. "I serve at your pleasure," Gray thought, as he fled the Oval Office. Chapter 61. Captain Jack sat back in his chair and smiled with excellent reason. He had in his hand the password he needed to set his final plan into motion. Their captive had endured far more torture than had been anticipated, although his North Korean colleagues were very skilled at such exercises. Yet the man had finally broken. They all did eventually. Captain Jack read the Arabic words and smiled. From a cloned phone that was not traceable to him, he made one call. Speaking in fluent Arabic with well-honed inflections, he said what he needed to say and then used the precious password. This authenticated the source of Captain Jack's statement to the party on the other line, and it would be immediately relayed to the world. Captain Jack clicked off the phone and used his lighter to burn the piece of paper. If Tom Hemingway thought he had stunned the world, wait until it heard what his old friend had to say. Secretary of Defense Joe Decker stared across the desk at Acting President Hamilton. They had just been informed of the latest statement issued through Al Jazeera, and they were furious. "It's our only choice, sir," Decker said. "We simply don't have the troops to deploy there, and frankly, even if we did, it might quickly turn into another Iraq. We have to avoid that at all costs. We can't afford it." Andrea Mays, the Secretary of State, who'd been hovering in the back of the Oval Office, came forward. She was a tall, large-boned woman with graying hair. "What Secretary Decker is proposing is a direct violation of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, sir. We can't do it." "Yes, we can," Decker insisted. "How?" Hamilton asked sternly. "This country has made it clear that any use against it of weapons of mass destruction, biological, chemical, or nuclear, would void the terms of the Non-Proliferation Treaty with regard to the offending country." "But Syria hasn't attacked us," Mays exclaimed. "The Sharia group has just now claimed responsibility for kidnapping President Brennan. Sharia is based in and financed by Syria. Under the foreign policies outlined previously by this country, that means Syria has attacked us through the Sharia group, and they used some chemical agent to abduct the president. And we have evidence that Syria has recently started up a WMD program. Now, even though Syria hasn't used WMDs against us yet, the U.S. has no obligation to simply sit here and be attacked. Coupled with the fact that they've kidnapped our president and are now throwing that fact in our faces, more than justifies our position." Mays shook her head in disbelief. "Syria is not a threat to develop WMDs. They are a fractured nation of Kurds, Sunnis, and religious minorities." "They are no friend of this country," Decker shot back. May said, "They don't want the chaos and violence they see in Iraq. Who would? And they don't buy our democracy goal. We're giving money to Libya because it dropped its nuke program. It's still a dictatorship. Saudi Arabia is one of the world's worst offenders of human rights, and their record on women's rights is atrocious. And yet we allow them the status of one of our greatest allies. How can we expect other Arab nations to take us seriously with such inconsistency in our foreign policies? The public in Syria is very aware of its government's shortcomings, and opposition groups are growing stronger there. The government repealed the death penalty for members of the Muslim Brotherhood. There are other positive signs pointing to freedom growing there without a U.S. invasion. Their government will change, but it'll take time." May stopped speaking and looked at the president. "That's what I've been telling Jim Brennan for 4 years. These things take time. We can't just uproot a 1,000-year-old culture overnight." Decker piped in. "Many of the dissident groups in Syria are leftist and communists. We don't want to go down that road again." Hamilton looked at the Director of Central Intelligence, who was sitting in front of the fireplace. "Are you on board with Joe's opinions, Alan?" The director said, "It's not a slam dunk, but it's close enough. And there's no reason to waste time going to the UN or building a coalition, sir," Decker added quickly. "They have our president, and we need to get back in the driver's seat, and this will put us there fast. And we can and should do it alone." Decker's eyes blazed. "Damn it, sir, with all due respect, we are the world's only superpower. I say we start acting like it." "And Jim Brennan?" Hamilton asked. "If he's still alive, and we all pray that he is, then this will probably be the only shot we have of getting him back." Hamilton mulled this over and finally said, "Okay, gentlemen. Call the networks and get me airtime immediately. I'm going to inform the public about this." He turned to Decker. "God help us if we're wrong, Joe." When Alex Ford opened his door, Adams and the Camel Club stared back at him. "Oh, hell!" Alex began angrily. Kate said, "Alex, please, we have to talk to you." Reuben added, "It's bad, Agent Ford. Really bad." Alex said, "What are you talking about?" Stone answered, "There have been some major developments." "What developments, Oliver?" Alex asked. Kate cut in. "A terrorist organization has claimed responsibility for the kidnapping. We heard about it on the drive over here." "The Sharia group. It has clear ties to Syria," Stone said. "Where's your TV?" Kate asked. "The president is coming on in 2 minutes." Alex led them inside and turned on his TV set. Ben Hamilton appeared on the screen a few minutes later, looking very grave. He summed up the situation to the country and then said, "America is a generous nation. We have always been a people that reach out to others in need. We came to the aid of our friends during 2 world wars, wars fought to keep the world free. There is no doubt that we are a good, honorable people who use our might benignly to spread freedom around the world. But we are also a nation that defends itself and strikes back when we have been attacked. Well, my fellow Americans, we have been attacked. And now the organization that has attacked us has shown itself. The Sharia group has irrefutable ties to the nation of Syria, a country that has long been known to harbor terrorist groups operating against America and its allies." He paused. "All American government personnel in Syria have been airlifted out. All other Americans known to be in Syria have been given early warning to leave the country immediately. The Sharia group's own ransom demand conceded that the United States has every right to defend itself when attacked, and to also strike back against any nation that assisted in that attack. And America will not be dictated to by terrorists." Here Hamilton gave a long pause. Thus, my fellow Americans, the decision has been made by me, as your Commander-in-Chief, after consultation with the Secretary of Defense and the Pentagon." "Oh, shit," Alex and Kate blurted out together, for they knew what was coming. "We now make our demand of the kidnappers." Hamilton paused again and squared his shoulders. "If President James H. Brennan is not returned to us safely within 8 hours from this exact moment in time, I have instructed my military commanders to immediately thereafter launch a limited nuclear missile strike against Damascus, Syria. The only way in which Damascus will avoid such a fate is if our president is returned to his countrymen unharmed within the allotted time. If President Brennan is in Medina, then he can be turned over to the American embassy in Saudi Arabia, and the launch will be called off. I pray that the kidnappers will comply with our demand immediately. If not, may God have mercy on the people of Damascus. There will be no negotiations and no reprieves. Members of the Sharia group, you said you would return our president to us unharmed. Do so in the time dictated by the United States, or Damascus will pay the price for your heinous crime." Hamilton paused again. "God bless you, my fellow Americans, and may God bless the United States." As the president faded out, everyone in Alex's living room sat motionless in their chairs, holding their breaths. It was a scene doubtless replicated in 100 million homes around America and across the world. An anguished Kate looked over at Alex. This could be the beginning of the end. "If it is, it is," Stone said calmly. "But it will do us no good to sit around waiting for the mushroom cloud to appear over Damascus." "What the hell can we do, Oliver?" Alex asked. "Find the president," Stone snapped. "How?" Alex shot back angrily. "He's in Medina." "I don't believe that, and I hope you don't either." He looked at Milton. "Show him the DVD." Milton opened his laptop. "This is the video that was taken during the break-in at my house, Agent Ford." "What the hell does this have to do with anything?" Alex shouted. "We're going to launch a nuclear missile in 8 hours. Don't you understand that?" "Look at the film, Alex," Kate pleaded. Alex finally threw up his hands and plopped down on the floor in front of the laptop. "Damn," he said a minute later. "That's Tyler Rinke and Warren Peters. They're from NIC." "I thought they were NIC employees," Stone said. "Why'd you think that?" "Because they were also the ones who killed Patrick Johnson." Alex sat back, stunned. Why would they have killed Johnson? Because he was altering files at NIC, making people seem dead who weren't really dead. And I think someone was paying him a lot of money to do it. But Johnson got greedy or sloppy or both. Let me get this straight. Johnson was altering files at NIC to make some people appear dead who really weren't? Stone said, "We believe that these men were the ones used in Brennan, Pennsylvania. The newspaper said that not one of the Arabs killed there was in the NIC files. That is inconceivable. I think these men were human, sterilized weapons, and they were used to kidnap President Brennan. When we searched Rinke's home, we discovered that he'd invested a lot of borrowed money in expectation of the stock market plummeting, which it has now." "Are you saying this whole thing was about making money in the stock market?" Alex exclaimed. "No, it's much deeper than that," Stone replied. Alex looked at him. "Any idea who's behind it?" "Someone high up at NIC," Stone ventured. "Higher than Rinke and Peters, certainly." "Let me take another look at that video," Alex said. He watched once more as Rinke and then Peters appeared on the screen. Then he pointed at the image of the man in the black mask as he leveled the security guard. "He hit the guy pretty hard," Alex noted. "He had to check his pulse to make sure he hadn't killed him." Reuben suddenly put a finger up to his lips and motioned toward the window. The blind was drawn, but the window was open. They all heard it now. Footsteps. Alex eyed Stone, and the pair quickly reached a silent agreement. Stone motioned to Reuben to join the Secret Service agent. While the group talked as though they were all still there, Alex pulled his gun and silently opened the front door. He went left, while Reuben went to the right and around the side of the house toward the rear. A minute later, they all heard screams and a struggle, and then silence. Then the front door opened and Alex marched in. Behind him, Reuben was carrying someone. Jackie Simpson didn't look very happy. Chapter 62. "What the hell are you doing here, Jackie?" Alex demanded. She glared at him. "I've been calling your house to see how you were doing, but you never called me back. So I came by tonight to see you. And I seem to have stumbled upon a conspiracy. What's going on, Alex?" Stone hadn't taken his gaze off Simpson. "We're actually trying to figure out what's going on at NIC. I know I heard that part, and that Rinky and Peters broke into someone's house." Simpson looked at Alex. "If you know something about the president being kidnapped, you have to take it to the service. Alex, you could get into a lot of trouble for withholding that sort of information." Stone cut in. "I don't believe that's a good idea." Simpson stared at him contemptuously. "Who the hell are you?" He held out his hand. "Oliver Stone." "Pardon me?" she asked incredulously. "His name's Oliver Stone," Alex interjected. "And these are his friends Reuben, Milton, and Caleb. You've already met Kate Adams." Stone said, "And you are Jackie Simpson, the only child of Senator Roger Simpson of Alabama and the goddaughter of Carter Gray, the Secretary of Intelligence. Is that a problem?" she asked coolly. "Not at all. But going to the authorities at this stage would be a huge mistake, Agent Simpson." "Listen, Oliver Stone, or whatever your real name is, I can do anything I damn well please. I'm a cop, okay? And you're a very intelligent cop," Stone broke in, gazing at her. "And because you are, I'm sure you've already considered the obvious." Simpson rolled her eyes, but Stone continued to stare at her, until she said, "And what might that be?" "If we're right, and NIC's files have been corrupted, the unfortunate result was that an army of terrorists was allowed to go to Brennan, Pennsylvania, and successfully kidnap the president. That does not bode well either for your godfather, who heads that agency, or your father, who oversees its operations as chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. I'm quite sure that you wouldn't want to do anything to hurt them professionally. If you go to the authorities now, you could very well destroy both of their careers." All eyes were on Jackie Simpson as she and Stone engaged in a protracted stare-down. Finally, Simpson broke off and looked at Alex for help. "Alex, what the hell is going on? What am I supposed to do here?" "We're trying to figure this all out, Jackie. Until we do, we can't say anything to anybody." Caleb looked at his watch. "We now have exactly 7 hours and 41 minutes to find Brennan and prevent a possible Armageddon." "Well, everybody ought to cross their fingers and toes then," Reuben said. "Oh my God," Alex asserted. "Fingers!" "What?" Kate exclaimed. Alex snatched Milton's computer and replayed the DVD. "There," he said, pointing. "Right there. Do you see that?" They all looked confused, because he wasn't pointing at Rinky or Peters. He was pointing at the man in the mask who'd knocked out the security guard. Stone looked at him puzzled. "All I see is a man in a mask, Alex. What else is there to see?" He froze the screen and pointed with his finger. "This." They all squinted at the screen. Simpson said, "The security guard's neck?" Alex said, "No, the right hand on that neck." He took his glove off to check the guard's pulse. Reuben shrugged. Right. So what? Alex looked exasperated. Look at that hand. Tell me you don't recognize it. Kate said, Recognize a hand? Are you serious? Like I told you before, Kate, hands are my specialty, and I recognize that hand. It's very distinctive with bolt-sized knuckles and fingers thicker than I've ever seen. He hit another button, and the picture zoomed in on the hand. And the thumbnail has a black spot the shape of a triangle in the upper left-hand corner. When I saw that earlier, I thought it was some weird tattoo. Saw it earlier? What are you talking about? When did you see it earlier? In the bar that night, when you introduced me to Tom Hemingway. And I saw it again when he met us at NIC. Kate stared at him open-mouthed and then glanced at the screen. You're saying that's Tom Hemingway's hand? There's no doubt about it. To me, hands are as good as fingerprints, Kate. Simpson said, I think Alex is right. I believe that is Hemingway's hand. Stone ventured. So this Hemingway may have kidnapped the president. Why? Who the hell knows? Alex exclaimed. But I think we might be able to figure out where they're holding him, and Kate might have the answer. Me! Kate exclaimed. How? You mentioned that you and Hemingway were working on a project together. That's right. If I recall correctly, you said it involved an old building. She said slowly, Right, near Washington, Virginia. I think it used to be a CIA asset, but it's been abandoned a long time. NIC wanted to use it as an interrogation facility for foreign detainees, but with all the problems at Gitmo, Abu Ghraib, and the Salt Pit, DOJ is nixing it. Why? Because I think that's where they may be holding President Brennan. Tell me everything you recall about it. That won't be necessary, Stone said. They all looked at him. Why not? Alex asked. Because I know that building very well. Who is this guy? Simpson exclaimed. Shut up, Jackie, Alex snapped. Oliver, you really know where this place is? There's only one old CIA building in that part of Virginia. Alex, Simpson protested, you're not actually buying any of this, are you? Alex ignored her. Can you get me there, Oliver? Yes, but are you sure you want to go? The president was kidnapped on my watch, so I have to do everything I can to get him back safely. It won't be easy. Not only is it well hidden, it's designed such that a very small force inside can hold back a very large force outside indefinitely. What the hell kind of place is it? Reuben asked. It was a CIA training facility for very special operatives. Alex checked his watch. Washington, Virginia. If we start now, we can be there in about 2 hours. Longer than that, actually, Stone said. The facility is a bit off the beaten path. Why can't we call in the FBI? Milton asked. Stone shook his head. We have no idea how high the corruption goes. This fellow, Hemingway, may have spies everywhere who could tip him off. And we have no idea if the president is even there, Alex added. It's just a hunch. We can't waste their time leading them on what might be a wild goose chase. We're on a nuke missile countdown, for God's sake. Kate said, Well, I have a van. We can all go in that. Alex looked at her. Forget it. You're not coming, Kate. Then you're not going, she snapped. Stone interjected. You can't go, Kate, and neither can Caleb and Milton. They all looked at him and started to erupt in protest all over again, but he held up his hand. This facility's unofficial name was Murder Mountain, and it's an apt title. He paused. I'll take Alex and Reuben there, but no one else. Alex added, and 3 people might be able to get up there unnoticed. 4, Simpson said. They all turned to look at her. Make that 4 people. She stared defiantly at Alex. I'm a Secret Service agent, too. Chapter 63. The nuclear-powered submarine Tennessee had been given the unenviable task of launching the missile strike against Damascus. The 560-foot-long, nearly 17,000-ton Ohio-class nuclear submarine was based in Kings Bay, Georgia, along with the rest of the Atlantic ballistic missile subfleet. Ohio-class nuclear submarines were the most powerful weapons in the United States military. Using its full complement of multiple warhead missiles, just one sub could obliterate any nation on the face of the earth with a single strike. The Tennessee was currently parked in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, hundreds of feet down. Although it could have hit Damascus with one of its latest generation Trident II D5 missiles while sitting in its East Coast home port. Each D5, cost nearly $30 million, stood 44 feet long, weighed over 60 tons, and had a maximum range of 12,000 kilometers with a reduced payload. Capable of Mach 20, the D5 was 10 times faster than the Concorde, and no military jet in the world could come anywhere close to matching its speed. Only a single D5 would be launched at Damascus, yet that was misleading to the actual firepower being unleashed. The long-range D5 configuration contained 6 Mk5 independent re-entry vehicles, each one carrying a W-88 475-kiloton thermonuclear warhead. By comparison, a single W-88 warhead far exceeded the combined explosive power of every bomb used in every war in history, including the 2 atomic bombs dropped on Japan in World War II. While the 155 sailors on board the Tennessee had been at sea for 4 weeks, the crew was well aware of current events. The sailors knew what they'd been ordered to do, and every one of them intended to carry out that order to the letter, even if most of them harbored secret fears about what path this would lead the world down. They stared at their computer screens and went over again and again the launch procedures that might very well send the world into a titanic war. It was quite heady stuff for a group whose average age was 22. Meanwhile, in the first hour since Hamilton had appeared on TV, the Arab world had united fully behind its sister nation. Diplomats from Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Kuwait, and Pakistan were desperately trying to convince America to change its mind. While the city of Damascus was being evacuated, military commanders and political leaders of other Muslim countries were conferencing on how best to respond if an American missile struck Syria. Middle Eastern terrorist organizations everywhere had called for an all-out jihad against the United States if Damascus was hit. Across much of the Middle East, the leaders of these groups began planning the retaliations. If a missile did strike Syria, the devastation would be far beyond anything the world had ever experienced before. Damascus was one of the most densely populated cities on the planet, with over 6 million residents. It would only be possible for a minuscule percentage of its citizens to escape to safety in the allotted time. All others would simply disappear in the nuclear flashpoint, as a mushroom cloud of radiation rose into the air before descending onto the oldest continuously inhabited city in the world. Syria and the Sharia group had immediately and vigorously disclaimed responsibility for the kidnapping. However, this explanation was not widely believed in Western circles. The Sharia group had become far more active in terrorism over the last year, and the person making the call to Al Jazeera had used the complex password assigned to Sharia by the Arab network for authentication purposes. This password was constantly changed and was known only to a few highly placed leaders of the terrorist organization. Statements from the Sharia group that one of its leaders who knew the current password had been missing for 2 weeks largely fell on deaf ears. The United Nations had called on America to step down from its intention of launching a nuclear missile, and all other members of the UN Security Council had reiterated this demand through emergency diplomatic channels. To all these pleas, the United States reply was the same. It was all up to the kidnappers. All they had to do was return James Brennan unharmed, which was what they said they were going to do anyway, and the Syrians could live. The only difference was the U.S. was now dictating the timetable of the return of the president. Israel was on the highest alert. Its leaders well knew that the country would be one of the first targets of an Islamic counterattack. And Syria was close enough to Israel that the issue of nuclear fallout caused the Israeli Prime Minister to contact acting President Hamilton for clarification on the matter. Its vital Golan Heights water sources weren't that far from the target zone. The government in Beirut also contacted Washington, since Damascus was close to Lebanon's border. Washington's terse reply was the same to both countries. Take all precautions you deem necessary. Back at the White House, acting President Hamilton sat in the Oval Office with Defense Secretary Decker, his military commanders, the National Security Council, Secretary of State Mays, and a few other members of his cabinet. Carter Gray was conspicuously absent from the group. The momentous decision to launch nuclear weapons was clearly weighing on Hamilton. His skin pale and his face drawn, the man looked terminally ill. He sipped on bottled water to alleviate the acid burning through his stomach, while his generals and admirals conversed with each other in low voices. Decker left one of these groups and walked over to Hamilton. "Sir, I understand the enormity of your decision, but I want you to know that we have more than enough capability to do this." "I'm not worried about your hitting the damn city, Joe. I'm worried about what happens after that." Syria has been aiding terrorists for a long time. Damascus is full of former Ba'athist heavyweights just biding their time before attempting a coup in Iraq. It's well known that mosques in Damascus are recruiting stations for mujahideen. And Syrian militia are all over the Sunni Triangle in Iraq. It's time we drew a hard line in the sand with them. It's the same domino theory as spreading democracy in the Middle East by starting with Iraq. We make an example of the Syrians, then everyone else follows suit. "Yes, but what about the radiation fallout?" Hamilton asked. "There will be some, certainly, but where Damascus is situated, we believe that it will be somewhat contained." Hamilton finished his water and threw the bottle in the wastebasket. "Fallout somewhat contained. I'm glad you believe that, Joe." "Mr. President, you made the right decision. We couldn't allow this to happen without retaliation. That would empower these people to do even more. It has to stop. And deploying more troops would only stretch our military beyond the breaking point and allow the Syrians to successfully fight us guerrilla style, just like the Iraqis are doing. Besides, when they realize we're not bluffing, they'll release the president. We won't have to launch." "I hope you're right." Hamilton stood and stared out the window. "How much time left?" Decker instantly looked at his military aide. 6 hours, 11 minutes, 36 seconds. The aide promptly replied as he studied the laptop in front of him. "Any more word from the Sharia group?" Hamilton asked. "Only that they don't have the president," Andrea Mays said. The Secretary of State came over and stood next to her boss. "And what if they're telling the truth, Mr. President? What if they don't have him? Maybe someone is trying to lay the blame on Syria in hopes that we do exactly as we are doing." Decker interjected. "I'll grant you that even though authentication passwords are changed by Al Jazeera regularly, there is the possibility that someone else might have gotten access to it. But the person calling in the information had intimate details of the kidnapping that only the perpetrators would have known. Any terrorist organization that pulled off something like this would want the world to know. Historically, their strategy has never been to lay the responsibility off on another group. The only difference is the Sharia group never expected us to use the nuclear card. That's why they're backtracking now and disclaiming culpability. The bastards have him all right." Hamilton stared at Decker. "But if they don't, and we level Damascus?" Hamilton shook his head, turned back around, and stared into the darkness of an otherwise beautiful late summer night in Washington, D.C. From the streets of the city, thousands of voices screamed back at him in protest. The chants of no nukes managed to pierce even the thick walls of the White House, as the citizens of the U.S. made their opinion very clear to their leadership. Yet once the nuclear threat had been made, it could not be withdrawn. Hamilton understood. Otherwise, America's trillion-dollar nuclear arsenal would instantly become worthless. Instead of going to the White House and participating in what he considered a useless death watch for 6 million Syrians who were on the precipice of extinction, Carter Gray had remained at NIC headquarters. He stopped at Patrick Johnson's empty cubicle and stared at the blank computer screen. Glitches and computer crashes, and presto, living, breathing terrorists were placed neatly into their digital graves. He sat in Johnson's chair and surveyed the room. The picture of his fiancée, Anne Jeffries, was still on the desk. He picked it up and studied it. A nice-looking woman, Gray thought. She would find someone else to spend her life with. Johnson, from what he'd determined, was highly competent at his job, but possessed the personality of a slug. He had certainly not concocted the scheme. It truly was an unbelievable thought, Gray mused. Someone at America's premier intelligence agency had orchestrated the use of a group of supposedly dead Muslims to kidnap the President of the United States. And now the world was on the brink of global jihad. Gray had had the databases checked thoroughly. There were no electronic tracks showing who might have altered the files. That was not surprising, considering Johnson's expertise and the fact that he helped create the database and spent his days troubleshooting the system. He well knew how to hide what he'd done. Yet who got him to do it in the first place and paid him well, judging by his expensive home and cars? And Gray pondered something else. Where was the President? It had to be somewhere relatively close by. Despite what he'd said to Hamilton on the subject, Gray did not believe for one moment that James Brennan was in Medina, Saudi Arabia. No Muslim would take a Christian there. He thought back to the day Jackie Simpson and that other agent came to NIC. They were accompanied by 2 of his men. Reynolds? No, Rinky. The tall, lean one. The other one was shorter and thicker. Peters. That's right. Hemingway told him that they'd been assigned to look into the Johnson homicide. Gray picked up a phone and asked for the whereabouts of these 2 agents. The answer was surprising. They had not reported for duty tonight. He made another query. This surprised him even more, and then he wondered why he hadn't asked that particular question before now. Gray was told that Tom Hemingway had assigned the pair to investigate the death of Patrick Johnson. At least Gray knew where Hemingway was. He'd been dispatched to the Middle East under deep cover soon after the kidnapping to see what he could find out. Hemingway had volunteered for the mission. Yet there was no way to communicate with him. They had to wait for him to contact them. Wait for him to contact them. Gray put his hand in the biometric reader on Johnson's desk, instantly giving him access to the dead man's computer. Gray typed in a command, and the result was very swift. Tom Hemingway had accessed Johnson's computer. When Gray looked at the timestamp of when this occurred, he concluded it was when Hemingway met with Simpson and Alex. And yet something puzzled Gray greatly. Hemingway wasn't supposed to have access to Johnson's computer or any of the other data supervisors. Gray slowly rose from the chair. He was too old for this job. He wasn't up to it anymore. The truth had been dancing in front of his eyes this whole time. Gray's next question was an obvious one. Where? The answer to that query came almost immediately. Gray picked up the phone again and ordered his chopper readied immediately and then called up a team of his most loyal field operatives. He bolted from Johnson's office and jogged down the halls of NIC. Gray didn't need fancy databases to guide him. His gut was screaming the answer at him, and his gut had rarely led him down the wrong path. Chapter 64. They were in Alex's Crown Vic heading southwest on Route 29. Alex and Stone were in the front, while Simpson and Reuben rode in the back. Alex glanced sideways at his companion. Here the Secret Service agent was heading toward a possible showdown with a man who masterminded the kidnapping of a United States president. His rescue team consisted of a rookie Secret Service agent and a big guy pushing 60 whom Adelphia called Shifty Pants. And then there was the man named Oliver Stone, who worked in a cemetery, leading them all to a place called Murder Mountain. And to top it off, if they failed, the world might very well be toast. Alex sighed. We're all dead. About 35 minutes after they'd branched off from Route 29 onto Highway 211, they entered the small town of Washington, Virginia, the seat of Rappahannock County. From there, Stone gave intricate instructions, and they rose into the mountains, soon leaving any semblance of civilization behind, as asphalt roads turned to gravel and then to dirt. It was difficult to believe they were a little over 2 hours away from the nation's capital, and not that far east of the confluence of busy interstates 81 and 66. Simpson said from the back seat, "So what is this Murder Mountain place?" Stone glanced at her with a bemused expression, and then looked out the windshield. "Take the next right, Alex, and then pull off the road." "Road?" Alex said in frustration. "What road? I haven't seen a real road for about 20 miles. My suspension's shot." They were in the midst of the mountains now, and the only thing that looked back at them from out of the darkness was thick forest. Stone glanced back at Simpson. "As I said before, Murder Mountain was a training facility for special operatives of the CIA." "I know that's what you said. What I want to know is, why do you call it Murder Mountain?" "Well, the short answer to that is they weren't being trained to be nice to people." Simpson snorted. "So you're saying a U.S. government agency was training murderers? Is that what you're saying?" Stone pointed up ahead. "Pull the car over there, Alex. We're going to have to walk now." Alex obeyed this instruction, unclipped his magnetized flashlight from the doorpost of the Crown Vic, went around to the trunk, and started passing out equipment. This included guns and night vision equipment. Reuben and Stone both handled their weapons expertly. "Nom, 3 tours, and then DIA," Reuben said, in response to a curious look from Alex. "I know my way around a pistol." "Good," Alex said. He looked at Stone, who was checking his weapon. "You all right with that, Oliver?" "I'm fine," Stone said quietly. Actually, he was terrified to have a gun in his hand after all these years. "In case we get split up for any reason, everybody got a cell phone?" Alex asked. "The signal probably won't work well up here," Reuben commented. "And once we get inside the building, there won't be any transmission possible," Stone said. The building was constructed with copper and lead shielding. "Great," Alex said. "Okay, Oliver, lead the way." They headed into the woods. "Does anyone have a problem with caves?" Stone asked, as he halted the group at an entrance into the side of the mountain. "I have a real problem with getting lost and dying in one," Alex said. "That won't happen, but it does get a little snug in places." "How snug?" Reuben asked anxiously. "I'm not exactly a little guy." "You'll be fine," Stone reassured his friend. Alex stared into the pitch-black hole. Is this the entrance to the building? "It's not one of the official entrances, but they'd be watching the official entrances, wouldn't they?" Stone replied. "Okay, stay close to me." He shone his light ahead and stepped inside. Simpson was the last to enter, and she clearly wasn't very happy about this turn of events. She glanced around behind her, shivered, and followed the others inside. It took them some time to navigate the curving passageways. In 2 spots, they had to clear debris that had fallen down and blocked the way, and in several other locations, they had to crawl through. Above them, the ceiling creaked and groaned, prompting them to hurry along faster. They reached a shaft that had rough foot and handholds carved into the rock. Stone went first. When he reached the top, he shone his light on a wall of black rock. However, when he tapped it, the wall was hollow. He felt along the wall, then carefully pushed on it until the section started giving way. Alex clambered up and helped him, and soon the wall had been pushed back. They all scrambled through the opening. The wall they had pushed out was wooden, but painted on the backside to look like rock. The other side of the wall, the one inside the building, had a shelf attached to it. Stone popped the wall back into place. Stone whispered, "Now I think it would be wise for everyone to have their guns ready. We don't know how close we might be to someone." As they walked along, they looked around at the immensity of the place. And it was as though they had stepped back in time 40 years. There were even ashtrays built into the stainless steel walls. A few moments later, loud noises echoed from somewhere, causing all except Stone to point their weapons in all directions. "It's only birds that have gotten in," he explained. "That happened in the old days, too." With those words, Stone felt himself freeze. The old days. It sounded so innocuous, as though he were returning to his cherished alma mater for a reunion. This place had been his home for 12 months, a year of his life devoted 24/7 to learning the most precise and intricate ways to kill people. As a young man, Oliver Stone had excelled in these surroundings and at that task. A Special Forces soldier, the transition to the CIA team had not been that difficult. He had traded one weapon for another, and his enemies became civilians who didn't even know they were under attack. As a young man, his successes in the field had made him a legend in the special ops world. As an older man, he found it all too horrible to contemplate. He couldn't believe that 2 such different men could inhabit the same body. As they walked along, memories kept flooding back to Stone. Every new sighting, every fresh smell or distant sound brought with it a recollection of past horrors. The others would all be looking to him to lead them, perhaps to save them. And yet he'd never been trained to save anyone. The sweat broke over Stone's forehead. He'd brought 3 people he cared much about to die here, on Murder Mountain. Rinky and Peters had driven to Murder Mountain after they heard Sharia's claim that it had kidnapped Brennan, and then acting President Hamilton's televised demand. They left their car in a clearing and sprinted toward the woods. Passing through a narrow cleft in the trees, they reached another open area. Here a mass of fallen rock lay along with overgrown bushes. Picking their way around this barrier, a door was revealed when Peters drew aside a curtain of kudzu. Murder Mountain had been built right into the rock. Peters lifted a small metal cover on the door, revealing a button and loudspeaker. "It's me and Tyler," he said, talking into the loudspeaker. "Things are out of control. Hurry!" Rinky put the metal sheet back down and stepped back. As the massive door clicked open, 3 figures leaped from behind a pile of fallen rock. Tyler, Rinky, and Warren Peters dropped to the ground, their throats garroted. Captain Jack walked out from behind the rock and stood over them. He nodded approvingly. Rinky and Peters hadn't even been able to make a sound to warn their colleague inside. A number of other men joined them, and Captain Jack led them all into the building. Chapter 65. Captain Jack brought with him 11 North Koreans with well-earned reputations as killers of considerable skill and ruthlessness. It had been relatively easy to get them into the United States, posing as South Koreans, as part of a technology fact-finding program. Asians coming into the country didn't inspire near the scrutiny that Middle Easterners did. However, despite his men's murderous abilities, Captain Jack was also well aware of Tom Hemingway's prowess, and he wisely chose to split up his crew, keeping 2 men with him. Captain Jack had seen firsthand what Mr. Hemingway could do in a fight. 8 members of a Yemeni death squad had the misfortune of running into Hemingway while Captain Jack observed from a safe distance. It had been a slaughter. All 8 Yemeni, each tough, hardened, and armed, were dead within 5 minutes. Hemingway never even pulled his gun. He did it all with his hands and feet, moving with a speed, precision, and power that Captain Jack, with all his world travels, had never before encountered. By now, Hemingway would realize that something was wrong, and he would be coming for them. Separating his men would allow Captain Jack to wear Hemingway down, to outflank, and finally surround him. There would be no hand-to-hand fighting. They would simply pour bullets into Hemingway. The ancient fluorescent lights overhead flickered and popped. Then, a sudden flash of illumination caused Captain Jack and the North Koreans with him to cover their eyes. The first thing Captain Jack saw when he drew his hand away from his eyes was a foot that seemed to come right out of the wall. There was a thud and a grunt, and he watched one of his men topple headfirst to the floor. An instant later, the other North Korean was being propelled backward with such force that he collided with Captain Jack, and they both went down in a tangle of arms and legs. His own training kicked in, and Captain Jack went flat to the floor, whipped his pistol around, and fired an arc of shots in the direction of his assailant at the same time he drew out another pistol with his free hand. When the mag on his first gun emptied, he poured another line of shots from the second pistol in the same direction. However, his bullet struck nothing except wall. Captain Jack got to his feet, his hands working at the same time to reload his weapons as he struggled to catch his breath. Despite all his experience in killing people, the swiftness and ferocity of the attack had staggered him. He noticed that both his men were still down. Captain Jack used his foot to turn over the North Korean who'd slammed into him. The man's throat had been crushed so flat that he could see the bumps of his spinal column poking through the skin. Captain Jack touched his own throat, knowing full well that Hemingway might have easily killed him too. He looked at the other North Korean. The man's nose had been crushed, its cartilage driven into his brain. It looked like he'd taken a cannonball flush in the face. "Jesus Christ," Captain Jack muttered. He called out nervously, "Tom?" Captain Jack paused and then called out again. "Tom? That was pretty impressive. Dispatching 2 first-class warriors in a couple of seconds." There was no answer. "Tom, I think you know why we're here. Let us have him and we can all walk away. And if you're thinking of getting backup from Rinky and Peters, think again. You'll find them at the front door with their throats cut. So it's just you against all of us. You can't kill us all." "I certainly hope you can't." Captain Jack jogged in the direction of his other men. He hoped to God Hemingway hadn't gotten to them yet. Despite his confident words, Captain Jack was now wishing he'd brought a lot more North Koreans with him. In another room off the main corridor, Hemingway picked up a pair of crescent swords. He took a deep, meditative breath, turned, and raced off. Murder Mountain would live up to its name tonight. When the shouts of the men reached them, Alex and the others retreated into a room off the main hall. "That wasn't Hemingway's voice," Simpson said. "No, but whoever it is, he knows Hemingway's in here, and apparently Tom just killed 2 of the guy's men," Alex said. "So if Hemingway is here, the president may be too." Stone checked his watch. "We have a little more than 4 hours to find out for sure." He looked at each of them. "Okay, our best bet is to split up. That way, if we're ambushed, they can't get all of us." Stone drew Alex aside. "This place has a number of training rooms that you need to be aware of." "Training rooms?" Alex asked nervously. "There's a firing range.
A situation room similar to the FBI's Hogan's Alley, a maze, and rooms of truth and patience.
Truth and patience? What is this place, a damn monastery? Stone went on to explain that the training rooms were situated on either side of the main corridor, with 2 rooms on one side and 3 on the other. You have to go through one room to get to the next, until you reach a set of stairs that lead to the lower-level holding cells. That's probably where the president is. Stone ended by saying, once you enter the training rooms, you have to go completely through them. There is no other exit. I'm beginning to think none of us are ever going to exit this place, Alex said gloomily. Stone motioned behind them with his hand. Because we came in through the storage area, which is closer to the start of the training rooms, that means we may actually be ahead of the man we heard, if he came in through the front entrance. Alex fingered his night vision goggles, but they were useless in the light. He glanced behind him, but saw no one. Stone said, Reuben and I will take the 3 rooms to the left. You and Agent Simpson take the 2 on the right. The doors only open the one way, so once you go into a room, the doors lock behind you. You can't go back. Of course not, Alex replied sarcastically. Oh, Alex, I understand that Agent Simpson is a rookie agent, so, well, I feel responsible for everyone here, you see. I'll look after her, Oliver, Alex replied, gazing at his friend curiously. Thank you. Now there are some things you need to know about the rooms you'll be going into. What I'm about to tell you, you need to follow to the letter. Understand? You're the guy, Oliver. Just tell me and it's done. After Stone had finished talking with Alex, he led Reuben down the hall and reached the first door that was located off a side corridor, where the 2 men ducked inside. As they scanned the dimly lit room, Stone whispered to Reuben, This is the firing range. This explanation was unnecessary, as they gazed at the cubicles where the shooters would stand, and then at the other end were old tattered targets with bullet-ridden paper silhouettes of men hung on the movable pulley system. Stone said, You go to the right, and we'll meet in the middle. Once we've cleared the room, the door out to the next room is over there. They parted, and Stone made his way cautiously down the left side of the firing range. He'd barely gone 10 feet when the door to the firing range opened. Stone immediately extinguished his light and crouched low, raised his pistol, and forced himself to remain calm. It was nearly 3 decades since he'd done this sort of thing. He looked up for an instant and thought he saw someone flit by, but it was difficult in the poor light to make out who. The last thing Stone wanted to do was shoot Reuben by mistake, and there was just enough light to make his night vision goggles useless. Footsteps crept closer, and Stone eased forward on his belly until he was at the very back of the firing range next to the targets. As the seconds passed by, Stone could feel a strange sensation overtaking him. Changes seemed to be taking place in his mind and body. His limbs were becoming fluid, and his mind completely focused on survival. His entire existence was reduced to a 50 by 50 square foot badly lit firing range, full of shadows, crevices, difficult shooting angles, and hiding places. He moved a little farther to the left and touched something. He looked up and suddenly had an idea. The man crouched as he moved to the right, a pistol in one hand and a throwing knife in the other. He thought he heard something but wasn't sure. He cautiously stepped into one of the firing range target paths. Seconds passed, and then the North Korean was startled by a scream. He turned and saw the thing flying at him. He fired, and his bullets ripped through it. Stone fired an inch above the man's muzzle flashes. There was a groan, and the North Korean dropped to the floor. The thing that had flown at him was one of the paper targets. Stone had used a pull wire to initiate this diversion and screamed simultaneously, tricking the North Korean into firing and revealing his position. Then there was a more prolonged silence until Stone heard Reuben's voice. "Oliver, are you okay?" A few moments later, Reuben and Stone stood over the body after making sure the room was empty. Stone shone his light on the body. There were 2 bullet holes within a centimeter of each other, dead center of the man's chest. Stone examined the man's features, clothing, and weaponry. North Korean, he deduced. What exactly did you do at the CIA? Rubin asked as he looked at the twin bullet holes. I was officially called a destabilizer. It sounds far less offensive than what I actually was. The machine gun bullets ripped through the door to the firing range. Rubin and Stone threw themselves to the floor. The door burst open and a second man flew inside, still firing. Stone managed to kick a leg out and trip the man, sending him sprawling and his machine gun flying out of his hands. Rubin pounced on the much smaller man. Got him, Oliver! Rubin cried out. Rubin wrapped his huge arms around the man and squeezed. Not so tough without your gun! Then Rubin cried out in pain as the man smashed his heel on top of Rubin's foot. Rubin's grip loosened a bit, which was the only opening the man needed. 2 blows slammed into Rubin's chin, then 2 more thunderous strikes knifed into his gut, and Rubin was on his knees gasping for air and spitting up blood. The man's hand raised, the blade in it held in a killing position. It descended toward the back of Rubin's neck. The bullet hit him flush in the brain, and he dropped to his knees and then toppled to the floor. Stone thrust the pistol back in his belt and ran over to his friend. Rubin, he said shakily. Rubin! Damn, Oliver, Rubin said slowly through his busted mouth. He rose on trembling legs. The 2 men looked at each other. What the hell are we doing here, Oliver? Rubin said, wiping the blood away. We're way out of our league. Stone looked down at his trembling hands and felt the pain in his leg where he'd tripped the man. He'd killed 2 men tonight, after not having killed anyone for nearly 30 years. Despite his brief feelings of his old training coming back, this was not like riding a bicycle. It was less about physical training and youthful strength, and more about a mindset that said it was okay to kill another human being by any means possible and for any reason. Stone had once been such a man. He no longer was. And yet, he was trapped in a building that would very likely be his and his friend's crypt if he didn't continue to summon his old homicidal instincts. He helped his friend up. I'm sorry for bringing you here, Rubin. I'm very sorry. Stone's voice cracked as he said this. Rubin put a big hand around his friend. Hell, Oliver, if we gotta die, I'd rather go with you than anybody else I know. But we have to get back. I mean, what would Caleb and Milton do without us? Alex and Simpson were in a large, dark room that smelled distinctly foul. They hadn't heard the shots from the firing range because it was insulated for sound. Using his night vision goggles, Alex was able to see that there was a narrow elevated passageway leading across the room that was reachable by a set of metal steps. He whispered to Simpson, I'll go first to make sure it's okay, but cover me close, he added. Why do you get to play hero? She asked. Who says I'm playing hero? If I get in trouble, you better damn sure come bail me out, even if it means getting your ass shot up. Now listen, when you go across that passageway, you stay right in the middle, okay? Do not step on the sides. Why? What'll happen? I don't know, and I don't want to find out. Oliver just told me to stay smack in the middle, and that's what we're going to do. Alex made his way cautiously up the stairs and then walked across the catwalk, staying right in the middle and keeping low. He reached the other side, saw the door to the other room, and called back softly. Okay, it's clear. Come on. Simpson hurried after him. As soon as she reached him, the entry door to the room opened and closed. Alex and Simpson instantly crouched low. Alex studied the situation and then tapped Simpson on the shoulder and motioned to the exit door behind them and then indicated he was staying behind. As Simpson started off, Alex crouched on the edge of the catwalk, his pistol pointed straight ahead. He glanced back at Simpson and nodded. She opened the door and eased through. However, she made a slight noise, and this caused the other person in the room to hurry up the steps and onto the catwalk. Alex stepped forward and, unfortunately, to the side of the passageway. He heard a click, and the floor under him disappeared. He plummeted downward and landed in knee-deep sludgy water. He heard another splash farther down the tank. The other guy had apparently fallen in too. It was now so black in here that Alex couldn't even see himself, and his night vision goggles had fallen off into the muck. Alex prayed his adversary didn't have night vision equipment, or he was dead. A shot was fired, and the bullet clanged off the side of the tank far too close to Alex's head. He crouched down, returned fire, and then moved. He tried not to breathe in the stench of the shit he'd fallen into. The wound in his arm was hurting, his bruised ribs were aching like hell, and his neck was on fire. Other than that, he was in great shape. Alex had another problem besides these physical injuries. Because he was in knee-deep sludge, it was impossible to move without revealing his position. So Alex didn't move. The problem was, neither did the other man. This was turning into a battle of the first one to move dies. And now it occurred to Alex. This was the patience room that Stone had mentioned. After some minutes of standing still, Alex realized he needed another strategy. He slowly reached out until his fingers touched the metal sides of the tank. Then he drew out his flashlight. Alex suddenly jerked his torso to the side, and the knife sailed by him, clanged against the sides of the tank, and fell into the water with a small splash. Alex didn't fire his weapon, though, which was undoubtedly his opponent's hope. He hefted the flashlight in his hand, reached up, and placed it carefully against the metal side of the tank. Its magnetized side instantly clamped securely there. Next, Alex ducked down, and stretching his arm as far as it would go, he placed his index finger on the flashlight's power button. He readied his pistol, said a heartfelt prayer, pushed the button, and whipped his hand back. The light blazed on, and a second later, 2 shots hit it directly. Another instant, and Alex's own gun rang, and he let out a sigh of relief as he heard the body hit the water. Then someone was scrambling past overhead. How was that possible? There was no floor anymore. Then someone else raced by. Alex jumped as high as he could, trying to reach a handhold to pull himself out. Twice he missed and fell into the water. The third time, he was on target, pulled himself up, and managed to jerk himself along the handrail to the next door and through it. Chapter 66. Stone and Rubin looked around what appeared to be a replica of famed Hogan's Alley in Quantico, which the FBI used to train its agents for real-life scenarios. The Secret Service had a similar setup at their Beltsville training facility. This room had mock buildings, a phone booth, sidewalks, and an intersection complete with traffic light. An old black sedan with rotted tires was parked on the street. It was as though they had suddenly stepped back in time. Standing on the street were a number of mannequins, a couple of men, 3 women, and some children. The paint on their faces had faded, and they were very grimy, but they still looked remarkably lifelike. Rubin noted that there were bullet holes in the heads of all of them. Stone led Rubin behind one of the buildings. There were wooden staircases here leading up to landings at each of the cut-out windows. "This is where we would do our sniper work," Stone explained. "Who were you training to kill?" "You don't want to know that," Stone tersely answered before putting a finger up to his lips. Footsteps were heading their way. Stone pointed upward toward one of the windows. They made their way quietly up and cautiously peered out. 3 North Koreans had entered the space. They moved as one well-trained unit, each taking turns covering the others as they searched the area. Stone's and Rubin's fingers tightened on their pistol triggers. Stone eased forward and lined up a shot. The problem was the men were carrying MP5 machine guns. If Stone and Rubin each took out one of the North Koreans, that would leave one left and their position revealed. And even with 2 pistols between them, it would not be an easy thing to beat an MP5 in a pair of skilled hands. "Holy shit!" Reuben exclaimed. One of the North Koreans had just dropped to the ground with a knife stuck in the side of his neck. The other two instantly fired in the direction of where the knife had come. Then there was silence, as the two North Koreans hurriedly moved forward, taking up cover behind the old car. With the backs of the North Koreans now to Stone and Reuben, the two Camel Club members could have taken out both of them. Yet when Reuben looked over questioningly, Stone shook his head. He wanted to see how this played out before they committed themselves. One of the North Koreans drew an object from his jacket, pulled a pin, and tossed it in the direction of the knife thrower. Even though the grenade was not heading in their direction, Stone grabbed Reuben and pressed him to the floor of the landing they were on. The explosion rocked the small space. When the noise abated and the smoke cleared somewhat, Stone and Reuben glanced up in time to see the North Koreans moving forward. Stone would have waited. It was still too smoky to see all that clearly. An instant later, leaping out of this cover of smoke, was a figure dressed all in black from head to foot. He moved with such incredible speed and agility that he appeared to be immune to the effects of gravity. A pair of crescent swords flashed at his sides like wings. Using the swords, he struck the machine guns, knocking them out of the North Koreans' hands. When they reached for their pistols, the swords sliced into their holsters, dropping them to the ground where their assailant kicked them away. All this occurred in one blindingly fast series of motions. Then the man stopped and stood between the pair of North Koreans. He very deliberately took off his black hood and placed the crescent swords on the floor. Tom Hemingway eyed the men closely and then spoke to them in Korean. "What'd he say?" "Basically, to surrender or die," Stone answered, his gaze transfixed on the scene in front of them. "Think they will?" Reuben whispered. "No. They're North Koreans. Their tolerance for pain and suffering is beyond most people's comprehension." As Stone stared at Hemingway, he thought to himself, and they're going to need every ounce of that tolerance right now. The North Koreans both assumed Taekwondo stances. One made a quick feint with his foot that Hemingway didn't even bother to respond to. He spoke again to them in Korean. They both shook their heads. The other launched a kick at Hemingway, who grabbed the man by the foot with one hand and with a thrust of his arm sent him sailing backward. He spoke again in Korean. He said, "I'm sorry to have to do this," Stone answered as Reuben looked at him questioningly. Before they took another breath, Hemingway struck. His fist broke right through the feeble defense of one of his opponents and slammed directly into the man's chest. Moving so fast, it was actually difficult to follow with the naked eye. Hemingway whirled and delivered a crushing kick to the side of the man's head. Even from where they were hiding, Stone and Reuben could hear the snap of the man's neck. The other man ran across the street toward the car with Hemingway on his heels. When he whirled around, Hemingway saw the knife and leaped. The man threw the knife, and it sliced into Hemingway's arm, but he kept coming. The heel of his foot hit the North Korean directly on the chin, knocking him back against the car. Hemingway stopped and looked at the blood on his arm, then turned his attention back to the man. "This ain't going to be pretty," Reuben said. Hemingway's first strike killed the man. Stone could see this from where he was crouched. He had never seen a blow that hard thrown by a human being. It was more like the raw power of a grizzly bear. And yet Hemingway did not let the North Korean fall. He held him up against the car and kept striking away in the head, in the chest, and in the abdomen. He was hitting him with such force and astonishing speed that when Hemingway finally let go and the men slumped to the ground, Stone and Reuben could see that the car door behind him had been caved in. Hemingway stepped back and took a deep breath as he surveyed the three dead men. As he went to pick up his swords, Stone took out his pistol and drew a bead on the back of Hemingway's head. Suddenly, Hemingway stiffened, stood straight, and slowly turned in the direction of where Stone and Reuben were hidden. He stared up at the window. Although he couldn't possibly see them, it was clear that Hemingway was aware of their presence. As Hemingway stood there, apparently waiting for the bullet to come, Stone lowered his gun. Hemingway waited a few seconds, and then, in a blink, he was gone. Simpson ran as fast as she could, but was hopelessly disoriented. She finally stopped and looked around. She was in a maze. "Alex?" she cried out. "Jackie!" She ran toward his voice. "Jackie, they're in here somewhere. Watch yourself." She instantly stopped and knelt down, listening. All she could hear at first was her breathing. Then the sounds of footsteps, stealthy footsteps. She backed down the corridor away from them. She held her pistol up, ready to fire. "Jackie? Down here!" she called out. Alex stuck his head around the corner and saw her. He quickly joined her. She looked at his filthy clothes. "What the hell happened to you?" He rubbed at the muck. "Don't ask. Just don't ever say I lack patience, or I'll deck you." He gazed behind him. "2 guys blew past me coming in here. Any sign of them?" She shook her head. "So how do we get out of here?" "It's as simple as checking the floor." "What?" Alex didn't answer. He walked down the corridor and stopped where it intersected with another. He got on his knees and looked at the floor. "Damn! How about that?" Simpson hurried forward and joined him. "See?" He was pointing at a small dot in a crevice in the floor that was barely visible. "A red dot," Simpson said. "What does that tell us?" "Which way to turn." "How?" "You must be a landlubber." "Meaning what?" "Meaning sailors know that red means port and port means left." He turned left down the corridor, and they walked along until they reached another intersection. There they found another dot. This one was green. Green means starboard, and starboard means... Right. Simpson finished for him. They made their way through the corridor this way and soon found themselves at the end. "Okay, how did you know about the dots?" Simpson demanded. "Oliver told me." "So he really was here," Simpson said slowly. Alex stared at her. "I never doubted it." He looked up ahead at the door at the far end of the hall. "Oliver said we only had 2 rooms on this side. That means through that door is the president. And Hemingway." Alex added grimly, "He's a federal agent, Alex, which means he might be on our side." "Jackie, listen to me. This guy is a traitor, and he can probably kill you with his pinky. If you get a chance to shoot him, take it." "Alex!" "No bullshit, Jackie. Just do it. Now come on." While Alex and Simpson were dashing through the maze, Stone and Reuben stepped into a room that had a hanging cage, chains on the wall, gurneys, and trays of surgical instruments, and what looked like an electric chair. Stone stared at the latter device and drew a sharp breath. "They called this the Room of Truth. They used it to break you. The truth was they broke everybody eventually, me included." He pointed to the chair. "They used too much electricity on one man that I trained with, and his heart stopped. They told his family he went missing overseas during a mission. He's probably buried on Murder Mountain." "We might be too," Reuben pointed out glumly. "Let's get on to the next room," Stone said. "This one always made me sick." They had just started toward the exit when the door they had come through burst open. "Run!" Stone shouted, throwing gunfire at the North Korean who had swept into the room. He fired back, and Stone had to hurl himself behind the electric chair. Gunfire erupted on all sides of the room. A minute later, while Stone was reloading as fast as he could, he heard Reuben yell out, "I'm hit! Oliver, I'm hit!" "Reuben!" called out Stone as 2 shots whizzed by his head. He returned fire and ducked down. A clattering sound came from the left, as though someone had overturned a tray of instruments. Then came more noises of things being tossed around. Stone made a quick decision. He pointed his pistol at the ceiling lights and shot them all out. In the darkness, Stone put on his night vision goggles, his gaze peering desperately through the gauzy green world the goggles created. Where was Reuben? Where was he? Finally, Stone saw him lying on the floor behind an overturned gurney, holding his side. There was no sign of the North Korean. Stone kept sweeping the room with his gaze, finally stopping on one corner. Here gurneys and other medical equipment had been hastily stacked, forming a wall. The person had to be behind there. And then Stone's gaze went upward, and he saw what had to be done. He laid on his back with his knees bent. He rested his gun between his knees and then clamped them together, which held the gun motionless. He lined up his target, exhaled all the air from his lungs, and relaxed his muscles fully. It was as though all his training on how to kill someone had come effortlessly back to him right when he needed it. Should I thank God or Satan? In daylight, the shot would have been simple. Looking into a world of green haze and knowing you had only one chance made the task far more complex. He squeezed the trigger. The chain holding the cage, which rested right above where the North Korean was hiding, was cut neatly in two, and the 1-ton cage fell. Stone continued to watch, his pistol ready. What he saw next slightly sickened him, even though it had been his intent. The blood flowed under the gurneys and started pooling a few inches in front of this barrier. Stone rose and made his way over to the corner. He cautiously peered over the wall of gurneys. Only a hand was visible from under the fallen cage. The man hadn't even had time to scream. In Stone's old world, this would have been labeled a perfect kill. "Oliver!" Reuben called out. Stone turned and raced across the room to where Reuben sat against the wall, clutching his side. The knife was still in him, and blood had spread down his shirt and onto the floor. "Shit. Bastard got a lucky tossin'. I'll be okay. Had lots worse than this." Reuben's face, however, was ashen. Stone ran to a set of shelves against the wall and threw them open. There were still bottles of ointment and tape and gauze stored there. He doubted the ointment would be any good, but the gauze and bandages were still in their sterilized wrappers. It would be cleaner than using Reuben's shirt. He grabbed the supplies and headed back over to Reuben. After bandaging him up, Stone helped him through the door into the next room. As soon as they left the room, the door leading into the room of truth opened. Captain Jack cautiously peered in. He took a minute to search the space and then found his man under the cage. Captain Jack said, "Okay, perhaps it's time to live to fight another day. I'm sure the bloody North Koreans will understand." He turned to retreat through the steel door, but found that it wouldn't open. "I'd forgotten about that," he muttered. He stood there wondering what to do. He checked his watch. Soon, it wouldn't matter. Chapter 67. Stone and Reuben reached the lower level of the facility at about the same time as Alex and Simpson. "So that makes 9 Chinese dead," Alex said after the two groups had compared notes. "Actually, they're North Koreans," Stone corrected. "North Koreans? What the hell are they doing involved in this?" Simpson asked. Stone said, "I have no idea." He pointed with his gun down the hallway. "But I do know that down there are the cells that were used to house detainees for interrogation during my time here. Presumably, that's where the president is." Alex checked his watch. "We've got 3 hours left," he said urgently. "We've got to get the president. Get out of here. Grab a cell signal and call the service. They'll contact the White House and stop the launch." "Do you think there are any North Koreans left?" Simpson asked. Alex said, "I saw 2 guys running past me when I was stuck in that tank. So," he suddenly shouted, "Look out! Grenade!" They scattered for cover as the object bounced down the stairs and landed near them. However, it wasn't a grenade. It was a flashbang, a device that stunned a person by using ear-piercing sound and blinding light. Members of the FBI's hostage rescue team swore by its effectiveness, and it did its job this time. When it went off, all of them were instantly incapacitated. Two North Koreans raced down the steps. They wore earplugs and so were unaffected by the sound of the explosion. They pointed their weapons at the helpless Alex and the others. Stone struggled to get to his feet, but he was so disoriented he couldn't manage it. Simpson's hands were over her ears, and she looked ready to pass out. Reuben lay crouched in the corner, clutching his side and breathing weakly. One of the North Koreans shouted one word, in English this time. "Die!" He moved his MP5 shot selector to auto, and his hand slid to the trigger. He could empty his entire 30-round mag in a few seconds. And he would have, too, if he'd still been alive. His spine snapped when the foot struck him from behind. He dropped to the floor. As he fell, his finger pushed back the trigger, and the machine gun emptied a few rounds right into the concrete floor. They ricocheted into the man, not that he felt them. The other man tried to fire his gun at Hemingway, but Hemingway ripped the mag right off the stock, then crushed it against the man's skull and finished him off with a vector strike to the liver, rupturing it. The man dropped to the floor with a thud. Then Hemingway was gone. As the effects of the flashbang wore off, Alex struggled to his feet and helped Simpson up. Stone did the same with Reuben. "Where did Hemingway go?" Stone asked. Alex pointed down the hall. "That way. Through that door. I saw him right before he disappeared. I'm not sure how, because my head was exploding at the same time." They took a moment to eye the battered North Koreans. "This guy is a freaking nightmare," Alex exclaimed. "He just saved our lives," Simpson pointed out. "Oh yeah? Probably because he wants to kill us all by himself," Alex shot back. "So what I told you still goes. Shoot to kill the bastard." Stone looked at his watch. "We're running out of time." Hemingway stood alone at the end of the hall, the two cells holding the president and Chastity behind him. The prisoners were unconscious after he'd given them amnesic drugs with their dinner earlier. He didn't believe they'd want to have any memory of what had happened to them. As the door opened at the other end of the hall, Hemingway receded into the shadows. Alex stepped through the door with the others and called out, "Hemingway, we've come for the president." Hemingway made not a sound. "You might not know what's happened, Tom," Alex added. "The Sharia group claimed responsibility for the kidnapping. Right this instant, the United States has a nuke aimed at Damascus. It's going to launch in less than 3 hours unless the president is returned safely. That's what Rinke and Peters were probably coming to tell you." Hemingway drew a quick breath, but still said nothing. "Tom, I'm being straight with you," Alex continued. "The whole world is about to go up in flames. Every Muslim army and every terrorist organization in the world is gathering to attack the United States. We're at DEFCON 1, Tom. DEFCON 1. You know what that means. Everything's ready to blow." Alex paused and then shouted, "We've got 3 hours, goddammit, or 6 million people die." Finally, Hemingway stepped into the light. Why would the Sharia group have claimed responsibility? He asked warily. "They didn't. So I did it for them," Captain Jack said as he darted through the doorway and pressed his gun against the side of Simpson's head. He took her pistol and trained it on the others. "Now drop your weapons, or you'll get a nice view of this lady's brains." The others hesitated for a moment, and then, one by one, Alex, Stone, and the wounded Reuben dropped their guns. "Damn, that's the guy we heard earlier," Reuben muttered to Stone, but his friend wasn't listening. He was looking very intently at Captain Jack. As Captain Jack's gaze swept over them, it stopped and came back to Stone. Captain Jack's brow creased. Then his attention was drawn to Hemingway, who said, "I thought we had an agreement." To Alex, Hemingway seemed coiled so tightly, he looked as though he could have jumped clear into outer space. "We did, Tom," Captain Jack said pleasantly. "But then I got a better offer from the North Koreans. I told you I was only in this for the money. That was fair warning to you, mate, and don't blame me if you didn't pick up on it." Hemingway said, "Why?" To start an American-Muslim war? What does that gain for North Korea? I really don't care. They paid my price. Alex said, "We're going to drop a nuclear bomb on Damascus." Captain Jack looked at him disdainfully. "I worked for the Syrians for a while. They're just as bloodthirsty as anyone else. It's not like they don't deserve it." 6 million people, Alex said, including women and children. Captain Jack just shook his head wearily. "You're really not getting my point, are you?" "You've got dead North Koreans all over the place," Hemingway said. "Do you really think your plan will work now?" "I'll have time to clean that all up, Tom. There's an old mine shaft not too far from here. Perfect place to dump the bodies. Except for one. The world needs to see that one. Brennan? Have to finish the job." Stone spoke up. "So you're intending on killing all of us?" Captain Jack looked at him. "You seem very familiar to me." "You didn't answer my question." "Yes, I plan to kill each of you." He glanced at Hemingway. "I did right by you, Tom. Look at what happened in Brennan. Work to perfection." "It doesn't work if the president ends up dead too," Hemingway said flatly. "I'm supposed to return him unharmed. That's what I said I was going to do." "If it's money you want, the U.S. has a lot more than North Korea," Simpson said. Captain Jack shook his head. "Even I'm not that greedy, and I seriously doubt I'd get paid. I mean, you are the biggest debtor country in the world." Captain Jack shot Hemingway with a glancing wound to the left leg. The man grimaced and dropped to his knees. Next, Captain Jack shot him in the right arm. "Stop, please!" Simpson screamed. Captain Jack said, "I'm sorry to do this piecemeal, Tom, but I have no desire to have my neck crushed by you." Hemingway said between gritted teeth, "You might want to reconsider your plan." "Why's that?" "Because the cell doors are booby-trapped." "Then turn the devices off and open the doors." Hemingway shook his head. "Then I'll just start killing them one by one until you do." "You're going to kill them anyway, so what does it matter?" Hemingway said. "We'll just see how long you can take the screams. Your only weakness is you're just too damn civilized, Tom." Stone managed to catch Hemingway's gaze and motioned with his eyes to something. Hemingway gave a barely perceptible nod. Captain Jack pressed the gun tightly against Simpson's temple and said, "Goodbye, whoever you are." "My name is John Carr," Stone said quietly as he stepped forward. "You were right. We do know each other." Captain Jack lowered his pistol slightly. "John Carr," he said in amazement, as he looked Stone up and down. "My God, John, the years haven't been kind to you." "You were a bastard traitor back then, and I see you still are." "I went out on my terms. I don't think you can say the same." Captain Jack sneered. His attention was fully on Stone now, so he didn't notice Hemingway edging toward the wall. Stone took another step forward, blocking Captain Jack's line of sight to Hemingway. "Why don't you kill me? You were always second best, so it'd be a thrill for you to take out the top man, wouldn't it?" "You're still one cocky bastard," Captain Jack growled. "Unlike you, I earned the right to be." "How did you screw up again?" "Oh, that's right. You used the wrong barometric reading and you missed your target. They had to send me in a year later to do it right. Face it, you were a second-rate bungler." Captain Jack pointed his pistol at Stone's forehead. "I won't have to worry about barometric pressure this time." Hemingway leaped and hit the light switch, plunging them into darkness. Captain Jack fired. There were screams and shouts and scuffling, and finally, one horrific cry, and then the sound of a body falling. The lights came back on, and Captain Jack was lying on the floor, his guns gone. Stone was standing over him, holding a knife covered in blood, fabric, and skin. He'd taken it from the room of truth. "You bastard!" Captain Jack groaned as he grabbed his lower calves where Stone had cut him, immobilizing the man. Captain Jack screamed, "Why didn't you just kill me?" "Because I didn't have to," Stone answered. "Listen to me," Captain Jack gasped. $10 million to each of you if you kill Brennan." They all looked at him in disgust. "He's just a man!" he screamed. "If you don't shut up," Alex snapped, "I'll kill you." Hemingway managed to lever himself up against the wall. "You have to take President Brennan and leave him at a certain spot to finish this the right way." Alex looked at him in disbelief. "I don't know what the hell your crazy motivations are, and I don't care. You've left the entire world on the brink of war. So the only thing I'm doing is taking the president back where he belongs. And on the way, we're going to make a call and stop 6 million people from being incinerated because of what you did." He pointed his gun at Hemingway. "Now you either open the cell door or I'll kill you." Hemingway struggled to his feet. "I'm not a traitor to my country, no matter what you or anyone else might think. I did this for my country. I did this for my world." "Open the damn door!" Alex yelled. "Now!" Hemingway took out a set of keys and unlocked one of the doors. "I thought you said it was booby-trapped," Captain Jack snarled. "I lied," Hemingway said. Stone and Alex carried the unconscious president out and sat him up against the wall. They found Chastity and placed her on the floor next to him. Alex pulled out his cell phone. "Damn it, I forgot there's no signal in here, so we need to get out of here to call Washington and—" A man's voice interrupted. "I don't think that'll be necessary." They all turned and stared at Carter Gray and 6 men holding machine guns. Chapter 68. "Thank God," Simpson said, stepping toward her godfather. However, Gray turned his attention to Hemingway. "The president was in the chopper that you flew me home in, wasn't he?" Gray clearly didn't expect an answer, and Hemingway didn't provide one. "You corrupted my files, assembled an army of dead men, and kidnapped the president." Gray shook his head. "The president's fine, Carter," Simpson said. "He's just drugged." Gray said, "Very good. Well, we'll take over from here." He motioned 2 of his men to go get the president. "Wait!" Hemingway shouted. "He needs to be returned the way I planned. You can't let all those people in Pennsylvania die in vain. They sacrificed themselves for a better world." Gray's face screwed up. "You are insane." He calmed and turned to Stone. "Hello, John. I can't tell you what a shock it's been finding out you're alive." Gray continued. He glanced over at Captain Jack lying on the floor, still clutching his bloodied legs. "2 old friends I believe to be dead. Resurrection seems to be a theme of the 21st century." "I wasn't ready to die on your timetable, Carter," Stone said. Simpson looked between the 2 men. "What the hell are you talking about?" Alex interjected. "Look, people, we're running out of time. We have to notify the White House that we have the president back. They'll stop the launch." Gray ignored this and said, "Jackie, I want you to step over here with me." "What?" she said. "Didn't you hear Alex? We have to stop the launch." "When you and I leave here together, you are never to speak of anything you've seen or heard tonight. Do you understand?" Simpson looked at the others. "I'm sure you can trust all of us not to reveal anything that would damage the country." "I'm not worried about the others, Jackie. Just you." Stone looked at the woman, You're the only one leaving here alive, Agent Simpson. He glanced at Gray. And I believe that includes the president. What the hell are you talking about? Simpson shouted. She looked at her godfather for reassurance, but the truth of what Stone had just said was instantly revealed in Gray's features. She pointed at the unconscious Brennan. This is the President of the United States. Gray said, I'm aware of that. And there's a man in the Oval Office right now who's equally capable of running the country, which, unfortunately, isn't saying much. Simpson stared at the men with Gray. He's going to kill the president. You have to stop him. These men are all loyal only to me. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here, Gray answered. She said pleadingly, 6 million people are going to die if we don't make the call to the White House, Carter. 6 million Syrians, Gray countered. Do you know how many terrorist activities dear old Syria supports? And they're the clearinghouse for virtually all the suicide bombers going into Iraq. We should have nuked the damn country years ago. Simpson looked at her godfather. You're insane. This is bigger than any one man, Jackie. Gray replied very calmly. This is strictly a war of good versus evil, and we have to ensure that those two sides remain clearly defined. And to do so, sacrifices have to be made for the good of all. Even the president is not above that. And to accomplish that, the world has to believe that his kidnappers have killed him. He paused and added, I'm sure your father would have no problem with any of this. Bullshit! Simpson roared. He'd be the first one to throw you in jail. Step over here with me, Jackie, Gray said with urgency. Do it now. Simpson didn't budge. No, you're going to just have to kill me too. Please, don't force me to make that decision. Alex suddenly screamed out, Gun! He threw himself toward Brennan, but someone else was a little quicker. The shot rang out as people seemed to be moving in slow motion. There were screams and scuffling feet and the sound of metal hitting the floor. And then there was silence. Jackie Simpson dropped first to her knees and then fell face down on the cold cement floor. The bullet that would have hit Brennan was now embedded inside her heart. Gray screamed and stood over Captain Jack, who had pulled a small pistol from his ankle holster and fired at the president. Yet Simpson had denied him his kill. Alex knelt down and checked her pulse and then looked up and shook his head. Jackie! Gray cried out as he looked at his dead goddaughter. Beth! A stunned Oliver Stone whispered as he stared down at the woman. Alex, who'd been the only one close enough to hear, looked at Stone. Beth. Gray pointed his gun at Captain Jack, but Stone's voice boomed out. If you shoot him, you have no connection to the North Koreans' plot to kill the president. Gray's finger remained on the trigger, but he didn't pull it. Stone was visibly trembling, and his eyes were tearing up as he said, We're going to take the president to Medina, to the place Mr. Hemingway tells us to. That is not an option, Gray barked. It is your only option, Carter, Stone replied. You can't let millions of innocent people die for no reason. He whirled on Stone. Innocent. Those devils took my family from me, Gray shouted. They took everything I ever cared about. And my country did the same to me, Stone answered. Gray and Stone stared at each other while everyone looked on. Then Stone's gaze went to Simpson's body. Just like you. I've now lost everything. His voice trembled. Gray's gaze went from Simpson to Stone. I can't possibly take the president to Medina. There isn't enough time. I believe the Medina Mr. Hemingway has in mind is far closer, Stone replied. They all looked at Hemingway. Do you have the chopper? Hemingway asked Gray, who nodded. Then you can make my Medina in less than 2 hours, well within the deadline. If I agree, why can't I just call from the chopper and tell them I found him in whatever Medina you're talking about? Gray rejoined. Unless you actually go to the place, you won't be able to answer all the questions about where he was found. The press and the country will want to know. Hemingway answered, in great detail. Stone looked at Gray. You can even take credit for finding the president, Carter. You'll be a national hero. How exactly do I do that? Gray retorted. You're a smart man. You'll figure it out on the chopper ride. Stone replied. Gray snapped, This man stays with me. He pointed at Captain Jack. I'm sure you'll be successful in getting every last morsel of information from him, Stone said confidently. And Hemingway, too. Gray added. Let's go! Alex barked. As the others were heading out, Stone knelt down next to Simpson as Gray looked on. Stone touched the woman's hair and then put her still warm hand in his. He turned the hand over and looked at the crescent scar on the palm. It appeared remarkably the same as it had when she cut her hand all those years ago. He saw the scar when he picked up her change on the street that day. Tears slid down his cheeks. They were the tears of his nightmare, of losing his daughter in a dream, and now for real, which was immeasurably worse. He kissed her on the cheek. Stone looked up at Gray, who just stood there, hands dangling uselessly at his sides. You will make sure that her body is returned for proper burial, Stone said firmly. Gray nodded dully. Then Stone walked past the man without another word. Outside, they followed Gray's men to a nearby clearing where the chopper sat. The pilot leaned out. Where are we headed? To Medina, Hemingway called out. What? The pilot exclaimed. The address is in my shirt pocket, Hemingway said. One of the guards pulled out the piece of paper and read it. He shot Hemingway a glance. Stone had read the paper over the man's shoulder. He'd been right. Hemingway settled into his seat in the rear of the chopper. A split second later, he headbutted the guard closest to him, shattering the man's nose and right cheek. Then Hemingway kicked the seat in front of him with such force that it tore loose from its base, and the guard sitting in it was thrown forward. In another instant, Hemingway was running, wounded leg and all, toward the woods. Alex raced after Hemingway as fast as he could while tree limbs, bushes, and vines ripped at him. The guy had been shot in the damn leg, and Alex couldn't catch him. He heard a shout ahead, and he increased his pace. He broke free of the trees and skidded to a stop just before he would have plummeted over the side. He was standing on the edge of a long fall. He couldn't see what was at the bottom, but as he stood there listening, Alex thought he heard a splash. As other guards raced up to join him, he pointed down into the abyss and shook his head. Tom Hemingway was gone. Chapter 69. Acting President Ben Hamilton was watching the screen in the Oval Office as people hovered around. The film footage was grainy and jerky. All professional news-gathering services had already fled the country, yet clearly showed the complete chaos that now was Damascus. The roads were clogged with cars, the streets with desperate, terrified Syrians. It was reported that people were sprinting down the runway of the airport, trying to grab onto the last few planes that were taking off. Law and order had long since disappeared. People were merely trying to get away. And as the hours wound down and that hope vanished, things were turning very ugly. Hamilton and his group watched the screen as parents ran down the streets carrying their children and screaming in terror, while soldiers pushed through the panicked masses using bullhorns to tell the crowds to evacuate. Yet with less than 1 hour left under the United States deadline, none of these people were going to survive. There was a jarring video segment of looters being beaten to death by angry citizens. Hamilton watched until he saw a group of small children become separated from their families and then being trampled underneath the fleeing crowds. "Turn the damn thing off," Hamilton ordered, and the screen instantly went dark. Hamilton's desk was covered with official pleas from all over the world begging him not to pull the trigger. Millions of Americans across the country were out in the streets, some in support of Hamilton's decision, but most opposed. The White House switchboard had been overwhelmed. Secretary of Defense Joe Decker sat down next to his commander-in-chief. Hamilton looked at him in desperation. Perhaps sensing his boss's wavering, Decker said, "Sir, I know that this is more pressure than a person should have to endure. And I know what the world is telling you. But if we back down now, we will lose all credibility with these people. And if that happens, then we've already lost." "I understand that, Joe," Hamilton said slowly. "There's another development, sir." Hamilton stared wearily at him. "What?" "There's some very unusual atmospheric conditions occurring over the Atlantic right now. The Navy reports that satellite communication with the Tennessee could well be compromised in a few minutes. If that's the case, we shouldn't launch the missile." Decker shook his head. "These conditions will have no effect on the launch. The D-5 has inertial guidance. It takes 2 star sightings after separation of the final rocket motor. Then it'll maneuver to optimal location to deploy the warheads for freefall onto the target. The problem is only with maintaining contact with the sub." "So what are you saying, Joe?" Hamilton asked. "I'm strongly suggesting that we just get it over with before we lose contact." "What? Launch now?" Hamilton checked his watch. "There's still 52 minutes left." "And what difference will that possibly make, Mr. President? If they were going to release him, they would have done so by now. In fact, this just gives the other side more time to plan how to strike back at us. And if we don't do it now, the Tennessee might not be reachable." "Can't we use another nuclear asset?" "That sub is in the ideal place with the ideal ordnance to hit Damascus, and it's prepped and ready to go. Our other subs in the Atlantic would face the same communications problems in any event." "Well, just tell the Tennessee to fire when the deadline ends, unless they hear from us." "It doesn't work that way with nukes, sir. For lots of reasons. It's only when we tell them to launch that they launch. They don't watch clocks. And we could scramble something else, but it likely would be past the deadline by the time it's ready. And if we don't fire the missile within the time frame we've set out, then we've lost all credibility, sir." "So that's how it's going to be from now on? We hit them, they hit us? What, until we're all gone?" "With all due respect, sir, we have far more to hit them with than they do us. And I have every confidence that we will win in the end." Hamilton glanced up to see all gazes in the room upon him. "May God have mercy on me," he said. "Get in touch with the Syrians first. Give them one last chance." He put his head in his hands as everyone in the room looked down. Suddenly, Andrea Mays jumped up. "Wait, please. Sir, why wouldn't they give him back if they had him? Why would they let millions of their own people die?" Decker snapped. "Because they're terrorists. That's how they think. And according to their faith, all those people will go right to paradise. And let's not forget that they attacked us. They took our president. And right now, he's almost certainly dead. We have no choice. We have to strike back in a way that will leave no doubt as to this country's resolve. Anything less will give them courage to escalate their attacks on us. And there's no better way to do that than with a nuclear weapon. Japan only surrendered after we dropped 2 on them. It ended up saving millions of lives." He failed to mention that the atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki had also killed and maimed hundreds of thousands of Japanese civilians and left both cities radioactive for decades. Hamilton looked away, and the Secretary of State slumped back in her chair. Decker grabbed a secure phone and ordered the final demand be made to the Syrians and Sharia immediately. A few minutes later, he had his answer. Hamilton looked up. "Well?" The sanitized version is that God will strike us down for the evil we're about to do. Decker replied, "So am I authorized to contact command authorities, sir?" Hamilton suddenly looked indecisive. May seized on this to say, "Mr. President, please think about what you're about to do. If we annihilate Damascus, there will never be peace. Never." Decker moved in front of her. "Mr. President, we don't have peace now. And if you fail to carry through on your demand, America will be robbed of all its power. To the world, we will become a laughingstock, inept and emasculated. I know that you are not that kind of leader." He paused and added firmly, "We have to do this." Hamilton rubbed his eyes, glanced at Mays, and then nodded at Decker. "Make the call." Hamilton stood and gazed out the window, while Decker picked up another phone and gave the order to the National Command Authority, which instantly relayed it to the Tennessee. The mighty Trident missile would launch shortly thereafter, accelerating out of the water's depths with such incomprehensible speed and force that a protective wall of gas would enclose it. As it passed through hundreds of feet of ocean depths, not even a single drop of water would touch its metal hide. At a cruising speed of 14,000 miles an hour, the Trident missile would hit Damascus less than 30 minutes after launch, with the force of 1,000 Category 5 hurricanes all rolled into one. There would be nothing left. At first, the ringing phone didn't register. Then slowly Hamilton looked up. It was that phone. He raced over and snatched it up. "Yes!" His face paled, and he grabbed at his side. Most in the room thought he was about to have some sort of attack. "They have him!" He screamed to the room. "They have Brennan!" He whirled on Decker. "Call off the launch! Call it off!" Decker quickly spoke into the other phone and ordered the Tennessee to stand down. However, the Secretary of Defense suddenly paled. "What? That can't be." Everyone's gaze was riveted on him. Decker looked ashen-faced as he said, "The atmospheric conditions over the Atlantic have started disrupting satellite communications. The Tennessee acknowledged and confirmed the order to launch, but now command authority is having trouble contacting the sub again." Hamilton shouted at Decker, "I knew we should have waited the full 8 hours, you idiot!" Andrea Mays said shakily, "Oh my God." Hamilton grabbed the phone from Decker and roughly pushed the man out of the way. Into the phone he said, "This is Acting President Hamilton. You have to get in touch with that damn sub and tell them not to launch. I don't care how you do it. Just do it." He held onto the edge of the Resolute desk for support as his knees started to buckle and sweat glistened his brow. A stricken-looking Decker stood holding his shoulder from where Hamilton had shoved him against the wall. Hamilton yelled into the phone again. "Blow the goddamn sub out of the water if you have to!" He shrieked. "Just stop it! Stop it!" Seconds ticked by, and not one breath could be heard in the Oval Office, because every last person was holding theirs. Finally, Hamilton replaced the phone receiver in its cradle and sank to his knees. He looked very close to passing out now. Hamilton looked up at his subordinates. "They stopped the launch," he managed to say before staring directly at Decker. "With 1 damn second to spare." There were no cheers in the Oval Office. All of them were frozen. However, somewhere underneath the Atlantic Ocean, 155 American sailors screamed in relieved joy. The safe return of President James Brennan at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Medina, Ohio, rocked the world yet again. The more than 14,000 American military and special operatives deployed to Medina in Saudi Arabia slipped away as quietly as possible. In the president's pocket had been found a typed note that read simply, "From great sacrifice comes great opportunity." Franklin Hemingway had penned those words 30 years earlier, and his son could think of no better message to leave with the leader of the free world. Carter Gray was hailed as a national hero for figuring out where Brennan was going to be released. While somewhat vague on the details, Gray explained that it was a combination of hard work, reliable informants, and a lot of luck. However, the kidnappers were true to their word, he said, because the president was in Medina, only about 7,000 miles away from the one we thought it was. Gray had spent an emotional night with Senator Simpson and his wife, comforting them on the loss of their only child. The official version of what had happened, and the only one her parents had received as well, was that Jackie was the victim of a deadly carjacking while driving along Interstate 81 very late at night. There were no suspects, and Gray knew there would never be an arrest. The only other development was the unexplained disappearance of 3 NIC agents. Gray would take care of that, too. On a positive note, Captain Jack had talked, and talked, and talked. Carter Gray now had quite a lot of ammo to use against North Korea. James Brennan triumphantly returned to the White House as huge crowds surrounding the area cheered. He gave televised remarks to the nation, thanking Carter Gray for his exemplary work, having no idea that the man had seriously contemplated killing him and blaming it on the Syrians. Brennan also thanked his beleaguered vice president for a job well done. Finally, he expressed his gratitude to the American people for being stalwart and true throughout the crisis. They would never know that a mere second had been the margin of error in the commencement of a worldwide apocalypse. His chief of staff stood by beaming. With the crisis over, her attention had returned fully to the election. The latest poll showed Brennan with a historically high 86% approval rating. Barring something catastrophic, her candidate would easily win the election and have 4 more years to build his legacy. Brennan received a full briefing on all that had happened, but no one could shed light on who'd kidnapped him. It now appeared clear that neither the Sharia group nor Syria had had anything to do with the abduction. In the colder light of reason, the Sharia group had no assets in the United States capable of having orchestrated such a scheme. The body of one of the group's leaders had been found, and the man had obviously died of torture. And no one had explained how so many skilled Arabs could have infiltrated the United States, with America's intelligence sector having no record of any of them. Damascus was still in shambles, but not nearly as bad as it would have been if the Trident had hit it. The Syrians and the rest of the Middle East were still understandably shell-shocked, but it seemed that with the world so close to the abyss, people were looking at things with a more cooperative eye. It remained to be seen if this mood had permanence, though. Vice President Hamilton had taken some time off from his official duties. Coming within a second of being the first American president since Harry Truman to order the use of a nuclear bomb was more pressure than any person should have to bear, and it had taken its toll on the man. However, Hamilton was expected to make a full recovery. Brennan had been astonished to learn that the kidnappers had died nearly to a man, while intentionally not inflicting any casualties on the United States. While he was still contemplating this stunning news, the president watched a recording of one of his favorite political roundtable shows that had been broadcast while he was still missing. Each of the 4 pundits on the show concluded that what was going on was a trick of some sort. "And if the president is delivered back safely?" the moderator asked. All of the pundits said that that would be another trick of some sort. "With what goal in mind?" the moderator asked. "They sacrificed over 20 people. They could have killed the president quite easily at any time, and if they returned him safely, what have they gained?" "You have to understand, these people will stop at nothing," one of the pundits declared. "First they tried killing us, but that didn't work. We fought back and are winning the war on terror, so they've clearly changed tactics. And now they're trying the ploy of not killing us?" the bewildered moderator asked. "Precisely," the smug pundit answered. Brennan had received a copy of the kidnappers' demands and spent a long time in his private quarters going over them. He also reviewed with horror the details of how close the U.S. had come to launching a nuclear strike against a nation that it turned out was innocent of the alleged wrongdoing. While Brennan praised his vice president publicly, he was shocked when he learned how quickly Hamilton had been persuaded to authorize the use of nuclear weapons and how close he'd come to launching one. Brennan was now thinking seriously of other VP candidates. He held lengthy meetings with his various experts in Muslim affairs and other Western leaders and spent long hours with his wife and family. He went to church several times in 1 week, perhaps seeking divine advice for the secular problems of humankind. Now that the president was safely back, the international press started to report more openly about the kidnappers' demands. Throughout the capitals of Europe, South America, and Asia, people were actually focusing more on the substance of the demands, since for once, they didn't have an accompanying pile of human bodies and rubble to overshadow them. Finally, Brennan called a meeting of his cabinet, his National Security Council, and his top military advisors. There he brought up his abductors' demands. His National Security Advisor immediately protested. "Sir," the NSA said, "it's absurd. We can't comply with any of them. It's beyond preposterous." Secretary of Defense Decker spoke up. "Mr. President, to even consider those demands is a sign of weakness on behalf of this country." Brennan's response was terse. "We came within seconds of killing 6 million people on what turned out to be deeply flawed evidence." "We didn't start this thing, and there's always risk involved," Decker countered. Brennan stared the man down. "We are the world's sole remaining superpower. We have a nuclear arsenal capable of destroying the world. Even if the others don't show restraint, we have to." The way Brennan was looking at Decker, it was clear a new Secretary of Defense would be joining a new Vice President in Brennan's second administration. Brennan pulled a slip of paper out of his pocket. It was the note that had been found on him after the kidnapping. He read it to himself. "From great sacrifice comes great opportunity." And as history had shown and Brennan well knew, great presidents were often created during such times. He turned away from Joe Decker and his Pentagon folks and looked at Andrea Mays, his Secretary of State. "I think it's time we got to work," President Brennan said. Chapter 70. Jacqueline Simpson was laid to rest in a private service at a cemetery in Northern Virginia. In attendance were her grief-stricken parents, close family friends, political dignitaries, representatives of the Secret Service, and her godfather, Carter Gray. Nearby, but hidden behind a copse of trees, stood Oliver Stone, wearing a brand-new black suit and tie that his friends had purchased for him. As the minister spoke words of religious wisdom and comfort, Stone didn't hear them. His gaze was transfixed on the coffin that held his daughter, Beth. He didn't cry. He was having trouble deciding what he should feel. He was her father, but then again, he wasn't. He had had her for 3 years. The Simpsons for the rest of her life. Simply from a time standpoint, he had little claim to be here, and yet he could not have stayed away. When the ceremony was over and all the others had left, Stone emerged from his hiding place and walked down to the burial spot. The cemetery workers were about to lower the coffin into the hole in the ground, but Stone asked them to wait. "Are you family?" one asked him. "Yes," he answered. "I'm family." For 20 long minutes, Stone knelt in front of the coffin, with one of his hands resting on its smooth, polished surface. He finally rose on shaky legs, bent over, and kissed the coffin, placing a single flower on top. It was a daisy. "Goodbye, Beth," he said quietly. "I love you." The Camel Club, Alex and Kate, met at Stone's cottage the following day. Reuben had been treated for his wounds, and the doctors had taken care of a couple of bothersome kidney stones at the same time. Chastity was fully recovered from her ordeal, something she had absolutely no memory of. Alex brought with him the newspaper account of Jackie Simpson's death. She was a damn hero, and all she'll be remembered for is being a victim of a carjacking, he said bitterly. Stone was sitting behind his desk. You're wrong. That's not all she'll be remembered for, he said firmly. Alex changed the subject. It's killing me that Carter Gray is now some national hero when he was going to murder the president. There has to be something we can do. Reuben said, But if we go public, then everything else comes out. I'm not sure the country can handle that after everything that's happened. Stone said quietly, Carter Gray will be taken care of. I'll personally see to that. They all looked at him curiously, but the man's expression did not invite questions. Reuben stood. Okay, I think it's time to make it official. He cleared his throat. I hereby call a special meeting of the Camel Club to order. Because of their exemplary work on behalf of the United States and their invaluable assistance to the club, I move that we admit 2 new members, Agent Alex Ford and Kate Adams. Do I have a second? Second, said Milton and Caleb together. All in favor, say aye. And the ayes carried. Alex said, Okay, I need to know something. Why the Camel Club? Stone answered, Because camels have great stamina. They never give up. That's what Oliver says, but the real reason is this, Reuben countered. In the 1920s, there was another Camel Club, and at each meeting of that club, they would all raise their glasses and take a vow to oppose prohibition to the last drop of whiskey. Now that's my kind of club. When the meeting broke up, Alex stayed behind to talk to Stone in private. So, Oliver Stone is really John Carr, he said. Was John Carr. He's dead. Stone said bluntly. Oliver, you told Carter Gray that your country had taken your family. What did you mean by that? Stone sat down behind his desk and fiddled with some papers lying there. Let's just say that I thought I'd finished my duties for my country. But apparently, my country believed that my job was not one you ever walked away from. He paused. It's the greatest regret of my life that my family suffered because of me. Your daughter's name was Beth? Alex said cautiously. And she was born in Atlanta? Stone stared at him. How did you know that? Alex was thinking of the mistake on the NIC database as to Simpson's birthplace that she'd pointed out to Hemingway. Yet the database was right. She was born in Atlanta, not Birmingham, where the Simpsons were from. And then he thought of the 2 tall, fair-haired Simpsons and their petite, dark-haired daughter. Now Alex had a good idea what Oliver Stone's dead wife looked like. It was clear to him that Jackie Simpson and Beth Carr were the same person. It was on her official file. Alex answered. Stone nodded absently. Alex put his hand on Stone's shoulder. I'm sorry, Oliver. Don't pity me, Alex. I've done many things in my life that I hate myself for. I could excuse them by saying I was serving my country, but that's not really much of an excuse, is it? Carter Gray had just finished his briefing with the president and was heading back to his chopper on the lawn of the White House. It had been a good meeting, although Brennan was making some curious, and to Gray's thinking, disturbing noises about a decided shift in America's policies toward the Middle East. However, Gray stopped pondering this when he saw the man standing at the fence looking at him. Oliver Stone motioned over to where Reuben sat astride his Indian motorcycle. Then Stone pointed to the west. As Gray followed this gesture, it was clear what the man intended. A few minutes later, Gray was in a limo following the motorcycle. As he'd expected, it turned into Arlington National Cemetery. A few minutes later, with the security detail at a discreet distance, Gray stood across from Stone in front of John Carr's grave. "I can give you 10 minutes at most, John," Gray said. "My name is Oliver Stone." "Whatever," Gray said impatiently. "And 5 minutes will be more than enough. Then get on with it. How did my daughter end up with the Simpsons?" Gray looked a little put out by the question, but said, "As you know, Roger Simpson worked at the CIA with me. We were very good friends. They couldn't have children. It seemed like a good solution. You and your wife had no family, and I couldn't just abandon the child, although there were some at the agency who thought she should have just been shot too. I had no idea you were even alive, John. I don't believe you looked very hard. I had no involvement in what happened to you. I didn't order it, and I didn't condone it. In fact, I saved your daughter from being killed. But you did nothing to stop the attack on me and my family, did you? Did you really just expect to walk away from it all? I never would have betrayed my country. That's not the point. That is precisely the point." Gray threw up a hand. "This is ancient history." Stone pointed to the left. "Part of your history lies over there where your wife is buried. Do you just forget that?" "Don't you dare talk about her," Gray snapped. "Now, is there anything else?" "Just one more thing," Stone said. "I want you to resign your position." Gray stared at him blankly. "Excuse me?" "You are to resign your position immediately as National Intelligence Director. You're no longer fit for the post." "I feel sorry for you," Gray said, shaking his head. "I really do. You served your country capably, and if you need something to make your old age more comfortable, I'll see what I can do. I'll go public, tell all that I know." Gray looked at him with pity. "And you have so much credibility. A man who doesn't even exist. And that friend of yours, Reuben, I've looked him up. He's even more incorrigible than you. And if you think Alex Ford is going to say anything, think again. He won't jeopardize his career by taking me on. And he's smart enough not to drag the country through something like this. So just go back to your little hole, John, and crawl in for good. All I need is for you to resign." Gray shook his head wearily and turned to leave. Stone added, "Before you go, you might want to listen to this." Gray turned back around and saw that Stone was holding out a small tape recorder. He hit the play button. A moment later, Gray was listening to himself as he calmly talked about killing the president at Murder Mountain. When Stone hit the stop button, Gray exploded. "How the hell did you—" He stopped as Stone held up his cell phone. "A friend gave me this phone that's also a recorder, and being an old spy, I put it to good use." He handed Gray the tape. "I'll be delighted to hear of your resignation tomorrow morning." He started to walk off and then turned around. "We both served our country capably, Carter. But the way we did it just doesn't have a place anymore. And thank God for that." Gray just stood there, his face red and his chest heaving. "I'm not a zealot, damn you! I'm a patriot!" "Actually, you're neither one, Carter." "Then what am I? Tell me," he said tauntingly. "What the hell am I?" "You're wrong." The next day, Kate and Alex met for lunch. All of Washington was talking about Carter Gray's abrupt resignation. "Oliver couldn't have had anything to do with that, could he?" Kate asked. "I think Oliver Stone is capable of a lot more than either of us know," Alex replied quietly. After their lunch, the two walked hand in hand past a very familiar building. "I can't seem to get this place out of my head," Alex said, staring across at the White House. "Well, I'll just have to work extra hard on getting your mind on other things. After all, In a few years, you're a free man, Agent Ford." He looked at her and smiled. "I don't really consider myself a free man anymore. Am I supposed to take that as a compliment?" He kissed her. "Does that answer your question?" They watched as a helicopter lifted off from the White House grounds. Alex looked at the NIC insignia on the tail. That was probably Carter Gray, making his last trip to the White House. "Good riddance," Kate said. "The person who replaces him might be just as ruthless," Alex cautioned. "Now that's a truly frightening thought," Kate said. "It'll be okay." Alex pointed over to Lafayette Park. "So long as he's here." On a bench sat Stone and Adelphia, drinking the café. Adelphia was talking animatedly. However, it was clear that Stone's attention was fully on the building across the street. Alex and Kate walked off down the street, leaving the country in the capable hands of Citizen Oliver Stone and the Camel Club.
Acknowledgements. To Michelle, thanks for always being my #1 fan and best critic. I'm still amazed that you read every word in every draft. To Aaron Priest, thank you for being there for me from day one. None of this would be possible without you. To Maureen Egan, Jamie Rabb, Tina Andriadis, Emmy Battaglia, Tom Masiak, Karen Torres, Martha Otis, Jason Pinter, Miriam Parker, and the rest of the Warner Books gang who worked so hard on my behalf. You have my thanks and appreciation. To Lucy Childs and Lisa Urbach fans, for all the thousands of details you handle every day for me. To Frances Gillette Miller, your editing skills and incredible insight were on full display with this book. Thank you. To Art Collin, my sincere thanks and gratitude for reading through early drafts. To Dr. Monica Smitty, thank you for the detailed and thoughtful medical advice. You make a humble writer sound like a forensic genius. To Dr. John Y. Cole at the Library of Congress, thank you for the amazing behind-the-scenes tour of LOC and the expert knowledge of its magnificent buildings and collections. To Mark Dimination and Daniel DeSimone with the Library of Congress for patiently answering all my questions and letting me glimpse the library's rare books reading room. It's a true gem. To the United States Secret Service Washington Field Office, my utmost thanks and respect for all you do and for your willingness to share your knowledge with me. To Jennifer Steinberg, my gratitude for always getting answers to those last-minute research questions. To Maria Ritt, for your very helpful comments. To Bob Schul, for reading the words, giving me incredibly good comments, educating me on energy policy, and above all, being the best friend anyone could have. To Neil Schiff, thanks for always being willing to share your FBI knowledge. To Charles Vallue, thank you for the expert advice on firearms and weapons. To Tom DuPont, for help on financial issues in the novel. To Dr. Ali Galeria, a dear friend, for always being there for us and for educating me on all things orthodontic and Indian. To Lynette and Deborah, for navigating the Enterprises straight and true. This has been a Time Warner Audiobooks production of The Camel Club, written by David Baldacci and read by Jonathan Davis. Executive producer, Maya Thomas. Produced by Talking Book Productions. Production supervised by Linda Ross Korn. The Camel Club is also available in print from Warner Books. To listen to samples or read about the author, please visit Time Warner Audiobooks website at twbookmark.com/audiobooks. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.